Chapter 961. Divine weapons were divided into 9 levels, and each level was completely different. A divine weapon like the hidden star sword did not even have a level and could only be considered as the most ordinary divine weapon. Such divine weapons could be found everywhere in the extraterritorial region. Level 2 Divine Weapon. Fong Chun cried out involuntarily as he carefully observed the spike club. The entire Sky Sword Mansion had at most level 1 divine weapons. As for level 2 divine weapons, the small Sky Sword Mansion did not have any. Who would have thought that Hu Mo, who was at the 7th level of the Mystic King realm, would have a level 2 divine weapon? No wonder the mace is so powerful. Fong Chun recalled the scene where Hu Mo used the mace to escape from Genie Dao's hands. One must know that even the 5 strongest cultivators only had first-level divine weapons. The value of a level 2 divine weapon was too great. Ordinary martial artists could not afford it all. Ha! I've struck it rich this time. Fong Chun was overjoyed. However, he still felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had powerful secret skills like the Void Meteor Annihilation and the Secret Ice Sword. Otherwise, even if he broke through to the 3rd level of the Mystic King realm, he would not be Hu Mo's match. Speaking of which, Hu Mo was only an ordinary 7th level Mystic King realm martial artist. If it was not for the mace, no one would have noticed him. Playing with the mace in his hand, Fong Chun grinned. After laughing for a while, he regained his composure. Although I have a level 2 divine weapon, I can't use it, Fong Chun said softly. He did not want to stir up trouble when he first came to the Sky Sword Mansion. Once people knew that he had the mace, they would know that he was the one who killed Hu Mo. The force behind Hu Mo would definitely take revenge. With his current strength, any 8th level Profound King realm martial artist would be able to kill him. After the assessment, I'll think of a way to sell it, Fong Chun said. A level 2 divine weapon could be exchanged for countless purple crystals. Coincidentally, he was lacking purple crystals. Putting away the mace, Fong Chun continued to look for demonic beast cores. Time passed in a blink of an eye. Finally, after a bell chime, the 3 days were up. The sound of the bell ringing was incessant. All the cultivators in the Sword Peak mountain range heard it. Some martial artists were extremely excited when they heard the sound of the bell, as if they had just survived a calamity. There were also some cultivators who complained that the time was too short and that they were unable to obtain more demonic beast cores. All participants quickly withdraw from the Sword Peak mountain range. A vigorous and powerful voice transmitted into the Sword Peak mountain range. In the next moment, countless martial artists flew out like a swarm of bees. When Fong Chun came out, he bumped into Genie Dao. "How's your harvest?" Genie Dao asked. "It's all right," Fong Chun said modestly. Genie Dao nodded, then turned and left. On the vast plains, the old man in charge of recruitment stood in the air and looked down. In just an hour, all the martial artists had come out. When they entered, there were close to 40,000 people. But now, the martial artists that came out were actually less than 30,000 people. In other words, in these 3 days, the death toll was as high as 10,000 people. Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh when he heard this number. The outerverse was boundlessly vast. Profound kings didn't count for much. "Everyone, hand over your demonic beast cores," said the old man in charge of recruitment. Then, everyone began to hand over their demonic beast cores in order. For this reason, the City Lord's mansion had dispatched a large number of guards to collect the demonic beast cores. Even so, it still took an entire day for the demonic beast cores to be completely collected. "Elder, the demonic beast cores have been collected. This is the name list." A martial artist walked over to the old man in charge of recruitment and handed him the name list. The old man in charge of recruitment nodded and then looked around at the crowd. "Everyone, after a day of counting, the name list has been revealed. Now, I will announce the top 1,000 martial artists." After that, the old man began to read. First were the 5 great experts, followed by some of the martial artists who were only second to them. Genie Dao, Fairy Qiyu, Han Luo, Dai Hong Xian, Jian Hen. One name after another appeared. Some people were disappointed, while others were excited. When the 100th name was read, Fong Chen's name appeared. 100 Fong Chen. After reading Fong Chen's name, the old man in charge of recruitment was a little surprised. He glanced at Fong Chen and then continued reading. Amazing, Jean E. Dao said to himself. The crowd was discussing Fong Chen. Soon, all 1,000 names have been read. Those whose names are not read, quickly leave, said the old man in charge of recruitment. Instantly, over 20,000 people left the plane. In an instant, the plane became much quieter. Only 1,000 martial artists remained. Among these 1,000 martial artists, aside from Fong Chen, they were all high-level Mystic King realm martial artists. This Fong Chen, what kind of dog's-it luck did he have? He actually passed the test. Damn it, I worked so hard to only obtain 3,000 demonic beast cores. This kid actually obtained more than 10,000. His strength is so low. Could it be that he had other methods to obtain demonic beast cores? For a moment, everyone was discussing Fong Chen. Even the 5 experts had taken notice of Fong Chen's presence, especially Dai Hongxian and the young master Jianhen. They exchanged a glance. Could it be that he obtained the 3,000 demonic beast cores on the mountain peak? Thought the young master Jianhen. After a period of time, the young master Jianhen and Dai Hongxian quietly returned to the mountain peak. They discovered that the demonic beast cores had disappeared. The black-scaled devil panther had also disappeared. This made them suspect that some other martial artists had come here after they had fled. At first, they suspected that the other 3 great experts were the targets. But now, they began to suspect Fong Chen. How could a low-level Mystic King realm martial artist obtain more than 10,000 demonic beast cores? There had to be some secret behind it. Facing everyone's gazes, Fong Chen remained silent. The 1,000 of you will compete for 200 spots, said the old man in charge of recruitment. This recruitment had a total of 3 trials. These 1,000 people had already passed the first 2 trials. As long as they passed the final trial, they would be able to join the Heavenly Sword Mansion. The final trial tests potential. The people of my Heavenly Sword Mansion not only need to be strong, but also have unparalleled potential, said the old man. Follow me. After saying that, the old man led the 1,000 people into the city. Soon, they appeared in front of a continuous mountain range within the city. This mountain range has 9 peaks. Whoever can climb the 9 peaks can directly join the first army. As for the others, it depends on their ranking. The old man's words caused all the martial artists to cry out in alarm. Isn't it too easy to climb the 9 peaks? Said a warrior. That's right. Isn't this a competition of speed? Many martial artists thought so. Of course, there were also some martial artists who thought that this mountain range was extraordinary. Thinking about it, these 9 peaks definitely won't be so easy to climb, said Genie Dao. The other experts also nodded. All right, let's begin. Climb the mountain, said the old man in charge of recruitment. Who? The 1,000 martial artists instantly circulated their spiritual qi and flew towards the first peak. Fong Chen was also among them. When he stood at the foot of the first peak, he suddenly felt a pressure. Many martial artists forcibly landed on the ground. They were unable to fly. There's a limit. Soon, some martial artists discovered that the peak was not ordinary. The ones at the front were 5 experts. When they reached the middle of the mountain, they seemed to have realized something. Then, they sat down cross-legged and seemed to be comprehending something. When Fong Chen saw this, he stopped in his tracks. He did not frown and sat down to comprehend. In the sky, the old man in charge of recruitment nodded and said, "The prefecture lord has personally placed restrictions on these 9 peaks. Only by completely comprehending them can one ascend the 9th mountain. Elder, I'm afraid that no one will be able to ascend the 9th mountain this time. How could it be so easy to completely comprehend the restrictions placed by the prefecture lord? The prefecture lord wants to test their potential. I'm guessing that the 5 experts should be able to ascend the 7th mountain. As for the others, the 6th mountain will be a problem," said the old man in charge of recruitment. 9 peaks, 9 layers of restrictions. Comprehending 1 layer of restriction would allow one to ascend a peak. This kind of restriction was not very powerful, but it could see a person's potential. Those with heaven-defying potential could easily comprehend the true essence of the restrictions. 3 minutes later, someone started to move. As expected of the best of the 1,000. The 5 of them managed to comprehend one layer of restriction so quickly, said the old man in charge of recruitment with a satisfied smile. Chapter 962. The 5 experts were the first to reach the first mountain. Then, they began to comprehend the second seal. For the rest of the time, Yao Yao was in the lead. The other high-level Mystic King realm martial artists also rushed up the first mountain one after another. As for Feng Chun, he sat cross-legged halfway up the mountain. Spiritual qi surrounded him as he comprehended the first seal. 2 hours later, 800 people reached the first mountain. 4 hours later, except for Feng Chun, everyone reached the first mountain. At this time, the 5 experts had already reached the 5th mountain. They were still in the lead. As for the other experts, some of them also reached the 4th mountain. In the outside world, the experts of the City Lord Mansion were all paying attention to the 5 experts at the front. They had underestimated the potential of the 5 experts. The 5 of them comprehended very quickly. They reached the 5th mountain in 4 hours. It was entirely possible for them to reach the 8th mountain. If these 5 join, the strength of the first army will definitely skyrocket, someone said. They have already reached the 5th mountain. As they spoke, someone noticed Feng Chun. At this time, Feng Chun was sitting alone on the first mountain. He was still comprehending. Even the old man in charge of recruitment, who had been optimistic about Feng Chun, shook his head helplessly. This kid can't even comprehend the first seal. The old man in charge of recruitment was slightly disappointed. At this time, Feng Chun was sitting cross-legged halfway up the first mountain. He was absorbing the sealing power of the first mountain. This sealing power is very strong. After the golden heart absorbed it, it became abnormally active, Feng Chun said to himself. Everyone thought that he had not comprehended the first seal. Who would have thought that he had already comprehended it? The reason why he did not leave was that the golden heart needed to absorb the sealing power. Anyway, there was no time limit for this stage. Feng Chun was not worried. Half a day later, the 5 experts had reached the 7th mountain. Haha, they reached the 7th mountain. Someone laughed. There were still 2 more seals to reach the 9th mountain. No one knew if any of the 5 would be able to do it. Many people in the City Lord Mansion were looking forward to it. On the 7th mountain, Jin Yidao's eyes were cold. Dazzling golden light burst out from his eyes. As for young Master Jian Hen, he was enveloped by sword qi. Fairy qi swirled around fairy qi. The 5 powerhouses were all using their full strength to comprehend the 8th layer of the seal. The seal is getting stronger. Before arriving at the 8th mountain, the 5 cultivators finally felt the pressure. The first 7 seals were very simple, but the 8th seal suddenly increased the difficulty by a lot. For a moment, the 5 experts were trapped in front of the 8th mountain. As for the countless powerful cultivators behind him, they could not even ascend the 7th mountain. Some were in the 5th mountain, some were in the 4th mountain, and a few were in the 6th mountain. The fact that they were able to reach the 6th mountain showed that their potential was second only to the top 5. As time passed, people with great potential gradually widened the gap between them and other martialists. Looks like the test is about to end, someone said in a low voice. Dong, even as the words left his mouth, a powerful rumbling sound suddenly came from the 8th mountain. Next, the 5 powerful cultivators stepped onto the 8th mountain. Their faces were filled with exhaustion. After stepping onto the 8th mountain, the 5 powerful cultivators sat down on the ground, extremely excited. We were lucky to be able to unlock the 8th layer of the seal. As for the 9th layer of the seal, we can't unlock it at all with our strength, Fairy Chi said softly. The other 4 nodded heavily. They had already given up. Being able to reach the 8th mountain was already considered the best. Suddenly, Jin Yidao asked, however, if the 5 of us reach the 8th mountain at the same time, who will be first overall? In the eyes of the 5 of them, if they could surpass the other party in terms of ranking, it would definitely be something to be happy about. Hearing this, the others also looked at each other. It's too early to say. Let's wait until the test is over, Han Luo said. After resting for a moment, young Master Jianhen stood up and glanced at the martialists trapped in the first 6 mountains. A trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. When he saw that there were still people on the first mountain, he sneered. Trash! Young Master Jianhen's words attracted the attention of the other 4. When they saw Fang Chun sitting cross-legged on the first mountain, they were also a little stunned. This, under normal circumstances, as long as one had a little bit of potential, they would be able to break through the first seal. Even if they were weak, they shouldn't be trapped on the first mountain. What was going on with this Fang Chun? It wasn't just the 5 experts. The other martialists were also very curious. Outside, the old man in charge of recruiting looked at Fang Chun in astonishment. He was a little puzzled. After another 2 hours, the rankings were basically fixed. None of the martialists wanted to waste their energy trying to break through. That was because they had already reached the limit of their potential. They couldn't advance any further. At this time, Dai Hongxian looked at the old man in charge of recruiting in front of the mountain range. Senior, can the 3rd stage of the test end? Are you all going to give up? The old man in charge of recruiting looked at the martialists below the 200th place and asked. Everyone nodded and chose to give up. Seeing this, the old man in charge of recruiting prepared to announce. However, at this time, Fang Chun on the first mountain suddenly opened his eyes. Senior, if I remember correctly, there shouldn't be a time limit for the 3rd stage, right? Fang Chun raised his head to look at the sky. That's right. There really isn't a time limit, said the old man in charge of recruiting. Then isn't it too early to announce that it's over? Asked Fang Chun. The old man in charge of recruiting was silent, not saying anything. As for the 8th mountain's Jianhen, he was a little unhappy. You've been in the first mountain for so long. Even if you were given a year, you still wouldn't be able to enter the top 200. Brat, don't embarrass yourself here. Hurry up and scram, said Dai Hongxian. In the face of Dai Hongxian and Jianhen's mockery, Fang Chun didn't retort. Senior, Junior still wants to try. Fang Chun cupped his hands. After thinking for a moment, the old man in charge of recruiting said, all right. Fang Chun hadn't broken the rules. Although the old man in charge of recruiting didn't think highly of Fang Chun, he still agreed to Fang Chun's request. Dai Hongxian and Jianhen sneered. They had been constantly belittling Fang Chun. Even the other cultivators had a lot of complaints about Fang Chun. Fang Chun ignored them and calmly climbed to the top of the first mountain. Then he began to comprehend the 2nd seal. 3 minutes later, the 2nd seal was undone. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Fang Chun undid the 9 seals with lightning speed. This speed, even the old man in charge of recruiting was extremely excited. Fang Chun's speed of removing the seal was even faster than the 5 great powerhouses. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the 6th mountain. At this time, the cultivator who had just belittled Fang Chun felt his face burning as if he had been viciously slapped. How was this possible? He's undoing the seals so quickly. Many people didn't understand. Some even thought that Fang Chun was cheating. However, the old man in charge of recruiting hadn't said anything from the start. They also didn't dare to say anything. Well done. On the 8th mountain, Jin Yidao grinned. He didn't believe that Fang Chun would stop at the first mountain. As expected, Fang Chun's performance had shocked everyone. Even Fairy Chi Yu and Han Luo nodded their heads. As for Jianhen and Dai Hongxian, their expressions were gloomy. What do you mean he reached the 7th mountain? Beneath the 5 experts, his potential is number 1. His potential is too heaven-defying. The potential that Fang Chun had displayed had even shocked the old man in charge of recruiting. On the 8th mountain, seeing that Fang Chun was comprehending the 8th seal, Dai Hongxian and Jianhen couldn't help but ridicule him. A toad is a toad in the end. How could it be so easy to reach the 8th mountain? Said Jianhen. That's true. Even I found it hard to comprehend the 8th seal, let alone him, said Dai Hongxian disdainfully. That's hard to say. Fairy Chi Yu's eyes flickered. Boom! Fang Chun opened his eyes. Under everyone's gazes, he climbed the 8th mountain. The 8th mountain. Fang Chun had truly reached the 8th mountain. What did that mean? It meant that his potential was already on par with the 5 experts. In fact, from a certain point of view, the 5 expert potential was a bit inferior to Fong Chen's. Chapter 963. 6 people stood on the 8th mountain. Jin Yi Dao gave Fong Chen a thumbs up. Oomph. As for Dai Hong Xian and the Jin Scar Prince, they snorted coldly and did not say anything else. To them, potential was only a small part of one's strength. Fong Chen's current strength was like an ant in their eyes. Outside, the elder in charge of recruitment laughed when he saw Fong Chen ascend the 8th mountain. This kid is interesting. Elder, the results should be settled now, right? A martial artist asked. The elder in charge of recruitment nodded and was about to announce the result. However, Fong Chen's next move made him hesitate. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Chen brushed past the Jin Scar Prince and Dai Hong Xian and walked towards the 9th mountain. He's going to challenge the 9th mountain. Is he crazy? Does he think that he can challenge the 9th mountain just because he reached the 8th mountain? Some martial artists cried out involuntarily. The 5 powerful experts from the 8th mountain all cried out in shock for a moment before coming to their senses. Jin Yi Dao, Han Luo, and Fairy Chi Yu looked at Fong Chen's back with burning eyes. The Jin Scar Prince and Dai Hong Xian started to mock Fong Chen. They both thought that Fong Chen was too arrogant. Did he think that his potential was the best in the world just because he reached the 8th mountain? How dare he try to challenge the 9th mountain? Why didn't the 5 experts even think about challenging the 9th mountain? That was because only the 5 great experts knew that the 9th layer of the seal had a very strong backlash. Once they failed, they would suffer a backlash. If it was light, they would be seriously injured, and if it was heavy, they would die. This was what they felt when they tried to challenge the 8th mountain. Therefore, after going through so much to reach the 8th mountain, they gave up on the idea of challenging the 9th mountain. At this moment, Fong Chen was extremely stupid in everyone's eyes. He wants to challenge the 9th mountain? The old man in charge of recruitment was also startled. Soon after, he asked. The other martial artists of the City Lord's mansion opened their eyes wide and looked at Fong Chen. In this recruitment, the City Lord had personally said that no one in the Mystic King realm could ascend the 9th mountain. One could easily imagine how powerful the 9th layer of the seal was. Before Fong Chen arrived at the 9th mountain, he felt a strong spatial fluctuation. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. His aura spread out as he made contact with the 9th seal. Is this the 9th seal? Fong Chen muttered to himself. The 9th seal was at least 10 times stronger than the previous 8 seals. Fong Chen also felt a trace of pressure. For a moment, he was unable to find a breakthrough. Seal the surroundings. Space ripples. Fong Chen studied it carefully. The 9th seal was too powerful. Even he didn't have any confidence in breaking it. However, the rapid beating of his golden heart made him make this decision. Perhaps there was something on a 9th mountain that the golden heart longed for. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would persist. Rumble Fong Chen closed his eyes and began to meditate. Time continued to pass under everyone's gaze. Knock, knock, knock. At a certain moment, the golden heart began to beat abnormally. Fong Chen was instantly awakened. It was also at this moment that he captured a trace of the true essence of the 9th seal. Space aura. Can I integrate my true intent of space-time into the 9th seal? Fong Chen made a bold guess and then tried to let the true intent of space-time into the 9th seal. Hiss. Under Fong Chen's control, the true intent of space-time quietly came into contact with the seal. Suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. When the 9th seal came into contact with the true intent of space-time, cracks appeared. Fong Chen's mind buzzed. In the next moment, he found a direction and continued to meditate on the 9th seal. As expected, Fong Chen was overjoyed. Under his meditation, the flaws of the 9th seal were getting bigger and bigger. The golden heart was beating faster and faster. In the outside world, the elder in charge of recruitment saw the commotion on the 9th mountain and was extremely anxious. Could he really reach the 9th mountain? If Fong Chen could really reach the 9th mountain, it would shock the entire Sky Sword Mansion. The 5 experts on the 8th mountain looked at Fong Chen in astonishment. This kid is not simple. This was what Han Luo and Fairy Chi thought. Seeing this scene, Jin Dao was the most excited. He was also happy for Fang Chen. As for the Jin Hen Prince and Dai Hong Xian, their faces were ashen and they were silent. Rip. Finally, after the true intent of space-time was fully injected into the ninth seal, the crack was big enough for Fang Chen to reach the ninth mountain. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes and took a step forward to reach the ninth mountain. Whoosh! The martial artists on the ninth mountain were in an uproar. Even the people in the city lord's mansion were shocked. Heavens, he really reached the ninth mountain. Didn't the mansion master say that no one in the Mystic King realm could reach the ninth mountain? Could it be that this kid's potential is so strong that the mansion master miscalculated? This kid's potential is too heaven-defying. For a time, all the martial artists on the ninth mountain were shouting in shock. The 5 experts on the 8th mountain looked at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. After reaching the ninth mountain, his body was filled with an extremely majestic aura. This aura gave Fang Chen a fierce and domineering feeling. This is astral essence. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood why the golden heart was beating so strangely. It was all because of the astral essence on the ninth mountain. Not only did the outer realm have spiritual qi, but it also had an aura that was of a higher level than spiritual qi. This aura was called astral essence. Under normal circumstances, astral essence was invisible. Only those who had reached the heaven realm could absorb astral essence. As for the astral essence on the ninth mountain, it was solidified, and one look was enough to tell that it was man-made. It should be the work of the expert who set up the ninth seal, Fang Chen said inwardly. Above the Mystic King realm was the heaven realm. Mystic Kings could not absorb astral essence, but the golden heart could. In the blink of an eye, countless thick astral essence were absorbed by the golden heart. At this moment, the golden heart became even more dazzling. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the sky. Then, ripples appeared in the void, and an illusory figure appeared. City Lord. Seeing this, the martial artist in charge of recruiting called out loudly, his eyes filled with respect. The other martial artists on the ninth mountain also looked up. The majestic figure in the sky was the invincible existence of the Sky Sword Mansion, the Sky Sword Mansion Master. Mansion Master. The appearance of the Sky Sword Mansion Master gave people a sense of oppression. Everyone looked at the Sky Sword Mansion Master nervously. As for the Sky Sword Mansion Master, he looked at the ninth mountain. You are the overall champion of this test. The Sky Sword Mansion Master's figure was very heavy, and his voice lingered for a long time. After the Sky Sword Mansion Master appeared and said this, his illusory figure dissipated. The pressure on everyone was reduced, but they were also shocked because of this. Even the Mansion Master was alarmed. The old man in charge of recruiting was very excited. The Mansion Master had manifested his consciousness and personally appointed Fang Chen as the overall champion of this test. This was a great honor. Damn it. Jianskar young master was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed this kid in the Sword Peak Mountain. The 5 great experts were competing with each other to be the champion. However, who would have thought that the final first place would actually be obtained by a nobody? Moreover, they had no power to fight back. What would they do? The Mansion Master had personally appointed the champion, and their resistance was futile. Jin Dao, Han Luo, and Fairy Chiyu's eyes were filled with envy. To be appointed by the city lord was a great honor. Dai Hong Xian and Jianskar young master were filled with jealousy, and there was even a trace of undetectable killing intent in their eyes. This is a Heaven Star border realm expert. The appearance of the Sky Sword Mansion Master shocked Fang Chen. A Heaven Star border realm expert could give off such pressure just by manifesting his consciousness. What if it was his real body? Heaven Star border realm and Mystic King realm were only one realm apart, but the difference was huge. When will I be able to step into the Heaven Star border realm? Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, the old man in charge of recruiting finally spoke. After this test, the top 200 martial artists will join the first army. The rest of the martial artists can leave. Chapter 964. There were 9 mountains in a mountain range. The city lord had personally set up the 9-layer seal. He had even said that none of the Mystic King realm martial artists in the Sky Sword Mansion could ascend the 9th mountain. The city lord's words were proven to be true. The 5 great elites were the most popular candidates in this assessment. They were the strongest. However, even with their potential, they were unable to ascend the 9th mountain. This was enough to prove how powerful the 9-layer seal was. However, Fang Chen's appearance broke the stalemate. He had successfully ascended the 9th mountain and became the most dazzling person in this assessment. The city lord had even personally awarded him the title of number 1 in the comprehensive assessment. This was a great honor. Many martial artists' eyes were filled with passion as they stared at the imposing figure on the 9th mountain. Fang Chen stood quietly on the 9th mountain. The city lord's appearance made him feel pressured. A Mystic King realm martial artist was nothing in front of a Heaven Star border martial artist. The city lord had appeared because he could lift the 9th layer seal. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not be able to make the city lord pay attention to him. After a short moment of excitement, Fang Chen's heart gradually calmed down. Looking at the sinister eyes of Dai Hongxian and Jian Scar Prince on the 8th mountain, Fang Chen knew that some people were not convinced that he had ascended the 9th mountain. It was all because he was too weak. If his strength was comparable to the 5 great elites, who would dare to be unconvinced? However, he had passed the assessment and could join the Sky Sword Mansion. He was about to be promoted. Once he was promoted, even Jian Scar Prince and Dai Hongxian would have to think twice before attacking him. The assessment has ended. Everyone disperse. The elder in charge of recruitment calmed himself down and said in a deep voice. Instantly, the martial artists who did not enter the top 200 were dejected. They sighed and turned to leave. In the end, there were only 200 people left on the 9 mountains. These 200 people would become the new blood of the number 1 army. First of all, I represent the Sky Sword Mansion to congratulate all 200 of you, the elder in charge of recruitment said slowly. Then, he continued, from today onwards, all of you are members of the Sky Sword Mansion's number 1 army. Follow me. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. 200 cultivators followed behind the old man, who was in charge of recruitment, and headed towards the city lord's mansion. In the crowd, Jin Yidao found Fang Chen. Good boy, you're really amazing. Jin Yidao was full of praise for Fang Chen. Although Fang Chen's strength was not strong, his potential surpassed that of the 5 powerhouses. Fang Chen didn't say anything. He just chuckled. Dai Hongxian and Sword Scar Young Master turned to look at the smiling Fang Chen and coldly snorted, "Humph! What a lucky bastard." Before long, everyone arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. The 4 great armies of the Sky Sword Mansion are located around the city lord mansion. The first army is located in the east. The old man in charge of recruitment said. Just as he finished speaking, a figure rushed out from a mansion to the east of the city lord's mansion. The test is over. This figure had a full beard and was extremely tall and sturdy. The old man in charge of recruitment nodded and said, "These 200 people are the top 200 of this test." The tall and sturdy bearded man glanced at the 200 people and then nodded. "Then I'll bring them in." "Old man, I must congratulate you this time." "Oh, what are you congratulating me for?" the tall and sturdy bearded man asked in surprise. "Among them, there is one person who broke through the 9 seals that the city lord personally placed and ascended the 9th mountain. Even the city lord personally came out and declared him the number 1 of this test," said the old man in charge of recruitment. "There's such a thing?" The tall and sturdy bearded man's eyes brightened, and he looked in the direction the old man was pointing. However, when he saw Fang Chen, he was a bit suspicious. "The first one is him." The old man in charge of recruitment nodded and said a few words to the tall and sturdy bearded man before turning and leaving. The tall and sturdy bearded man stood on the ground and loudly said, "I am the captain of the 1st Army's Guards. From today onwards, you 200 people are my subordinates. Follow me." The 200 people followed the tall and sturdy man into the 1st Army's mansion. Only after entering did Fang Chen realize that, although it was called a mansion, it was actually the 1st Army's headquarters. This mansion occupied an extremely large area. There was everything one could possibly need within a mansion. The Heavenly Sword Mansion has a total of 4 armies that protect the city. Our first army has 4 guard squads. I am the captain of the 3rd guard squad, said the tall and sturdy, bearded man. Fang Chun had already learned about this before. Each guard squad had 500 people, and they were all profound king elites. The tall and sturdy bearded man was called Hu Ming, and his cultivation base had reached the peak of the profound king realm. The 3rd guard squad suffered disastrous casualties in the previous mission, including the vice captain. 200 people have all died, said Hu Ming. You just joined the 3rd guard squad, so familiarize yourselves with each other first. In 3 days, a new vice captain will be elected. As he spoke, Hu Ming led the 200 people behind him to a large courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard was the number 3. This is where the 3rd guard squad lives. There are 500 rooms here, and each person can have one. You can choose your own. After speaking, Hu Ming turned and left. The 200 cultivators began to choose their rooms one after another. At this moment, the original members of the 3rd guard squad walked out from some of the rooms. There's a newcomer. These newcomers don't know the rules at all. We should teach them a lesson. Just wait. Shui Yonglong will make a move. These old people looked at the newcomers with disdain. Fang Chun scanned these seniors with his soul. He discovered that most of them were in the 8th level of the profound king realm. It seems like most of the members of the 3rd guard squad are in the 8th level of the profound king realm. The 9th level of the profound king realm should be the experts in the guard squad. Just as Fang Chun was pondering, a furious roar came from one of the rooms. Who's disturbing my sleep? As soon as the voice finished speaking, a figure walked out. There was a deep scar on this person's arm. He was emitting a terrifying aura, and his face was filled with anger. It's you bastards who disturb my sleep. Shui Yonglong was a ruthless person of the 3rd guard squad. He loved to sleep, and he hated it when people disturbed his sleep. The 200 newcomers had just arrived, and they hadn't realized that they had disturbed Shui Yonglong. The 200 newcomers stopped and frowned. They had just entered the 3rd guard squad, and they had already encountered such a tyrannical person. What? You're disturbing my sleep. You don't dare to speak? Shui Yonglong was furious. Shui Yonglong, there are a few tough ones among this batch of newcomers. Be careful not to kick an iron plate. Some of the seniors deliberately provoked Shui Yonglong. Shui Yonglong snorted coldly, and his gaze fell on Genie Dao. You, fight me, said Shui Yonglong coldly. Why? Asked Genie Dao. I hate sabers, said Shui Yonglong icily as he pointed at the scar on his arm. Whoosh! Before Genie Dao could react, Shui Yonglong had already begun his attack. Shui Yonglong's entire body's strength erupted and gathered on his fist as he punched Genie Dao. Damn it! Genie Dao let out a low roar and unleashed a fierce and tyrannical saber art. The spectating seniors were all astonished by Genie Dao's attack. This kid's strength is pretty good. I've heard of this Genie Dao. He came from a mortal continent. To be able to reach this level, he's definitely someone with great willpower. I wonder if Shui Yonglong can defeat Genie Dao. Some of them recognized Genie Dao. The peak of the 8th level of the profound king realm was considered an expert in the 3rd guard squad. Bang! Bang! After a series of attacks, Shui Yonglong discovered that he was unable to hit Genie Dao. Damn it! Shui Yonglong let out a low roar and used his full strength. On the other side, Genie Dao's saber art was even fiercer. Swish! A golden saber light cut through the air and slashed at Shui Yonglong's arm. It struck the scar on Shui Yonglong's arm. Shui Yonglong was forced back. Kid, I, Shui Yonglong, will remember you, said Shui Yonglong coldly, no longer attacking. Genie Dao shrugged helplessly. At this moment, Shui Yonglong's gaze turned to Fang Chun. Chapter 965. A trash at the 3rd level of the Mystic King realm dares to join the 3rd Guardian squad. Shui Yonglong's voice echoed in the courtyard. It was only then that many old people noticed Fang Chun. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. How could a low-level Mystic King realm martial artist pass the test and join the 3rd Guardian squad? Could it be that he got in through the back door? Thinking of this, many old people looked at Fang Chun with unfriendly eyes. Shui Yonglong's cultivation was at the 8th level of the Mystic King realm. He was slightly inferior to Genie Dao. He was filled with anger when he noticed Fang Chun. Fang Chun was helpless. He was definitely unjustly implicated. I passed the test. Naturally, I can join, Fang Chun said calmly. There was no fear in his eyes. I, Shui Yonglong, will be the first to not believe that you can pass the test with your strength, Shui Yonglong said in a deep voice. Although he had a bad temper, he had a strong sense of belonging to the 3rd Guardian Squad. A 3rd-level Mystic King realm martial artist joining the 3rd Guardian Squad made Shui Yonglong very angry. At this moment, Genie Dao said, "This person is the overall champion of the test." What overall champion? Shui Yonglong sneered. He didn't believe that Fang Chun could take first place. Let me test your strength. Shui Yonglong shouted and attacked Fang Chun. Seeing this, Fang Chun used the space-time true intent. Crash! His figure disappeared into the void. Shui Yonglong's punch missed. Space-type true intent, Shui Yonglong said and continued to attack. Fang Chun constantly used the space-time true intent to dodge, but Shui Yonglong was still able to catch some traces. Bang! At a certain moment, just as Fang Chun's figure was revealed, Shui Yonglong's fist came crashing down. With a bang, Fang Chun was caught off guard and was hit by Shui Yonglong's fist. Fortunately, the Peak Saint Realm Sword body was activated in time and blocked 90% of the attack. Fang Chun was forced to retreat. After stabilizing himself, Fang Chun looked at Shui Yonglong with flickering eyes. That's all there is to it. Shui Yonglong sneered. Right at that moment, Hu Ming appeared. Stop! Hu Ming was the opponent of the 3rd Guardian Squad, and he possessed great deterrence. His appearance immediately stopped Shui Yonglong. Captain, you came at the right time. Before Shui Yonglong could finish, Hu Ming interrupted him. Shui Yonglong, what are you doing? Shouted Hu Ming. Captain, Fang Chun has a cultivation base. For you to attack him, are you seeking death? Asked Hu Ming. Hearing this, Shui Yonglong turned pale with fright. That's impossible. He just joined the 3rd Guardian Squad and hasn't been given a rank yet. Shui Yonglong shook his head and didn't believe what Hu Ming said. The other elders nodded in agreement. Every martial artist who joined the Sky Sword Mansion could only be considered to have a rank after they were given a rank. As for these newcomers, they had just arrived at the 3rd Guardian Squad. How could they have a rank? Idiot, this person was personally chosen by His Excellency, the City Lord. When the test ended, His Excellency, the City Lord, had already given this person a rank, Hu Ming said. Shui Yonglong's heart sank. His Excellency, the City Lord, had personally given this person a rank, and he had even personally chosen this person to be first place. How is this possible? Shui Yonglong was unable to accept this. As for the other elders, they looked at each other in dismay. They clearly hadn't expected things to turn out like this. The eyes of the other newcomers were filled with envy. They had yet to obtain a rank, but Fang Chun had already obtained one. That was the difference. The City Lord personally gave you a rank, and you still dare to question it. Hu Ming's expression was unkind. Shui Yonglong's heart gradually calmed down. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Fang Chun had a rank. If he had injured or killed Fang Chun just now, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Then, under everyone's gazes, Shui Yonglong walked in front of Fang Chun and cupped his hands in apology. Brother, I've offended you. Please forgive me. With a rank, he would receive the Sky Sword Mansion's protection. Furthermore, this person had been personally chosen by the City Lord. Even if Shui Yonglong had 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare act rashly. It's fine, Fang Chun shrugged. Although Shui Yonglong had a bad temper, his nature was still all right. Shui Yonglong was overjoyed. As long as Fang Chun didn't pursue this matter, then he wouldn't need to be punished. Behave yourself in the future. Hu Ming looked at Fang Chun and said, Fang Chun, come with me. After Fang Chun and Hu Ming left, Shui Yonglong returned to his room like a frozen eggplant. As for the other elders, they no longer watched and scattered. City Lord's mansion, conference hall. There was a figure sitting on a black throne. This figure was surrounded by dense sword chi. Looking carefully, the black throne was covered in engravings of sword-shaped symbols. City Lord, Fong Chun has arrived. A voice rang out. Come in. An ancient voice rang out from the throne. Creak. The door opened, and Hu Ming brought Fong Chun into the conference hall. Greetings to the city lord. Hu Ming cupped his hands towards Fong Chun. Not bad. The city lord nodded with a smile. I've investigated your information. You should be from the mortal continent, right? Fong Chun nodded. Your cultivation is only at the 3rd level Mystic King realm, but your potential is stronger than an 8th level Mystic King realm martial artist. You can easily break the 9-layer seal that I set up. It's only a matter of time before you enter the Heaven Star border realm. Hearing the city lord's words, Hu Ming was shocked. He had been at the limit of the Mystic King realm for a long time, but he couldn't enter the Heaven Star border realm. Fong Chun was only at the 3rd level Mystic King realm, but the city lord said that it was only a matter of time before he entered the Heaven Star border realm. It seemed like Fong Chun's potential was truly heaven-defying. You're the first in the comprehensive assessment. You should receive the reward you deserve. Suddenly, the city lord said. Fong Chun was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the first place in the comprehensive assessment would receive a reward. The reward this time is a rank 2 divine weapon. Choose one. The city lord said. Hearing this, Fong Chun and Hu Ming were both shocked. They didn't expect the reward to be so generous. Rank 2 divine weapons were very rare in the Skysore Prefecture. Even in the Demon Cloud Prefecture's capital, they were very precious. Rank 2 divine weapon. Fong Chun's eyes flickered. He then looked at the city lord and said, City lord, I have a divine weapon. It's an ordinary divine weapon, but it's something that I painstakingly nurtured. May I know what it is? You want me to raise your divine weapon to the rank 2 level? The city lord asked. Fong Chun nodded. He was a little nervous. The city lord was high and mighty. He didn't know if he would agree to his request. Okay, the city lord said. Take out your weapon. Fong Chun took out the hidden star sword and handed it to the city lord. Come and get the sword in 3 days. After saying that, the city lord disappeared. Fong Chun, congratulations. Hu Ming grinned. In his heart, he was very envious of Fong Chun. He, Hu Ming, had never owned a rank 2 divine weapon, but Fong Chun had obtained one with his cultivation. However, the rank 2 divine weapon was given by the city lord, so he didn't have the slightest greedy thought. Hu Ming walked out of the meeting hall with Fong Chun. Suddenly, his body shook and a voice appeared in his mind. Then, Hu Ming looked at Fong Chun thoughtfully. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, it was the time for the 3rd guard to choose the vice captain. 300 old people and 200 new people were qualified to compete for the vice captain position. However, some weak martial artists directly gave up. Among the new people, only 5 experts were ready to compete. Among the old people, there were many martial artists who wanted to compete. However, the one who had the most support was Huyan Long. Huyan Long's cultivation had reached the early 9th level of the Profound King realm. He was the strongest expert in the 3rd guard, second only to Hu Ming. It was natural for him to become the vice captain. Even before Hu Ming arrived, Huyan Long had already challenged the 5 strongest newcomers. After defeating the 5 of you, no one will compete with me for the vice captain position. Huyan Long's strength was very strong. He fought 5 battles in a row and defeated the 5 newcomers in a thunderous manner. I, Huyan Long, am the vice captain. Is there anyone else who doesn't agree? Huyan Long looked around and shouted. Everyone shook their heads in agreement. However, at this moment, Hu Ming appeared. Chapter 966. Originally, Huyan Long had thought that victory was within his grasp. After defeating the top 5 newcomers, there was no one left to compete with him for the vice captain position. It was as if he could already see himself becoming the vice captain and being given the 8th rank position. However, this sudden voice caused a faint trace of anger to rise in Huyan Long's heart. Hu Ming had appeared. He had brought Fong Chun here. Everyone turned to look at Hu Ming. They didn't understand what he meant. Captain Hu, you just said that the vice captain position would be taken by this newcomer. Huyan Long suppressed his anger. Hu Ming nodded. That's right. From today onwards, Fong Chun will be our 3rd guard squad's vice captain. Hu Ming's words completely infuriated Huyan Long. Although Huyan Long respected Hu Ming, he looked down on Fong Chun. A newcomer with a cultivation at the third level of the Profound King realm wanted to step on him and become the guard squad's vice captain. How could he accept that? Captain who? Didn't you say that the vice captain position would be chosen from the entire squad? It hasn't even started yet, but you've already decided on him. I, Hu Yanlong, refuse to accept that, said Hu Yanlong. As the vice captain, he must have powerful martial strength. Does a third-level Profound King like him have that? Hu Yanlong was extremely displeased. He had just defeated the top 5 newcomers and was prepared to take the vice captain position. But now, an unforeseen event had occurred. In an instant, Hu Yanlong's displeasure was completely vented. Hu Ming didn't reprimand Hu Yanlong. He could understand Hu Yanlong's feelings, but he had no other choice. That was because this decision hadn't been made by him. It had been personally instructed by the city master. 3 days ago, when he had left the discussion hall with Fong Chun, the city master had sent him a voice transmission to tell him about this matter. Within the Heavenly Sword Mansion, the city master was the strongest decision-maker. No one could refute his decisions. Hu Yanlong, I understand how you feel, said Hu Ming. Captain, our third guard squad respects you as the leader. But you can't joke about the life and death of the entire squad, said Hu Yanlong. Captain, we refuse to accept Fong Chun as vice captain. Many of the squad members began to shout out their dissatisfaction. Hu Ming sighed and said, This is the city lord's decision. As soon as Hu Ming said this, everyone was shocked. How is it possible that the governor's decision after a brief moment of shock? Everyone looked at Fong Chun seriously. It really is the city lord's decision. Hu Yanlong's face was full of helplessness, and his brows were tightly knitted. Hu Ming nodded heavily. Seeing that, Hu Yanlong's heart was filled with unwillingness. Why is he a low-level mystic king realm martial artist, able to become a vice captain, while I, Hu Yanlong, have worked so hard for so many years, yet I'm not even given a fair chance to compete for the position of vice captain? Hu Yanlong shouted loudly, feeling very wronged in his heart. His eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Fong Chun. Hu Ming could do nothing about it. This was the city lord's decision. The city lord's decision cannot be doubted. From today onwards, I hope that everyone can respect our vice captain, Fong Chun. Hu Ming said, All right, everyone could disperse. After that, Hu Ming said to Fong Chun, follow me. Although Fong Chun did not say anything, he was quite surprised. Why would the city lord make him a vice captain? Along the way, Fong Chun was very puzzled. Fong Chun, it seems like the city lord values you. You have to know that the city lord has never made an exception to take care of others. Hu Ming grinned. Captain Hu, where are we going now? Fong Chun asked. Follow me to the First Army's headquarters. At the First Army's headquarters, the captain and vice captain of the 3 major guards were all present. When Fong Chun and Hu Ming arrived, everyone else had already arrived. At the head of the table sat 2 middle-aged men. Their auras were very heavy. Heaven Star Border Realm. As soon as they entered the hall, Fong Chun sensed that the 2 middle-aged men at the head of the table were not ordinary. Their auras were exactly the same as the city lords, but they were much weaker than the city lords. He could tell at a glance that the 2 of them were Heaven Star Border experts. Commanders, Fong Chun is here. Hu Ming cupped his hands and said to the 2 of them. The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded their heads. From today onwards, Fong Chun will be the vice captain of the 3rd Guard Squad. He will now be awarded the 8th rank. Being awarded the 8th rank meant that within the Sky Sword Mansion, no 9th rank or non-rank martial artists will be able to attack him. Thank you, commanders. Fong Chun was overjoyed. Being at the 8th rank meant that he had a preliminary guarantee in the Sky Sword Mansion. At the very least, even the Jin Scar Young Master and Dai Hong Xian would not dare to attack him. Dai Hong Xian and Jin Scar Young Master were at the 9th rank, so they had no right to attack Fong Chun. If they were found to have secretly attacked a high-rank martial artist, the punishment would be severe. After the rank awarding ceremony, the 2 commanders left the hall. At this moment, the captains and vice captains of the other 3 guards looked at Fong Chun with disdain. What a lucky bastard. A low-level Mystic King realm martial artist actually became a vice captain. In my opinion, the 3rd Guard Squad must be empty. The vice captain is so weak. Don't talk nonsense. This is the city lord's order. Hu Ming snorted coldly and did not reply to the crowd's ridicule. He then left with Fong Chun. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since he joined the Sky Sword Mansion. During this period, Fong Chun had been staying in the 3rd Guard Squad. This way, he would be able to save quite a lot of purple crystals. Furthermore, his cultivation would gradually increase as well. However, it was tough on the little mouse. Because this was the 3rd Guard Squad, the rules were strict. Fong Chun did not dare to let the little mouse run around. The little mouse had been staying in the interspatial ring. These 3 months were very peaceful. Although many people looked down on Fong Chun, because of his position, they would still greet him. On this day, after the peaceful days, a mission finally came. This was the first time Fong Chun had received a mission. Hu Ming found Fong Chun in the 3rd Guard Squad. Fong Chun, this time there's a mission that requires you to lead a team, said Hu Ming. Captain Hu, what mission? After 3 months of peaceful days, Fong Chun was not used to it. He wanted to go out for a walk. The demonic blood race has been discovered in a secret place within the Sky Sword Mansion. You need to lead a team to eliminate them, said Hu Ming. When do we leave? Asked Fong Chun. Today. Hu Ming pondered for a moment, then warned, this mission is extremely dangerous. You will lead the 5 strongest newcomers in Hu Yanlong. Remember, you must be careful. In the last mission, the 3rd Guard Squad had lost 200 people. Even the vice captain had died. Hu Ming had suffered a huge blow. This mission was also very dangerous, but there was no other way. The new vice captain had to lead a team to complete the mission. This could also be considered a test for the vice captain. I know. After saying goodbye to Hu Ming, Fong Chun went to find the other 6 members. The mission assigned by the higher-ups requires the 6 of you to complete with me, said Fong Chun concisely. Jean E. Dao and the others nodded. Vice Captain, what is the mission this time? Asked Hu Yanlong. Although Yanlong was unwilling to accept Fong Chun, he still had to follow the rules. The demonic blood race has been discovered in the northwestern region of the Sky Sword Mansion. We're going to eliminate them, said Fong Chun. The demonic blood race. Hu Yanlong's expression changed, and he cried out involuntarily. Clearly, Hu Yanlong knew the demonic blood race very well. However, after a short moment of shock, Hu Yanlong calmed down. There was no way he could refuse a mission assigned by the higher-ups. At this moment, Dai Hongxian and the Swordsguard Prince's eyes flashed with craftiness. They exchanged a glance. A piece of trash wants to be vice captain? What a dream. This time, we'll go to the northwestern region and kill him. Even if the higher-ups investigate, they won't suspect me. Dai Hongxian and the Swordsguard Prince had already decided that once they reached the northwestern region, they would use the demonic blood race to kill Fong Chun. Do the 6 of you need to prepare? Asked Fong Chun. The 6 of them shook their heads. Fong Chun said, All right, let's go now. Including Fong Chun, the 7 of them hurriedly set off for the northwestern region. Chapter 9:67. The Heavenly Sword Mansion's territory was extremely vast. The 7 of them flew at full speed and took a month to reach the northwest region. The northwest region was the border of the Heavenly Sword Mansion's territory. It was close to the Demon Cloud State's capital. According to the instructions of the mission, the demonic blood tribe will appear in this mountain range. Fong Chun stopped and looked down. According to the mission, a total of 9 members of the demon blood race were found. 3 of them were at the 9th level of the Profound King Realm, while the rest were at the 8th level of the Profound King Realm. Under normal circumstances, the 7 of them should be able to kill the members of the demon blood race. But everyone knew that the demon blood race had a secret technique to ignite their bloodline. Once they used that forbidden technique, their battle power would soar. Be careful. After saying that, Fong Chun led the way into the mountain range. Just as Fong Chun and the others entered the mountain range, a major event occurred in the Demon Cloud State's capital of the Demon Cloud State. Demon Cloud State, Demon Cloud Family's Meeting Hall. The Patriarch's expression was incomparably gloomy. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely solemn. Lien Zhou's murderer has appeared. The words of the Patriarch of the Demon Cloud clan caused the expressions of the elders present to change drastically. Patriarch, you sense the murderer's location? asked an elder. Patriarch, where is the murderer? Let me go kill him. He dares to attack my demon cloud family? He's courting death. The elders were furious and were about to attack. The patriarch waved his hand and said, Let Mo Yun Lien Long go. When Mo Yun Lien Zhou died, a mark was placed on Fong Chen's body. As long as it was within a certain distance, the patriarch would be able to sense it. And now, the patriarch sensed that the murderer wasn't far away, and his cultivation wasn't strong. Patriarch, don't worry. I will definitely kill the murderer and avenge my brother, said Mo Yun Lien Long Fong. Chen didn't know that the Demon Cloud family had already noticed him and was sending cultivators to kill him. In this mountain range, the 7 of them were constantly searching. Finally, after searching for 3 days, they found a member of the demon blood race. Kill! Fong Chen shouted. Hu Yanlong took the lead. Rumble, the members of the demonic blood clan, looked exactly like humans, but they had a pair of wings on their backs and blood-red eyes. Hu Yanlong and this demonic blood clan member instantly engaged in a chaotic battle. Jin Yi Dao, Fairy Chiyu, and Han Luo also made their moves. Only Dai Hong Xian and young Master Jian Hen stood there quietly, not prepared to make a move. Why aren't you attacking? Fong Chun asked coldly with an ashen face. As the vice captain, your strength must be extraordinary. I believe that you will be able to deal with this puny demonic blood tribe without us taking action. Young Master Jian Scar sneered. Fong Chun snorted coldly and ignored Dai Hong Xian and young Master Jian Scar. He activated the true meaning of space-time and joined the battle. Swoosh gradually, the members of the demonic blood race felt the pressure. They flapped their wings and prepared to flee. Stay! Fong Chun shouted in a low voice. With a tap of his toes, the space-time aura instantly spread out. Then, he silently appeared beside the demonic blood clan member. Creek space froze, and the bodies of the demonic blood race members were instantly imprisoned. Kill! Fong Chun roared and pulled out the hidden star sword. He used the 3 revolution radiant sword art and stabbed it at the demonic blood clan member. Seeing this, Hu Yanlong and the others' attacks also landed on the demonic blood clan member's body. When the demonic blood clan member regained his freedom, he let out a miserable cry. The hidden star sword was a second-ranked divine weapon personally refined by the city lord. When it stabbed into the demonic blood clan member's head, it instantly shattered his soul. Crack! The demonic blood clan member's body exploded. He died instantly. Whoosh! Everyone landed on the ground and looked at the demonic blood clan member. Second-rank divine weapon. Everyone recognized Fong Chen's hidden star sword. Their eyes were filled with envy. Hu Yanlong had clearly seen the battle just now. Vice Captain, it's all thanks to you, said Hu Yanlong. If it weren't for Fong Chun, the demonic blood clan member would have already fled. I only blocked him for a moment. Your contribution is the greatest, said Fong Chun modestly. Vice Captain, your space-related true meaning is too tyrannical. Hu Yanlong grinned. Hu Yanlong was originally a sentimental person. At first, he didn't accept Fong Chun as vice captain because Fong Chun was too weak. But now, after personally witnessing Fong Chen's space-related true meaning, he was also rather impressed by Fong Chun. Hearing this, Fong Chun grinned. Hu Yanlong walked to the demonic blood clan member's side and picked up an eyeball, putting it into his interspatial ring. This eyeball was used to turn the mission. Jin Yi Dao, Fairy Chiyu, and Han Luo were also looking at Fong Chun with smiles. They were also very happy that they had killed a demonic blood clan member in their first battle. At this time, Fong Chun looked at the Sword Scar Prince and Dai Hong Xian in the distance. If there is a next time, go back and ask Captain Hu Ming for punishment, said Fong Chun in a deep voice. These two actually didn't listen to his order just now. Hearing this, Dai Hong Xian and the Sword Scar Prince remained silent, but the killing intent in their eyes intensified. After killing the demonic blood clan member, the group continued forward. After searching for 5 days, the team's harvest was great. They killed a total of 7 demonic blood clan members. There were only 2 9th-stage Profound King Realm demonic blood clan members left. After killing them, the mission would be completed. The happiest thing was that there were still no casualties in this mission so far. There are only 2 left. After killing them, we can go back. Hu Yanlong was very happy. After working with Fong Chan for so long, he increasingly realized how tyrannical space-related true meanings were. Every time the demonic Blood Clan members wanted to escape, Fong Chun would immediately stop them, buying them a lot of time. On the 10th day, the team of 7 found the demonic Blood Clan's lair. Here, 2/9 stage Profound King Realm demonic Blood Clan members seemed to be transforming. Damn humans! The 2 demonic Blood Clan members were awakened and were very angry. Let's work together and kill them, Fong Chun said. Immediately, with Hu Yanlong as the leader, the 5 experts as support launched an all-out attack on the 2 demonic Blood Clan members. Fong Chun also used his space-time true meaning and joined the battle. The battle was very intense. The 2 demonic Blood Clan members were about to be suppressed. Suddenly, the 2 demonic Blood Clan members mutated. The wings on their back kept flapping. A bloody aura instantly filled the place. The 2 demonic Blood Clan members merged into one, and their aura skyrocketed. Not good, Hu Yanlong shouted and kept retreating. After the fusion, the demonic Blood Clan members' aura skyrocketed. He waved his arm and instantly sent the team of 7 flying. Heaven Star Border Realm aura. Fong Chen's expression changed. The teacher and teacher shouted. No, it should be half-step Heaven Star Border Realm, Hu Yanlong said with a solemn expression. Run! Without any hesitation, Fong Chen shouted. Seeing this, the team members also fled. Humans, none of you can escape, the demonic Blood Clan members said with a ferocious expression. Then, the wings on his back flapped, and he chased after them. Split up and run. The demonic Blood Clan member was too fast. Everyone was forced to split up and run. Fong Chen's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Seeing this, Dai Hongxian and Jian Hen Prince looked at each other and rushed in the direction where Fong Chen disappeared. The demonic Blood Clan members chased after Hu Yanlong. Bang! Hu Yanlong was hit by a demonic Blood Clan member during his escape. He was seriously injured, but he still ran for his life. After running for about 3 minutes, he saw a figure in front of him. His eyes widened and he hurriedly shouted, "Brother, save me!" Based on the information given by the demonic Blood Clan leader, Demonic Cloud Lian Long came to this mountain range to kill the culprit. But as soon as he arrived, he encountered the demonic Blood Clan members chasing after the humans. Demonic Blood Clan. Demonic Cloud Lian Long stopped and stared ahead. Dong! The demonic Blood Clan member attacked crazily. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Demonic Cloud Lian Long. At this moment, Hu Yanlong's face was pale. His aura was weak, and he was holding on with his will. You're courting death. Seeing the demonic Blood Clan member approaching, Demonic Cloud Lian Long shouted and punched out. Crack! When Demonic Cloud Lian Long's fist came into contact with a demonic Blood Clan member, his face changed. Vital Essence. Demonic Cloud Lian Long's fist was crushed by the vital essence. In an instant, fear surrounded him. Demonic Cloud Lian Long wanted to run away, but the demonic Blood Clan member did not give him the chance. The power of a half-step Heaven Star Border Realm exploded and killed Demonic Cloud Lian Long. At this moment, Hu Yanlong had disappeared. Chapter 968. The 2 9th level Profound King Realm demonic Blood Clan members used a forbidden technique to fuse together and become a half-step Heaven Star Border Realm expert. After killing the demonic Cloud Lian Long, the demonic Blood Clan member also suffered some injuries. However, it did not matter. He turned his head and found that Hu Yanlong was no longer there, so he continued to chase. At the same time, in another direction, Fong Chun, who was flying rapidly, suddenly found that the mark on his forehead was flashing, and there was a buzzing sound in his mind. In an instant, Fong Chen's face changed. The force behind the demonic Cloud Lian state. Back then, when he killed the demonic Cloud Lian state in the ancient Sword Continent, the latter planted a special mark on Fong Chen's body before he died. Now that the mark was flashing, it meant that the demonic Cloud family was not far away. Run! Fong Chen did not say anything and flew rapidly. Not far behind Fong Chen, there were 2 figures. They were Dai Hongxian and Jianheng Young Master. The heavens are helping me. This time, killing Fang Chun was flawless. Jianheng Young Master laughed eerily. That's right, Dai Hongxian said. The two of them were very fast, and they were getting closer to Fang Chun. The latter also noticed the two of them, and his mind was constantly thinking, damn it, with Fang Chen's current strength, it was a little difficult to deal with the two of them at the same time. Fang Chun continued to use the space-time true meaning to escape. However, in the process of escaping, his soul found a strange place in the mountain range. There's a strong aura there. Fang Chun made a decision to lead the two of them to that dangerous place. Whoosh, 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 in the blink of an eye, Fang Chun appeared above a lake. This lake was very small, only about 1 meter in diameter. However, the lake was emitting a terrifying aura. Fang Chen's figure swept across the lake. Fang Chun, you're dead. Jianheng Young Master snorted and directly flew over the lake. Dai Hongxian followed closely behind. At this moment, something strange happened. Suddenly, a majestic aura surged out from the lake. Then, a bloody mouth appeared from the lake and swallowed Young Master, Jianhen, and Dai Hongxian. No! Dai Hongxian and Jianhen Prince struggled with all their might, but they were unable to break free. Their hearts were filled with fear. They originally wanted to kill Fang Chun, but they encountered such a crisis. Their hearts were filled with hatred. Kacha! As the bloody mouth closed, cracking sounds resounded out without end. 2 8th-level profound King Realm experts had perished here, just like that. At this moment, Fang Chun finally saw it clearly. Blood crocodile. There was actually a huge blood crocodile hidden in the lake. Looking at his aura, at least the existence of half-step heavenly dipper realm. Fang Chun used the true meaning of time and space and fled, not giving the blood crocodile a chance to attack. Fortunately, the blood crocodile had just swallowed 2 people and needed time to digest. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Fang Chun to escape. After Fang Chun left the lake, he quickly ran, wanting to leave the mountain range. After running for a while, he encountered Hu Yanlong, who was fleeing in a sorry state. Hu Yanlong, Fang Chun called out. Hu Yanlong was battered and exhausted, his face pale. Vice Captain, the demonic blood race is chasing after us. Run. Without waiting for Fang Chun to speak, Hu Yanlong turned and fled. Even Hu Yanlong almost died. This demonic blood race is too strong. With Fang Chun's strength, he could only escape. Damned human. However, the demonic blood race would not let him escape so easily. Not long after Hu Yanlong left, the demonic blood race came whistling. He blocked Fang Chun's path. Whoosh! Using the true meaning of time and space, Fang Chun's body flickered in and out of the void, wanting to escape. Roar! The demonic blood race roared and flapped his wings, floating in the sky. His arms expanded and became incomparably thick. He then opened his hand and grabbed at the void. Kacha! The void was on the verge of collapsing. Fang Chun's figure was directly forced out. However, when the demonic blood race's big hand approached Fang Chun, it actually stopped for a moment. Crack! Time and space stop was a fatal injury to an ordinary martial artist. However, it was nothing to the demonic blood race, who was half a step to the Heaven Star border realm. Die! The demonic blood race's arm expanded, and his big hand smashed down like a meteorite. Seeing this, Fang Chun's face turned pale. There's no other way. Fang Chun had no choice but to take the risk. He gritted his teeth and desperately used the true meaning of time and space. The true meaning of time and space of peak 4th grade was pushed to the extreme. Time stop and space travel were used to the extreme. Whoosh! Fang Chun's body skillfully avoided the demonic blood race's attack. Then, he rushed toward the lake without looking back. You can't escape. The demonic blood race was furious when his attack missed and roared. Whoosh! 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 Fang Chun was not far from the lake. In a moment, he arrived in front of the lake, after which he took a deep breath. His figure flashed once again as he flew across the lake. At this moment, the surface of the lake was very calm. The blood crocodile had sunk into the lake. Whoosh! Fang Chun had just crossed the lake when he felt a terrifying aura coming from the lake. However, the demonic blood race had already caught up. Roar! An angry roar came from the bottom of the lake. Obviously, the blood crocodile's rest was disturbed and it was furious. Splash! The water in the lake suddenly surged into the sky and formed a terrifying water column that hit the demonic blood race. Bang! The demonic blood race flapped his wings and landed on the ground, staring at the blood crocodile in the lake. Half a step to the Heaven Star Border Realm blood crocodile. Seeing this, the demonic blood race licked his dry lips and laughed eerily. The blood crocodile's body was a treasure. It was very important to the demonic blood race. This blood crocodile was emitting dense spiritual chi. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed toward the demonic blood race. On the other side, Fang Chun was preparing to escape. However, seeing the demonic blood race fighting the blood crocodile, his heart trembled. The blood crocodile and the demonic blood race are at the same level. Both sides should be injured. Fang Chun thought to himself. He was only one step away from completing the mission. If he could kill the demonic blood race while both sides were injured, that would be great. Fang Chun used the true meaning of space-time and hid in the void, secretly watching everything. The battle between the blood crocodile and the demonic blood race was very intense. They did not care about Fang Chun at all. Bang! Bang! The blood crocodile's bloody mouth was pierced through by the demonic blood race. The demonic blood race's wings were also broken by the blood crocodile. No one could do anything to the other. Both sides were heavily injured. Roar! The blood crocodile roared and opened its bloody mouth, using its most domineering attack. Seeing this, the demonic blood race's body was surrounded by flames. He was burning his own blood to increase his strength. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, half of the demonic blood race's blood was burned. At this time, the demonic blood race's aura was raised to the extreme. Heaven Star Border Realm. Fang Chun was shocked. The demonic blood race's secret technique could temporarily reach the Heaven Star Border Realm. A Heaven Star Border Realm against a half-step Heaven Star Border Realm. There was no suspense. The demonic blood race grabbed the blood crocodile's upper and lower lips and pulled hard, tearing the blood crocodile apart. The blood crocodile let out a miserable cry and finally lost its life under the demonic blood race's tyrannical attack. Now's the time, Fang Chun thought to himself. He then revealed his true body and a mace suddenly appeared in his hand. Crash! Fang Chun activated his spiritual chi and injected it into the mace. He activated the power in the mace, causing the mace's aura to instantly expand. At the same time, the little mouse appeared and used its innate ability. Roar! A terrifying, attractive force enveloped the demonic blood race, preventing him from attacking Fang Chun. The self-destruction of a rank 2 divine weapon was too powerful. Even the demonic blood race was a little afraid. Damn it! The demonic blood race roared. Burning his blood to temporarily increase his cultivation had a huge drawback. At this time, the drawback began to show. His aura was constantly declining. He could no longer maintain his Heaven Star Border Realm cultivation. With a half-step Heaven Star Border Realm cultivation, he couldn't withstand the self-destruction of a rank 2 divine weapon. Dong! The entire earth trembled as a terrifying explosive force swept across the entire sky. With the demonic blood race as the center, the area within a 10-mile radius was instantly turned into ruins. When Fang Chun triggered the self-destruction of the rank 2 divine weapon, he and the little mouse had already hidden underground. Rumble! The whole earth seemed like it was going to collapse. Fang Chun, who was hiding 100 miles underground, felt a strong shock. Chapter 969. Little Mouse was a heaven-devouring divine rat, and its teeth were extremely hard. That was why it was able to drill 100 miles into the ground in such a short period of time and avoid the self-destruction of the rank 2 divine weapon. That was close. Even now, Fang Chun still felt a lingering fear. If it wasn't for Little Mouse, he wouldn't have been able to escape. After a short tremor, the ground gradually calmed down. At this time, Fang Chun and Little Mouse drilled out of the ground. Everything within a radius of 10 miles was in ruins. The bodies of the demonic Blood Clan members had long been turned into powder. Fortunately, Fang Chun found some body fragments and kept them in his interspatial ring. It's a pity about the blood crocodile's inner core. Fang Chun sighed. The self-destruction of the rank 2 divine weapon not only destroyed the demonic Blood Clan members, but also the dead blood crocodile. The explosion of the rank 2 divine weapon is too shocking. It will definitely alarm others. Fang Chun thought for a moment and immediately disappeared into the mountain range. At this time, the team members who were fleeing in the mountain range were all shocked. They didn't know what had happened, but they felt a great crisis. Let's go. This was what everyone was thinking. The power of the explosion here even affected the capital of the Demon Cloud State. Many Heaven Dipper realm powerhouses flew over to explore the situation here. Outside the mountain range, Fang Chun met the team members. It's too dangerous here. Let's go back first. Fang Chun said hurriedly. The team of 5 quickly left. Not long after they left, several figures arrived in the sky and appeared above the ruins. The area within 10 miles turned into ruins in an instant. It seems that someone was fighting here. A figure said slowly. The explosion of the rank 2 divine weapon still left the power of the rank 2 divine weapon in the air. Who detonated the rank 2 divine weapon here? Many Heaven Star Border Realm martial artists didn't find out anything and finally all dispersed. Fang Chun and the others hurried back and recuperated. Finally, after returning to the Sky Sword Mansion, everyone's injuries had recovered. We're finally back. Hu Yanlong sighed. Being chased by the demonic Blood Clan, he even thought that he was going to die. The group of people entered the prefectural city and returned to the First Army to complete their mission. In the residence of the First Army, the other 3 members of the guard team sneered when they saw the sorry state of these people. What happened? Hu Ming immediately rushed over and asked about the situation anxiously. Captain, we encountered a mutated demonic Blood Clan with a cultivation as high as half-step Heaven Dipper realm. We almost died there. Fang Chun said. What half-step Heaven Dipper realm? Obviously, Hu Ming did not expect that there would be a half-step Heaven Dipper realm powerhouse. Are there any casualties? Hu Ming asked after recovering from his shock. Everyone looked at each other. Then, Fang Chun said, Young Master Jian Hen and Dai Hong Xian were killed by the demonic Blood Clan during their escape. Hu Ming fell into silence. The death of 2 members was not a big deal. The most important thing was that young Master Jian Hen's father was from the Heavenly Sword Mansion. Furthermore, he was extremely protective. I'm afraid I can't explain this matter to him. However, now that things had come to this, there was no other way. All right, you guys can go back and rest. Hu Ming said faintly. Fang Chun looked at Hu Ming and said, Captain, we have completed the mission. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Hu Ming was puzzled. Completed the mission. Captain, when the demonic Blood Clan was chasing us, they encountered a half-step Heaven Dipper realm blood crocodile. The 2 of them fought, and both of them were injured. I took the opportunity to kill the demonic Blood Clan. Is that true? Hu Ming asked excitedly. Fang Chun nodded heavily. Seeing this, Hu Ming laughed loudly. Compared to completing the mission, losing 2 members was nothing. Furthermore, the target this time was a half-step Heaven Dipper realm demonic Blood Clan. Let's go and submit the mission. Hu Ming was extremely excited. Hu Ming personally led Fang Chun and the rest to submit the mission. Each of them received 100,000 purple crystals. After a fierce battle, you guys must be tired. Have a good rest. I will report this matter to the commander and increase your rewards. The 3rd Guardian Squad had not completed a mission of this level for a long time. But this time, Fang Chun led the team and completed an impossible mission. Hu Ming was very excited and went to find the commander. In the courtyard, Fang Chun was resting. Suddenly, an angry roar echoed throughout the 3rd Guardian Squad. Fang Chun, get out here. This voice was extremely arrogant. As soon as the voice sounded, a middle-aged man with a full beard appeared. His aura was fierce and overbearing. The steward of the city lord's mansion. Someone recognized this person. He was the steward of the city lord's mansion. "Lord Steward, may I know why you are here?" Hu Ming appeared and asked with a smile. This steward had a high status in the Sky Soar mansion. He was also a Heaven Dipper realm expert. He was the father of young Master Jian Scar. "It's none of your business. Get Fong Chen out here," young Master Jian Scar's father said coldly. "Lord Steward." Before Hu Ming could finish, he was glared at by young Master Jian Scar's father. He was so scared that he did not dare to speak. Just at this time, Fong Chen's door opened and he walked out. "May I know why Lord Steward is looking for me?" Fong Chen calmly asked. "My son went on a mission with you. You all returned, but my son died. You have to take responsibility for this matter." It was rumored that young Master Jian Scar's father was very protective of his son. "Young Master Jian Scar was killed by the demon blood race," said Fong Chen. "Humph. Why were you all able to return alive, but the one who died was my son?" questioned the steward. "We encountered a variant demon blood race. Their cultivation base was at the half-step Heaven Dipper realm. The only reason we were able to escape death was because of a blood crocodile." Fong Chen gave a simple explanation of the battle between the blood crocodile and the demon blood race. But after hearing that, the steward's expression was still ashen. "I don't care. You have to take responsibility for this matter," raged the steward. Fong Chen frowned, but he didn't say anything. "As the vice captain, you can't even protect your own team members. What qualifications do you have to live in this world?" As soon as the housekeeper finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Fong Chen. Heaven and Earth's astral yuan gathered in his palm, forming a terrifying sphere that shot toward Fong Chen. "Not good." Fong Chen let out a cry and used the true meaning of space-time to flee. Boom! The astral yuan sphere smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Yes, a space-type true meaning. The steward sneered and pulled back his hand. Then he continued to attack Fong Chen. Being locked onto by a Heaven Dipper expert, Fong Chen's figure was instantly revealed. "Die!" The steward's face was filled with madness as he roared. Just as the steward's hand was about to touch Fong Chen, a fierce shout rang out. At the same time, the First Army's two commanders acted together to block the steward's attack. "Stewardly, you've crossed the line," one of the commanders said coldly. Although the four armies belonged to the City Lord Mansion, they only took orders from the City Lord. They didn't have much interaction with the City Lord Mansion, and the City Lord Mansion couldn't interfere with the army's affairs. Previously, when Hu Ming reported that Fong Chen and the others had overachieved the mission, the two commanders had a good impression of Fong Chen. But now, the steward wanted to kill Fong Chen in the First Army's camp. How could the two commanders be willing to let him? "My son is dead, and he must be buried with him," the steward said firmly. "If you want to take action in the First Army, you have to ask the two of us first." The commander's attitude was also firm as he said coldly. In an instant, the three Heaven Dipper experts were in standoff. Below, Fong Chen clenched his fists tightly. Everything was because he was too weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't be afraid of Jian Hen's father. Now, the commanders were protecting him. But what about the future? "I must become stronger," Fong Chen thought to himself. In the sky, the three Heaven Dipper realm experts were discussing something. After a while, the steward seemed to have compromised and left the First Army. The two commanders also landed on the ground and walked towards Fong Chen. "Thank you for saving me." Fong Chen cupped his hands and thanked them. "You're a member of the First Army. How can we watch you be killed by the steward?" However, the steward has determined that you're the indirect murderer of his son's death. So what? Fong Chen asked. "We've reached an agreement with the steward. He's willing to give up on the condition that you complete 3 Hell rank missions within a year. Complete them alone, comma. If you find any errors in the chapter, please report it. We will fix it immediately." Chapter 970. Fong Chen frowned when he heard that. One of the commanders explained, "Fong Chen, Steward Li is very strong. We might be able to deal with him if we work together. But if he wants you dead, he has hundreds of ways to do so. Once you leave the residence, you'll definitely be killed. Are you willing to stay in the residence for the rest of your life?" asked the other commander. Fong Chen's heart shook, and a trace of displeasure appeared between his brows. He clenched his fists, his heart filled with hatred. I know, Fang Chun said in a deep voice. The two commanders had compromised with stewardly to protect him. Even if it was an extremely dangerous hell-rank mission, there was still a chance of survival. And once stewardly targeted you, you would definitely die. If a Heaven Dipper expert wanted to kill a Mystic King expert, the latter wouldn't be able to escape. However, even though stewardly had compromised, his vicious heart could still be seen. You had to complete 3 hell rank missions in a year, or the agreement wouldn't count. What was a hell rank mission? It was a mission with a slim chance of survival. The last time the 3rd Guard Squad suffered heavy casualties was when they were carrying out a hell rank mission. Hell rank missions were terrifying. Even Hu Ming's expression would change if he heard about it. But now, Stewardly actually wanted Fang Chun, a low-level Mystic King, to complete 3 in a year. Damn it! Fang Chun cursed in his heart, but he couldn't change this fact. Fang Chun, go back first. Whenever you want to do a mission, go find Hu Ming, said one of the commanders. Fang Chun nodded and turned to leave. At this moment, the eyes of some cultivators in the courtyard were filled with schadenfreude. There were also some martial artists who were worried for Fang Chun. Vice Captain, do you want me to go with you? Hu Yanlong walked over to Fang Chun and whispered. Fang Chun shook his head. He was in a very bad mood. Fang Chun sat cross-legged in his room. Boss, this stewardly's gone too far, Little Mouse said angrily. He's a Heaven Star Border Realm expert. In his eyes, I'm just an ant that I can't fight against. Fang Chun said softly. In 3 days, Fang Chun had figured it out. Although the 3 hell rank missions were difficult, they were also a form of training for him. Let's start today. Fang Chun brought the Little Mouse to Hu Ming. After he explained the reason for his visit to Hu Ming, the latter was a little shocked. Fang Chun, you want to do a hell mode quest so early? Hu Ming asked in surprise. Fang Chun nodded and said, we'll have to do it sooner or later. Completing 3 hell mode quests in a year was extremely difficult. No one in the Skysore Mansion or the Mystic King realm could complete 3 hell rank missions in a row within a year. Hu Ming still wanted to say something, but he hesitated in the end. He sighed and brought Fang Chun to the quest hall. The hell mode quests are all written on this panel. There are a total of 8. You can choose one, said Hu Ming. Fang Chun's gaze fell on the quest panel. Within the Sky Sword Mansion, there is an evil martial artist who has just entered the Heaven Star Border Realm. He cultivates the art of plucking yin to replenish yang and harms female martial artists. The first mission was to kill an expert who had just entered the Heaven Star Border Realm. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. Hell mode quests were indeed very dangerous. Then, Fang Chun's gaze continued to move downwards. He looked at them one by one. At this moment, Hu Ming reminded him, Fang Chun, your cultivation is a little low. I suggest you choose this mission. Hu Ming's finger pointed at the quest panel. Fang Chun looked over. The mission's content was to find the boldworm vine. Find the boldworm vine? Fang Chun was puzzled and asked. The boldworm vine is a very powerful plant. It has a fatal attraction to Heaven Star Border Realm experts. The reason why this mission is classified as a hell mode quest is because the boldworm vine is located in the Sky Sword Mansion. It is one of the 3 most dangerous places, the sky-breaking abyss, said Hu Ming. When Fang Chun had just arrived at the Sky Sword Mansion, he had read the booklet. Naturally, he knew what kind of place the sky-breaking abyss was. When he heard Hu Ming mention the sky-breaking abyss, Fang Chun's face changed drastically. The sky-breaking abyss is one of the 3 most dangerous places. It is extremely dangerous. Before Fang Chun could finish, Hu Ming spoke again. Although the sky-breaking abyss is dangerous, you have a space-related true meaning. Relatively speaking, the danger is much lower. The other missions are much more dangerous. Hu Ming said. Fang Chun understood and nodded. After thinking for a while, Fang Chun decided to accept this mission. With Hu Ming's help, Fang Chun accepted the mission and left the Sky Sword Mansion. City Lord Mansion, in a certain study room. The City Lord sat quietly on a wooden armchair with a book in his hand. His face was filled with a peaceful smile. It was very benevolent. If one did not know that he was the City Lord, they would definitely think that he was a peaceful old man. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. "Come in," the city lord said. The door opened and a figure walked in. "City Lord, Feng Chun has accepted the mission to find the boldworm vine and has already left the city," the figure said softly. Hearing this, the city lord nodded. It seemed that everything was within his expectations. Among those hell mode quests, only this one is relatively easier for him. "Not bad," the city lord said. "City Lord, since you think so highly of Feng Chun, why do you still want him to take the risk?" the figure asked, puzzled. The city lord shook his head and put down the book in his hand. He then said, "If you want to become an expert, you must experience life and death." Hearing this, the figure seemed to understand and nodded. "What about Butler Lee? You have to defeat your enemy with your own hands. Just leave him to Feng Chun," the city lord said. Feng Chun did not know that everything that happened to him was under the city lord's control. After leaving the city, Feng Chun went at full speed and rushed towards the sky-breaking abyss. The sky-breaking abyss was one of the 3 most dangerous places in the Sky Sword Mansion. It was said that if a Heaven Star Border Realm expert entered, they would get lost and could not come out. This time, the sky-breaking abyss was not far from the mountain range where he killed the Demon Blood Clan. After a month, he finally arrived at the sky-breaking abyss. "Is this the sky-breaking abyss?" Feng Chun looked at the cliff under his feet and sighed. The sky-breaking abyss was too vast. If it was not mentioned, one would not know how terrifying it was. There was only one entrance to the sky-breaking abyss, and that was where Feng Chun was standing. "I want to see what is so special about this sky-breaking abyss," Feng Chun said in his heart, and then took a step forward and entered the sky-breaking abyss. When Feng Chun entered the sky-breaking abyss, in the capital of the Demon Cloud State, the Demon Cloud family. In the meeting hall, the Demon Cloud Patriarch's face was gloomy. "Patriarch." At this moment, 2 men entered the meeting hall. When the Demon Cloud Patriarch saw the 2 men, he nodded and said, "The murderer has appeared again." As long as it was within a certain range, the Demon Cloud Patriarch could sense it. Originally, he wanted to kill the murderer himself, but the situation in the Demon Cloud State was quite turbulent recently, so he could not leave. Therefore, he found 2 martial artists in the family who had just entered the Heaven Star Border Realm. Ice and fire dual skills. The 2 brothers were orphans since they were young. One day, an elder of the Demon Cloud family took a fancy to them and brought them back to the family. The 2 brothers grew up in the Demon Cloud family and gradually revealed their cultivation talent. In 1,000 years, the 2 brothers stepped into the Heaven Star Border Realm. In the Demon Cloud family, they were considered to have entered the Heaven Star Border Realm relatively quickly. Because one of the 2 brothers was good at ice and the other was good at fire, they were called the Ice and Fire Duel Masters. Although the 2 brothers had just entered the Heaven Star Border Realm, they could defeat a Heaven Star Border Realm 2nd level martial artist if they joined forces. "Where's the murderer?" the 2 brothers asked in surprise. The murderer was last seen in the sky-breaking abyss and then disappeared. "I guess he should have entered the sky-breaking abyss," the Demon Cloud Patriarch said. "Sky-breaking abyss." Hearing this, the 2 brothers were startled. "Yes, this time I asked you 2 brothers to enter the sky-breaking abyss and kill the murderer," the Demon Cloud Patriarch said. "If you can complete the task, you will be able to compete for the position of young patriarch." The Demon Cloud Patriarch's words completely ignited the blood in the hearts of the 2 brothers. The Demon Cloud family was the absolute overlord in the Demon Cloud State. Within the family, the competition was very fierce. If one wanted to be the next patriarch, one must become the young patriarch. There were too many martial artists competing for the position of young patriarch, and most of them were very outstanding. Therefore, the Demon Cloud Patriarch decided to let many outstanding martial artists compete for the position of young patriarch first. Young patriarch candidate. The 2 brothers were excited. Young patriarch candidate. Young patriarch, patriarch. It was as if a bright path was already in front of them. "Patriarch, don't worry. We 2 brothers will definitely complete the task," the 2 brothers said in a deep voice. The Demon Cloud family also put in a lot of effort this time. To chase a mysterious king realm martial artist, They actually used 2 Heaven Star Border realm martial artists. However, Fang Chen didn't know all this at all. He had just entered the sky-breaking abyss. They were in a spacious area surrounded by cliffs and precipitous rock faces. On the ground, there were lush weeds everywhere. This is the sky-breaking abyss. Fang Chen couldn't believe it. The world said that the sky-breaking abyss was one of the 3 dangerous places in the Sky Soar Mansion and was extremely dangerous. However, what Fang Chen saw was completely different from what the world said. This place was simply a paradise. There were towering trees and weeds. The most important thing was the concentration of spirit chi, which was much stronger than the outside world. "Boss, what's the danger here?" Little Mouse rushed out, looked around, and said with a smile. Fang Chen gradually calmed down and then said in a deep voice, "Even Heaven Star Border Realm powerhouses can't get out of here. There must be something special about it. We should be careful." However, just as Fang Chen's voice fell, suddenly, an indistinct howl appeared in the air, as if it was the howl of a malicious spirit. "What's that sound?" Chapter 971. Intermittent howls entered Fang Chen's ears. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Fang Chen's expression changed as he looked around. Whoosh! At this moment, a brilliant ray of light shot out from the boundless sky. "Ice sculpture!" Fang Chen cried out involuntarily when he saw the dazzling light clearly. It was an ice sculpture that shot towards him. Upon closer inspection, this ice sculpture was actually a human ice sculpture with the outline of a human warrior. Buzz! A harsh sound resounded throughout the entire broken sky abyss. In the blink of an eye, the ice sculpture appeared in front of Fang Chen. The true meaning of time and space. Fang Chen could feel that this ice sculpture was extremely dangerous, so he did not choose to face it head-on. Instead, he chose to dodge using the true meaning of time and space. Whoosh! The moment Fang Chen's figure merged into the void, the ice sculpture suddenly hit the ground. In an instant, the ground where Fang Chen was frozen by the ice sculpture. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen gasped in his heart. What's going on with the ice sculpture? Fang Chen was full of doubts. He revealed his true body and was ready to check it out. However, the moment he appeared, ice sculptures shot out from the sky again. Whoosh! Whoosh! This time, countless ice sculptures shot out from the sky at once. The ice sculptures filled the sky as if it was snowing. In an instant, the air temperature in the sky dropped to the lowest point. At this moment, all the ice sculptures were locked onto Fang Chen's body. Damn it! The true meaning of time and space was constantly displayed. However, he could not avoid the attack of these ice sculptures. Void meteorite annihilation. Fang Chen displayed his strongest attack. He stretched out his big hand and tore the void apart, blasting directly at the ice sculptures. Crack! Some ice sculptures were destroyed by Fang Chen, while others continued to charge at Fang Chen. Buzz! When the ice sculpture covered Fang Chen's body, it directly froze the latter's body. Fang Chen, who was covered in ice and snow, kept struggling. The Saint Level-Soar body was instantly activated. Rumble Fang Chen shattered the ice and came out. Human, you trespassed into my territory. You deserve to die. A furious voice came from the sky. Then, a golden-winged rock flew over. What? Seeing the golden-winged rock, Fang Chen was shocked. Could it be that those ice sculptures were created by the golden-winged rock? The golden-winged great rocks are adept at fire-type techniques. Why are they able to create ice sculptures? All of this puzzled Fang Chen. While the golden-winged rock spread its wings and flew. In the blink of an eye, it was floating above Fang Chen's head. Its pitch-black eyes locked onto Fang Chen as it laughed sinisterly. Escape without any hesitation, Fang Chen pushed the true meaning of time and space to the extreme and fled. You want to escape? Seeing Fang Chen escape, the golden rock sneered. It flapped its wings and chased after him. The golden-winged rock was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the golden-winged rock caught up with Fang Chen. Then it opened its big mouth and shot out a thick ice sculpture. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a chill on his back. Ice secret sword. Void meteor annihilation. Fong Chun used two cultivation techniques in a row in an attempt to block this thick ice sculpture. Crack! When the thick ice sculpture collided with the two rays of light, it paused for a moment. Then, with a vast aura, it continued to attack Fong Chun. Time acceleration. Seeing this, Fong Chun gritted his teeth and used time acceleration. Time acceleration allowed him to control the flow of space around him and increase his speed. Of course, with Fong Chun's current cultivation, he could not fully use time acceleration. Swoosh! Fong Chun's speed suddenly increased by a lot, and he dodged the attack of the thick ice sculpture. Roar! Seeing this, the golden-winged rock roared and continued to chase. It spread its wings, and a gust of wind blew past. The golden-winged rock followed closely. "I can't go on like this," Fong Chun said anxiously as he fled. The golden-winged rock kept chasing after Fong Chun, and the latter was also desperately escaping. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. If it were anyone else, they would have died at the hands of the golden-winged rock. However, Fong Chun was still persevering. Dong! Just as Fong Chun was desperately escaping, the interspatial ring suddenly vibrated. Then, Fong Chun's face was filled with joy. Withered bone vibration. In Fong Chun's mind, the words of the Soul Cultivator Senior before he dissipated suddenly rang out. He said that when he stepped into the extraterritorial area, Withered Bone would lead him to a mysterious place. Could that mysterious place be the sky-breaking abyss? Fong Chun thought to himself and immediately took out Withered Bone. Suddenly, ripples spread out around Withered Bone and directly wrapped around Fong Chun, shooting into the depths of the sky-breaking abyss. Buzz! When Withered Bone wrapped around Fong Chun, the golden-winged rock's face changed drastically, and its body suddenly stopped chasing. Dangerous aura. The golden-winged rock felt the dangerous aura and stopped chasing after Fong Chun. Instead, it turned around and left. Fong Chun, on the other hand, continued to move forward under the guidance of Withered Bone. After an unknown period of time, Withered Bone trembled more and more violently. At this time, Fong Chun had already entered the depths of the sky-breaking abyss. The sky-breaking abyss was extremely dangerous. As soon as he entered, he was chased by the golden-winged rock. If not for the true meaning of space-time, he would have died long ago. At a certain moment, Withered Bone trembled a few times, and Fong Chun stopped in his tracks. Withered Bone left his palm and floated in the air. "Is it here?" Fong Chun muttered to himself. Buzz! The ripples around Withered Bone spread out. Suddenly, the entire earth trembled, and then skeletons broke out of the ground one after another. These skeletons exuded a strong soul aura. Soul Cultivator. Fong Chun could tell at a glance that these skeletons were all soul cultivators. Scanning with his soul, Fong Chun found that in the blink of an eye, the number of soul cultivators that broke out of the ground was actually as high as 100. Over 100 soul cultivators died here. Fong Chun was shocked. Soul cultivation was considered a special cultivation path in the outer realm. The conditions to become a soul cultivator were very harsh. Ordinary people couldn't become a soul cultivator at all. It was also the first time Fong Chun saw over 100 soul cultivators die in the same place. Voila! The skeletons of over 100 soul cultivators suddenly moved their bodies and constantly changed. In the blink of an eye, these soul cultivators set up an array formation. What kind of array formation is this? Fong Chun was a divine array master, but he had never heard of or seen such an array formation. Fong Chun was shocked. At this moment, the withered bone floating in the sky directly inserted into the ground in the center of the hundreds of skeletons. Immediately, the array formation was activated, and the hundreds of skeletons exuded a powerful soul cultivator aura. Fong Chun felt a strong suction force that forcibly sucked him into the array formation. When he reached the center of the array formation, the withered bone vibrated and sent out a message. "Little guy, when you hear me, it means that you have successfully arrived in the outer realm and activated the array formation." Fong Chun's pitch-black eyes locked on the withered bone and listened carefully. This heaven-shattering abyss used to be a sect, a soul cultivator sect. However, a long, long time ago, they were massacred and all of them died. The withered bones' voice came out. You have activated the array formation, and an opportunity is in front of you. Absorb the soul power essence of over 100 soul cultivators and then integrate it into your body. It will be very beneficial to you. Then, a message was sent to Fong Chen's mind. This was the method to absorb the soul power essence. Fong Chen's heart trembled. Did the withered bone already calculate this step? Sure enough, the withered bone's next words made Fong Chen's heart tremble. If you absorb the soul power essence of over 100 soul cultivators, I hope that when you have the chance in the future, you will avenge our sect. The withered bone's ancient voice came out. Fong Chen was startled, but he immediately said, "This junior has received a favor from senior. If I have the strength, I will definitely avenge senior." Back in the ancient sword continent, Fong Chen had received a favor from that senior. If it was within the scope of his ability, he would not mind helping. The withered bone no longer spoke. The hundreds of skeletons kept rotating, and the array formation was completely activated. Wisps of soul aura constantly gathered in the center of the array formation. What a strong soul aura. Chapter 972. In the following time, Fong Chen used the method taught to him by dry bones to absorb the soul power essence. What was soul power essence? At first, Fong Chen didn't know, but after dry bones' explanation, he understood. Soul power essence was condensed from the soul power after the death of a soul cultivator. As everyone knew, when a martial artist died, their soul would directly shatter. But soul cultivators were different. After they died, their soul could still be maintained for a period of time before collapsing. During this period, the soul would constantly transform, fuse with the soul power, and finally form soul power essence. This soul power essence was the life crystal of a soul cultivator. When ordinary soul cultivators absorbed soul power essence, their soul level would increase by leaps and bounds, and their soul cultivation level would also increase. Fong Chen's hands were constantly forming seals, and his soul was rotating in his mind. A rich soul aura wrapped around Fong Chen's body. As time passed, the soul power essence of hundreds of soul cultivators began to gradually pass to Fong Chen. Whoosh! At a certain moment, Fong Chen was fully prepared, and then the first soul power essence was instantly attracted. In the void, a soul aura that was so rich that it was about to materialize appeared in front of Fong Chen. Fong Chen stretched out his palm, and the soul power essence instantly fell on his palm. Is this soul power essence? Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. The density of this soul power essence was thousands of times stronger than ordinary soul power. If he could keep absorbing soul power essence, his soul cultivation level would definitely increase rapidly. Fong Chen's soul was actively absorbing the soul power essence. And the soul power essence didn't resist at all. It cooperated with Fong Chen and drilled into his mind, and then merged with his soul. Dong! After fusing with the first soul power essence, Fong Chen's soul became stronger and stronger, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. Continue fusing. After fusing with the first soul power essence, the next fusion was much more convenient. Time passed in a flash. After 6 hours, Fong Chen had already fused with 60 soul power essences. At this time, Fong Chen's soul was already at the middle stage of the cyan rank, and it was still improving. However, as more and more soul power essence was absorbed, the speed of the fusion became much slower. The final fusion took a long time. The first 60 strands of soul power essence only took 6 hours. As for the remaining 40 or so strands of soul power essence, it took a full half a month's time. Half a month later, the skeletons of over 100 soul cultivators shattered, and the spell formation stopped working. Fong Chen abruptly opened his eyes. A terrifying light shot out from his eyes, only to see that his head was surrounded by dense green souls. Peak cyan level. After absorbing over 100 strands of soul power essence, Fong Chen's soul directly jumped from the early stage of the cyan rank to the peak of the cyan rank. This kind of improvement made Fong Chun exclaim in surprise. As expected of the essence of soul power. Only after personally experiencing it would one understand how precious soul power essence was. Right now, Fong Chun was very glad that he had chosen the heaven-splitting abyss mission. Otherwise, he might have missed out on this soul power essence baptism. Since his soul had reached the peak of the cyan rank, Fong Chen's soul cultivation had also reached the terrifying late stage of the 5th level. Let's try the secret ice sword. Fong Chen grinned and laughed. With a thought, the peak of the cyan rank soul instantly spread out and then quickly condensed into an secret ice sword. Whoosh! Under the control of Fong Chun, the secret ice sword shot towards a cliff in the distance. Rumble! The gravel on the cliff continued to fall, and the entire ground was trembling. So strong. With just the power of a soul cultivator, I'm not afraid of a 9th level Mystic King realm martial artist. Fong Chun thought to himself. However, if it was a 9th level Mystic King realm martial artist who specialized in the soul, it seemed to be a little difficult to deal with. Fong Chun was very excited. He had just entered the heaven-splitting abyss, and he had already obtained such an opportunity. Buzz! The skeleton stuck in the ground suddenly floated up and then shattered. A voice entered Fong Chen's mind. Our sect is called the Soul Kill Sect. The murderer who destroyed our sect is the Sky Sword Mansion Master. When he heard this voice, Fong Chun was stunned. The Sky Sword Mansion Master is the murderer. Fong Chun cried out involuntarily. The Sky Sword Mansion Master was the high and mighty city lord and a Heaven Star Border realm martial artist. How could he destroy the Soul Kill Sect? After pondering for a long time, Fong Chun still could not figure out the reason and could only shake his head in the end. If the Sky Sword Mansion Master is the murderer, will I be discovered when I use the power of a soul cultivator? Suddenly, Fong Chun realized a very serious problem. The means of a Heaven Star Border realm martial artist is not something that ordinary people can imagine. Fong Chun thought to himself. In the end, Fong Chun decided that it was best not to expose his identity as a soul cultivator when he returned to the prefecture city. Otherwise, it would attract unnecessary trouble. After absorbing the soul power essence, Fong Chen's strength skyrocketed, and now he began to look around, preparing to look for the Bolong Vine. According to the information, the Bolong Vine is in the depths of the broken sky abyss. Fong Chen muttered to himself. He gazed into the distance. Let's continue forward. The soul aura here was strong, and there were no demonic beasts around, so there was no danger. Fong Chen moved forward quickly. In the blink of an eye, he left the area where he had just absorbed the soul power essence. When Fong Chun went deeper, the golden winged rock was fighting with 2 human martial artists in the periphery. Damn humans! The golden winged rock opened its bloody mouth and constantly spat out ice sculptures, shooting at the 2. Unfortunately, the 2 of them were not afraid of the ice sculptures. Idiot, we Ice and Fire Duel Masters are the least afraid of ice sculptures. One of the Ice and Fire Duel Masters sneered. The Ice and Fire Duel Masters worked together and firmly suppressed the golden winged rock. This made the latter furious, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, the golden winged rock no longer stopped them, and the Ice and Fire Duel Masters successfully entered the broken sky abyss. In a short while, the 2 brothers came to the place where Fong Chun absorbed the soul power essence. Big brother, the spirit energy here is chaotic, and the soul aura is very strong. It seems that someone has cultivated here before. The 2 of them looked at each other and then searched carefully. After searching for a while, they found nothing and finally continued forward. At this moment, Fong Chun entered the depths of the broken sky abyss and also encountered a demonic beast. However, this demonic beast was a 9th level Profound King realm demonic beast, and Little Mouse wanted to attack. Boss, let me do it. The little mouse was drooling as it grinned. Then, he used his innate ability and directly devoured the demonic beast. Crack! He bit the demonic beast's corpse bit by bit, and then swallowed it. After eating, Little Mouse's stomach was bulging. He was satisfied and his face was full of smiles. Seeing this scene, Fong Chen couldn't help but smile. The godly rats were really a magical race. They could actually devour everything to cultivate. The more they devoured, the stronger their cultivation. Little Mouse usually didn't cultivate, but his strength was not much different from Fong Chen. "Let's go," Fong Chen said. "Boss, this broken sky abyss doesn't seem to be as dangerous as the legends say." Little Mouse grinned. Fong Chen was silent. The deeper they went, the more uneasy he felt. This meant that there was definitely danger in the broken sky abyss, but Fong Chen didn't know where the danger was. "Big brother, is that kid in front of the murderer?" Big brother pondered for a moment and then said, "Even Heaven Star Realm experts don't come to the broken sky abyss, let alone profound king realm experts. This person's profound king realm cultivation, and he appeared in the broken sky abyss. He's most likely the murderer. Then what are we waiting for? Chase after him and kill him." Second brother's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly. Big brother waved his hand and stopped second brother. "Big brother, why are you stopping me? This kid is only a profound king. Killing him is like crushing an ant." Second brother didn't understand. "Have you ever thought about how a profound king realm expert avoided the Golden Rocks pursuit?" Big brother slowly asked. "Big brother, you mean, if my guess isn't wrong, this person definitely has a supreme skill. What are you afraid of? With the two of us working together, what can he do?" Second brother said. Big brother shook his head and said softly, "This is the broken sky abyss. Anything can happen here. We have to be careful. Even Heaven Star Realm experts would get lost in the broken sky abyss, although they hadn't encountered any danger up until now." Chapter 973. Fong Chen had never understood why this dangerous place was called Broken Sky Abyss. Now, he finally understood. He even felt a sense of terror in his heart. At this moment, Fong Chen was standing in the deepest part of Broken Sky Abyss. The empty land stretched as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, sand and dust would pass by like a desert. It was the opposite of the places Fong Chen had been before. This was the most terrifying part of Broken Sky Abyss. It separated the sky. This was the origin of the name Broken Sky Abyss. Stepping on the scorching soil, Fong Chen looked solemn as he stared ahead. In front of this empty land, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was like this all year round. The lightning seemed to have merged with Broken Sky Abyss. What a terrifying lightning. Fong Chen's body couldn't help but tremble. The lightning in the void in front was too terrifying. The power released from the lightning made Fong Chen's soul tremble. This power could easily kill a Heaven Star Realm expert. In the middle of the sky, a dark thunderbolt flashed constantly, releasing a peerless power and forcibly blocking the contact between the sky and the earth. Broken Sky Abyss. Fong Chen muttered the three words Broken Sky Abyss in his heart. When he accepted the task of finding the Bolong Vine, Fong Chen paid attention to Broken Sky Abyss. At that time, Fong Chen was very wary of Broken Sky Abyss. However, after entering Broken Sky Abyss and experiencing a series of things, Fong Chen had an illusion that Broken Sky Abyss wasn't as terrifying as people said. However, at this point, Fong Chen even felt a bit of regret. The power of nature is too terrifying. The power of lightning exploded and separated the sky. Above the sky, silver light sprinkled down, but it couldn't penetrate the barrier of the power of lightning. Whoosh! Just as Fong Chen was thinking, the scorching soil suddenly changed strangely. In the next moment, Fong Chen found that his body was moving quickly. "No!" After sensing this scene, Fong Chen roared loudly. Immediately, he continued to struggle. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Crash in the blink of an eye, Fong Chen was sucked into the lightning and disappeared. At this moment, the Icefire Duo brothers rushed over. "Boss, what is that?" Second brother asked in a low voice when he saw the terrifying lightning. "That brat has been sucked into the lightning. He's dead for sure." Boss also felt the terror of the lightning and said in a low voice. As they spoke, the Icefire Dual Masters roared at the same time. "Retreat!" The two of them pushed their speed to the limit and fled at the first possible moment. However, it was already too late. Swoosh in the distant sky. Terrifying lightning bolts suddenly shot out. Tens of thousands of lightning rays instantly shot towards the ice and fire dual masters. Bang, sensing the terrifying lightning behind them, the ice-fire twin brothers' faces turned grim. Gritting their teeth, they executed their forbidden techniques, causing their speed to soar once more. Crack, even so, the ice and fire dual masters were still struck by the lightning. However, he managed to avoid the vital parts. After escaping from the danger zone, the ice and fire dual masters fell to the ground, their scalps tingling as they cried out miserably. Their bodies were covered in blood, and they were battered and exhausted. Their hearts were filled with fear. If they had been just a little slower, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Second brother, are you all right? Boss opened his mouth and asked with difficulty. Second brother raised his head from the ground and looked at the terrifying lightning in the distance with fear. Then he said, "Boss, I'm fine." Fang Chen appeared in an independent space. The entire space was filled with terrifying lightning bolts. Lightning space. Fang Chen looked around and muttered to himself. Terrifying lightning constantly exploded, but it didn't come close to Fang Chen. This made Fang Chen very puzzled. "Brat, do me a favor." Just as Fang Chen was in a state of shock, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. It was deafening. "Who is it?" Fang Chen's face changed greatly when he heard this. He hurriedly asked. Fang Chen looked around. Other than the lightning force, he didn't find anything else. This made him very puzzled. Who was talking to him? Crash. Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, an old man appeared in the terrifying lightning, sitting cross-legged. The old man opened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen with a smile on his face. "Who are you?" Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. "Thunder Freer," the old man said. Thunder Freer. Fang Chen was puzzled. He had never heard of this name. Seeing this, the old man continued, "It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of my name. I need your help." "Senior, where is this?" Fang Chen asked. First, he had to confirm where he was. "This is the lightning space." Thunder Freer said, "In fact, it's the terrifying lightning you saw just now." Fang Chen was shocked when he heard this. That terrifying lightning could kill a Heaven Star Border Realm expert. This Thunder Freer was actually sitting cross-legged here. How strong was he? Moreover, Thunder Freer had actually moved him here. A series of questions made Fang Chen even more curious about Thunder Freer. "Kid, do you know what's the scariest part of the heaven-breaking abyss?" Thunder Freer asked. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not know. The real danger of the heaven-breaking abyss is the terrifying lightning that separates the sky, because there's a thunder dragon hidden in the lightning. This thunder dragon has already gained initial intelligence and is extremely terrifying. Even a Heaven Star Border Realm expert can't capture it, Thunder Freer said. Thunder Dragon, Fang Chen was shocked. This thunder dragon grew up in the midst of the frightening lightning. It wanted to evolve, so it used the frightening lightning to cut off the sky and absorb all of the silver aura that sprinkled down from the sky. It hoped that it would be able to evolve and break through its bottleneck. Thunder Freer continued. Fang Chen listened carefully. What Thunder Freer said was definitely a secret. Even the Sky Sword Mansion Master did not know. Everyone knew that the heaven-breaking abyss was dangerous, but they did not know what the real danger was. And now, Fang Chen accidentally came to the lightning that separated the sky and was discovered by Thunder Freer. Then, he entered the sky lightning space. "Senior, what are you doing here?" Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, Thunder Freer's face showed a complicated expression. He then said slowly, 10,000 years ago, I just stepped in a Heaven Star Border Realm level 9. I was very competitive and thought that I was invincible in the Heaven Star Border Realm. However, one day, a mysterious expert appeared. He told me that there was a terrifying thunder dragon with spiritual intelligence in the heaven-breaking abyss. It was the invincible existence in the Heaven Star Border Realm. After hearing this, I became competitive and entered the heaven-breaking abyss alone. I found the Thunder Dragon and fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Thunder Freer said. What happened in the end? Fang Chen was surprised. He did not expect Thunder Freer to have entered here 10,000 years ago. After I fought with the Thunder Dragon, I knew how terrifying it was. In the end, I tried my best to suppress the Thunder Dragon, but I was trapped here for 10,000 years. Thunder Freer's words were filled with helplessness. Even a Heaven Star Border Realm level 9 Thunder Freer could not kill the Thunder Dragon. One could imagine how powerful the Thunder Dragon was. Fortunately, Thunder Freer sacrificed himself to suppress the Thunder Dragon. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. For the past 10,000 years, I wanted to get out, but there was nothing I could do. Until you appeared. Thunder Freer stared at Feng Chun with burning eyes. Feng Chun spread out his hands. He did not think that he could help Thunder Freer leave this place with his own strength. Senior, you can't get out of here, even though you're a Heaven Star Border Realm level 9 martial artist. I'm just a weak, mysterious king realm martial artist. How can I help you? Feng Chun whispered. Hearing this, Thunder Freer shook his head. Look here first. Finishing his words, Thunder Freer raised his head and looked at the sky above the sky lightning space. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded in the sky lightning space. The violent power of thunder was wreaking havoc. Above the sky lightning space, there were countless silver rays of light that sprinkled down. After 10,000 years of accumulation, these silver lights were like a river, accumulating above the sky lightning space. These silver lights. Feng Chun finally noticed the abnormality of these silver lights. His soul entered the silver lights and was mercilessly devoured. Roar. Chapter 974. It was too shocking. At this moment, Feng Chun's heart was filled with nothing but shock. That silver radiance was too powerful. It was much stronger than the vital spirit of a Heaven Star Border Realm. There's still an aura stronger than the vital spirit of heaven and earth in this world. Feng Chun's mind went blank. What he saw today was the most shocking thing he had seen in all these years. After a long time, Feng Chun retracted his gaze. He could not help but sigh. It was indeed the outer universe. Anything could happen. Senior, what is that silver radiance? Feng Chun asked curiously. The silver radiance from the sky is the power of the stars. A Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist can only break through the bottleneck by absorbing the power of the stars. Thunder Freer said. Now, Feng Chun finally understood. Why did the terrifying Thunder Dragon pay such a huge price to separate the sky and monopolize the power of the stars? It turned out that it wanted to break through the bottleneck. The power of the stars was a terrifying force born from nature. It was much stronger than the vital spirit of heaven and earth. In a vast universe, there were countless stars. The power of the stars was formed by these countless stars. The power of the stars was terrifying. Even a mysterious king realm martial artist would die if he touched it. As for Heaven Star Border Realm martial artists, only those who stood at the peak dared to absorb it. At this moment, the power of the stars was like a river in the sky above the sky lightning space. It was too vast. Feng Chun had never seen such a vast power of the stars. This scene was too shocking. Heaven and earth naturally produce the power of the stars. It constantly falls down and blends into the air for Heaven Star Border Realm martial artists to absorb. This is also the law of heaven and earth. Thunder Freer said, that terrifying Thunder Dragon was too ambitious. It wanted to monopolize the power of the stars, which caused this place to become the sky-breaking abyss. Thunder Freer continued, when you came in, did you notice that the air in the sky-breaking abyss is very different from the outside world? Hearing Thunder Freer's words, Feng Chun carefully recalled. Suddenly, the scene from before appeared in his mind. No wonder. At the beginning, Feng Chun felt that the air was very strange. He could not understand why. Now, the truth was revealed. The air lacked the power of stars, so it was naturally different from the outside world, cutting off the sky and absorbing the power of the stars. Perhaps only Lei Long would dare to do such a thing. If a normal martial artist uses this kind of method to steal the heavens and change the earth to monopolize the power of the stars, they will definitely be punished by the heavens. However, the Thunder Dragon is different. It was born in thunder and lightning, so even if it is punished by the heavens, it will be able to skillfully avoid it. That's why it wanted to monopolize the power of the stars, Thunder Freer said. Fangshan looked at Thunder Freer with a burning gaze. Needless to say, one could imagine how horrifying the lightning dragon was. However, Thunder Freer was able to suppress the thunder dragon all by himself. With such strength, who in the Heaven Dipper realm could defeat him? Senior, since absorbing astral energy can help you break through your bottleneck, why don't you absorb it? Fang Chun pointed to the river of astral energy above the heavenly lightning space. Hearing this, Thunder Freer's wrinkled face was filled with helplessness. Do you think I don't want to absorb it? Thunder Freer said, I am in the heavenly lightning space. There's not a trace of lightning here, and it is all related to the Thunder Dragon. As long as I absorb the power of the stars, the Thunder Dragon will definitely take the opportunity to absorb the power of the stars. At that time, even I will not be able to suppress it. Then, little guy, I know what you're worried about. I want you to help me. Although it will be difficult, it will not be life-threatening. After saying so much, they finally got to the point. Senior, what do you want me to do? Fang Chen asked. The Thunder Dragon has been suppressed by me and entered my body. I used a secret technique to seal myself so that the Thunder Dragon cannot come out. I need you to buy time for me, Thunder Freer said. Buy time? Fang Chun was even more surprised. What time could he buy for him? When I remove the seal, the Thunder Dragon will rush out, and you will be the carrier to guide it into your body, Thunder Freer said. Fang Chun was shocked when he heard this. Senior, the Thunder Dragon is very terrifying. My body will be instantly blasted into pieces. As a carrier to guide the Thunder Dragon into his body. What a joke. If it was easy to suppress the Thunder Dragon, why would it take Thunder Freer 10,000 years? This was obviously using his life to buy time. Fang Chun would not put himself to death. Why me? Fang Chun asked. For so many years, there were many martial artists who entered the Broken Sky Abyss, and there were even Heaven Realm martial artists. Why did it choose him? Do you know how the martial artists who entered the Broken Sky Abyss died in the past 10,000 years? Thunder Freer asked. Before Fang Chun could answer, Thunder Freer continued. Some were killed by the golden-winged rocks outside, and the rest were killed by the Thunder Dragon. Thunder Freer had tried, but those martial artists could not bear the Thunder Dragon at all. The latter exploded as soon as it entered their body. Senior, you are sending me to my death. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face turned pale, and he said unhappily, Little guy, you're the first martial artist I can't see through in the past 10,000 years. Although your strength is a little weak, I feel that you can succeed. Thunder Freer said. Fang Chen shook his head and refused directly. It was too dangerous. If he cannot bear it, he would die. I'm afraid I can't help you. Fang Chun said respectfully. Boom! At this moment in the sky thunder space, countless thunderbolts were constantly bombarding. The deafening sound resounded through the sky. What's going on? Fang Chun asked in confusion. The Thunder Dragon is angry. After 10,000 years, my body is exhausted. I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer. Thunder Freer sighed. The sky thunder space was shaking, and the power of thunder was raging. Fang Chen's face changed, and he stared at Thunder Freer. Dong! All of a sudden, the golden heart started beating rapidly. Then, Fang Chun found that the golden heart was quietly absorbing the power of thunder in the sky thunder space. What's going on? Fang Chun carefully observed the golden heart and found that it was very happy after absorbing the power of thunder. The power of thunder is helpful to the golden heart. Fang Chun said to himself, Buzz, the essence blood of the ancient divine beast, undying bird that had merged with the golden heart also spread. A blood-red light instantly spread out. Around the golden heart, traces of flames appeared. This was the first time he had seen the essence blood of the undying bird and the golden heart move at the same time. Could it be that they want to absorb the power of thunder in the sky thunder space? Little guy, you only need to bear it for 3 seconds. At that time, I will definitely be able to kill the Thunder Dragon. Thunder Freer said. 3 seconds. Fang Chen's eyes flickered and he asked, That's right. The reason I am looking for a carrier to bear the Thunder Dragon is to absorb the power of the stars in the River of Stars. With my speed, I can absorb it all in 3 seconds. At that time, even if I can't break through, I will definitely be able to kill the Thunder Dragon. This is the last chance. Once the Thunder Dragon breaks through my body, you and I will both die here. As long as you can agree to my request and help me get out of here, I will agree to all your requests. Thunder Freer said hurriedly. Fong Chen's heart moved a little. If it was before, he would definitely not have any thoughts of helping. However, the golden heart and the essence blood of the undying bird moved him a little. If I don't agree to Thunder Freer's request, I'm afraid I can't leave here. Fong Chen said to himself. If he agreed to Thunder Freer's request, he could still try. Once he won, he would not be afraid of the Sky Sword Mansion Master, let alone stewardly. Thunder Freer, how can I believe you? Fong Chen looked up and asked. I can make a martial Dao oath. With that, Thunder Freer swore an oath of martial arts. Then, a faint trace of his aura entered Fong Chen's mind. A martial Dao oath was very binding on a martial artist. Once they violated the oath, they would be punished by God. Even a Heaven Star Border Realm expert would not dare to make a martial Dao oath casually. It was obvious that Thunder Freer had been driven crazy by the Thunder Dragon. After getting Thunder Freer's martial Dao oath, Fong Chen gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I promise you. Thunder Freer was overjoyed. Roar. Chapter 975. What I need to do. If he succeeded, he would benefit immensely. As for failure, Fong Chen did not think about it, nor did he dare to think about it. When I inject the Thunder Dragon into your body, you just have to resist it with all your might, Thunder Freer said. Fong Chen nodded heavily when he heard this. Then, Fong Chen activated his peak Saint Sword body, and sword chi surrounded him. The sword will of the 7th grade was also released instantly, and his body's defense reached its strongest state. Are you ready? This was a matter of great importance, and Thunder Freer did not dare to act recklessly. Moreover, he only had one chance. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fong Chen nodded and prepared for the strongest challenge. Seeing this, Thunder Freer suddenly stood up. When he stood up, the power of thunder in the entire sky thunder space was raging. Whoosh! Fong Chen could clearly feel that the power of thunder was becoming more and more terrifying. Come out! Thunder Freer exuded a terrifying aura. 9 strands of vital spirit of heaven and earth appeared from within his body, and then directly surrounded him. Thunder Freer's strength was raised to the peak, and his aura was fierce and overbearing. Along with Thunder Freer's roar, a shocking thunder aura suddenly surged out from his body. Then, a horrifying Thunder Dragon appeared. Roar! The Thunder Dragon was struggling. It also felt that this was an opportunity. Thunder Freer was already prepared. Before the Thunder Dragon completely appeared, it was directly injected into Fong Chen's body by his supreme means. Suddenly, Fong Chen felt the power in his body swell, as if his body was about to explode. Fong Chen let out a cry. He used all his strength to resist the power of the Thunder Dragon. Crash! When Thunder Freer finished the last hand gesture, the Thunder Dragon completely entered Fong Chen's body. Roar! The Thunder Dragon seemed to have found that it was free from Thunder Freer's suppression. It was overjoyed and immediately started to charge crazily. Poochie! Fong Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he was dying. At this moment, Thunder Freer could not care less. His body floated above the sky thunder space. Then, with a wave of his hand, a terrifying power instantly shattered the barrier above the sky lightning space. Then the star power swooped down like a flood. Like a long river, the majestic power of the stars surged down, its aura shaking the sky. While after 10,000 years of baptism, Thunder Freer's comprehension had become stronger and stronger. The power of the stars that swooped down was instantly absorbed into his body. The entire sky thunder space was trembling. The impact of the astral energy was too strong. Thunder Freer bathed in the power of the stars, baptizing his body. At the same time, He was madly absorbing the power of the stars to break through. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, Fang Chun could no longer hold on. Senior. Fang Chun screamed as if his life depended on it. Cracks appeared on his body, and blood seeped out from the cracks. His forehead was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Fang Chun screamed miserably. The sword body at the peak of the saint level could not resist the power of the terrifying Thunder Dragon. Crack! The power of the Thunder Dragon was too strong. Being able to hold on for 3 seconds was enough to show how powerful Fang Chun was. Oh no! Thunder Freer, who was absorbing the power of the stars, was shocked when he saw the scene below. He had underestimated the power of the stars that had accumulated over the past 10,000 years. He had thought that he could finish absorbing it in 3 seconds. But now 3 seconds had passed, and he had only absorbed more than half of it. Boy, hold on for 2 more seconds. At this moment, 2 seconds felt like 2 years. It was too long. I can't hold on any longer. After Fang Chun said the last sentence, he fell into a coma. At this time, the Thunder Dragon in his body was even more powerful. Buzz! Just as the Thunder Dragon was about to break out of his body, a strange aura suddenly spread out. The golden heart beat at the fastest speed. The golden light shone brightly and covered Fang Chun's body. At the same time, the golden heart was rapidly absorbing the power of the terrifying Thunder Dragon. Not only the golden heart, but also the undying bird's essence blood that had merged with the golden heart. A sea of fire appeared around Fang Chun, and the power of thunder in the sky thunder space could not get close. Yes, Thunder Freer, who was absorbing the power of the stars, also saw this scene. He was overjoyed and accelerated the speed of absorbing the power of the stars. The undying bird's essence blood burst out, and the golden heart's strange movement actually stopped the attack of the terrifying Thunder Dragon. What is this? In Fang Chun's body, the terrifying Thunder Dragon's attack weakened a lot. Its consciousness was constantly shouting, as if it was a little afraid of the undying bird's essence blood. The undying bird was an ancient divine beast. The essence blood left by it contained its life's work and was extremely powerful. The undying bird's essence blood automatically protected his body and the golden heart. Fang Chun's body, which was cracking apart, immediately stopped cracking, after which it gradually healed. 1 second, 2 seconds. 2 long seconds finally passed. At this time, Fang Chun had already fallen into a coma. After a short period of fear, the terrifying Thunder Dragon launched an even fiercer attack. Boom! Fang Chun's body could not bear the power of the Thunder Dragon and was about to collapse. Roar! The Thunder Dragon let out a long roar and was very happy that it could finally escape. However, just when the undying bird's essence blood and the golden heart could not bear it, Thunder Freer finished absorbing the power of the stars. Come out! Thunder Freer's body was surrounded by the power of the stars, and bits of starlight surrounded his body. In just 5 seconds, Thunder Freer's body had undergone a tremendous change. At this time, Thunder Freer was like a star in the vast universe, vast and boundless. Crash! Thunder Freer directly pulled the Thunder Dragon out of Fang Chun's body with his bare hands. The terrifying Thunder Dragon faced Thunder Freer, opened its bloody mouth, and was ready to fight. Bastard die! Thunder Freer raised his palm, and the light formed by the power of the stars shot directly at the Thunder Dragon. Roar! Lei Long, who was originally incomparably powerful, suddenly had a drastic change in expression as he attempted to flee. However, the light formed by the stars was too powerful. Puff! Without any resistance, it directly penetrated the Thunder Dragon's neck. Then, the light merged into the Thunder Dragon's body, and finally, the Thunder Dragon's body exploded. Dong! If it was not for the Thunder Space, the power of the Thunder Dragon's explosion was enough to destroy the entire sky-breaking abyss. In the Thunder Space, the thunder rolled, and the power of the Thunder Dragon's explosion shook for a long time before it gradually dissipated. When the last trace of the power of the Thunder Dragon dissipated, the entire Thunder Space was in a mess and turned into ruins. Whoosh! Above the sky, a ray of silver light passed through the ruins of the thunder space and landed on the ground. Suddenly, the desert-like ground was restored to life. Weeds broke out of the ground one after another. In the blink of an eye, the place was full of life. Crash! Thunder Freer dragged Fong Chen's body and landed on the ground. Looking at the thunder space that was gradually dissipating, Thunder Freer's face was full of excitement. After being trapped for 10,000 years, I, Thunder Freer, have finally appeared. Ha ha! Thunder Freer laughed wildly. After a moment of excitement, Thunder Freer looked at Fong Chen. There was a hint of guilt in his eyes. There is a mysterious power in this boy's body that saved him and me. Thunder Freer said in a low voice. The original plan was 3 seconds, but it took 5 seconds. If Fong Chen had not successfully resisted the power of the Thunder Dragon, the 2 seconds would have been enough for the Thunder Dragon to kill him. Fortunately, he succeeded. Thunder Freer's heart was filled with joy. After checking, he found that Fong Chen's life was not in danger. It was just that his body was seriously damaged because of the incredible power. Boy, it's all thanks to you this time. Thunder Freer put Fong Chen on the ground and grinned. Then he took out a small bottle, opened the cap, and pointed the mouth of the bottle at Fong Chen. A trace of liquid flowed into Fong Chen's mouth. Thunder Freer made the right bet, and so did Fong Chen. Chapter 976. The outside world had no idea what happened in Broken Sky Abyss. They didn't even know that the most dangerous and terrifying lightning dragon in Broken Sky Abyss had been destroyed by Thunder Freer. Broken Sky Abyss, as usual. Thunder Freer sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly waiting for Fong Chen to wake up. Bearing the terrifying lightning dragon this time, Fong Chen's body was severely damaged and couldn't be healed in a short time. 3 months later, Thunder Freer found that Fong Chen's soul had completely healed and could move on its own. He was overjoyed. It seemed that Fong Chen's recovery was coming soon. Originally, he thought that Fong Chen would definitely wake up in 1 or 2 months. However, he waited for a year. For a whole year, Thunder Freer kept waiting. However, compared to being trapped in the heaven thunder space for 10,000 years, this was nothing at all. After a year, Fong Chen finally woke up. His body had completely recovered and was even stronger than before. Kid, you're awake. Thunder Freer saw Fong Chen open his eyes and grinned. Having just woken up, Fong Chen was still a little weak and couldn't stand up. He looked around and asked, "Where is this?" "Broken Sky Abyss," Thunder Freer said. Broken Sky Abyss. Fong Chen was a little surprised that there was such a peaceful place in Broken Sky Abyss. After listening to Thunder Freer's explanation, Fong Chen finally understood what was going on. He looked at the sky in the distance. Streaks of silver light scattered on the ground. The heaven thunder space had long disappeared. "Senior, you killed the lightning dragon?" Fong Chen asked. Thunder Freer nodded and said, "This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill the lightning dragon." No matter how dangerous the process was, it was fine as long as the result was not dangerous. After resting for a long time, Fong Chen stretched his body and then stood up. "Senior," at this time, Fong Chen found that Thunder Freer's aura was stronger, and the power of stars surrounded him. "Little guy, after cultivating for 10,000 years, I've absorbed the power of the stars and broken through the bottleneck. I've reached the level that cultivators yearn for even in their dreams, the heavenly body tier." Thunder Freer chuckled. The heavenly body tier was the cultivation level above the heaven dipper tier. Fong Chen didn't know much about the heavenly body tier, but he knew that the heavenly body tier was many times more powerful than the heavenly dipper tier. "Congratulations, Senior, for reaching the heavenly body tier." Fong Chen clasped his hands in greeting. Thunder Freer waved his hand and said, "I still don't know your name." "Junior is Fong Chen," said Fong Chen. "Fong Chen, the reason why I was able to leave the heavenly lightning space and reach the heavenly body tier was all because of you. I, Thunder Freer, am a man of my words. If you need anything in the future, just come to me." As he spoke, Thunder Freer took out a jade pendant and handed it to Fong Chen. "This jade pendant contains my will," Thunder Freer said. If you encounter any danger, crush the jade pendant, and I will rush over as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Senior, Fong Chen said. At this moment, Fong Chun suddenly paused and let out a soft cry of surprise. Oh, my physical body. Fong Chun discovered in surprise that his physical body had actually broken through the Saint tier and reached the higher level of the Immortal tier. You brat, you could be considered to have profited from a disaster. The terrifying lightning dragon attacked your physical body, and it can also be considered to have tempered your body, Thunder Freer said. Of course, the bone demon liquid I gave you also played a big role. Hearing this, Fong Chen's face was filled with surprise. Then, he hurriedly asked, Senior Thunder Freer, the bone demon liquid you mentioned, could it be the spiritual liquid taken from the bone marrow of a heavenly dipper tier elite? Thunder Freer nodded. Bone demon liquid was the spiritual liquid taken from the bone marrow of a heavenly dipper tier elite. This spiritual liquid was very precious and was an excellent material for tempering one's body. Thunder Freer actually gave him the bone demon liquid. Fong Chun felt a wave of gratitude in his heart. Fong Chun, you've helped me so much. A mere bone demon liquid is nothing. Thunder Freer waved his hand and grinned. To Thunder Freer, the bone demon liquid was completely incomparable to him stepping into the heavenly body tier. One had to know that in the vast universe, countless cultivators were trapped in the heavenly dipper tier for their entire lives, unable to step into the heavenly body tier. Although he was trapped for 10,000 years, it was a blessing in disguise, and he stepped into the heavenly body tier. Heavenly body tier, on Scar Island, was considered an elite. Trying hard to suppress the joy in his heart, Fong Chun clasped his hands in Thunder Freer's direction. All right, you've also woken up. We should also go, Thunder Freer said. Fong Chun nodded, and Thunder Freer grabbed Fong Chun and quickly left the heaven-breaking abyss. Senior Thunder Freer. Fong Chun hurriedly stopped him. What's the matter? Thunder Freer asked. I've come to the heaven-breaking abyss this time to search for bolted dragon vines, Fong Chun said. Oh, I see. After saying that, Thunder Freer took Fong Chun and changed their direction, leaping continuously. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a mysterious place in the heaven-breaking abyss. The bolted dragon vines are here, Thunder Freer said as he stood in the air. Fong Chun looked over and shockingly discovered that there were 2 bolted dragon vines under his feet. The vine leaves wrapped around the main body, almost as tall as a cliff. 2, Fong Chun said. Bolted dragon vines are very precious and not common in the universe. Unfortunately, they're useless to me. How many do you need? Go get them yourself, Thunder Freer said. Fong Chun nodded and then landed on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. The bolted dragon vines seemed to have discovered that someone was approaching, and the vine leaves wrapped around the main body began to stir, ready to attack Fong Chun. However, at this moment, a terrifying power of stars instantly enveloped the bolted dragon vines. In an instant, the bolted dragon vines stopped moving. Fong Chun looked up and found that Thunder Freer had released the power of stars to suppress the bolted dragon vines. He cupped his hands at Thunder Freer and then activated his immortal level body to forcibly uproot one of the bolted dragon vines. After putting it into the infinite space ring, Fong Chun returned to Thunder Freer's side. Thunder Freer nodded at Fong Chun with satisfaction and said, Fong Chun, I like your character more and more. It's very difficult to survive in this world. There are 2 bolted dragon vines here, and you only took 1. Ordinary people can't do that, Thunder Freer said. Fong Chun smiled honestly and didn't say anything. When Thunder Freer took Fong Chun to the periphery of the heaven-breaking abyss, the golden-winged rock instantly swooped down, trying to attack Fong Chun and Thunder Freer. I'm just missing him out. Thunder Freer waved his hand, and the power of stars emerged, enveloping the golden-winged rock. Instantly, the golden-winged rock felt panic and wanted to break free, but couldn't. In the end, the golden-winged rock obediently came to Thunder Freer's side and was put into the infinite space ring by him. At the side, Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. Heavenly body tier elites were too powerful. Their every move exuded an indescribable pressure. The two of them quickly came out of the heaven-breaking abyss. At this moment, on the cliff outside the heaven-breaking abyss, the two brothers were chatting. "Big brother, the culprit is definitely dead. Why are we still waiting here?" the second brother asked, puzzled. "This matter concerns whether we can get the position of young clan leader, so we can't lose it. If he's alive, I want to see him, and if he's dead, I want to see his corpse," the eldest brother said solemnly. "We've already waited for a year. How long more do we have to wait?" the second brother said impatiently. "Let's go in and take a look. If we still don't find anything, we'll go back and report," the eldest brother said. However, just as the two brothers were about to enter the heaven-breaking abyss, they suddenly saw two figures walking out calmly. "This is the culprit." In an instant, the ice-fired dual martial brothers discovered Fang Chun. "Brat, you're actually not dead," the eldest brother said coldly. "Since you're not dead, then let us kill you," the second brother said. Thunder Freer and Fang Chun had just come out when they heard the shout. Hearing this, Thunder Freer frowned slightly and said, "You have a grudge with them?" Fang Chun nodded and looked at the two brothers. "Ice and fire duo, noisy." Thunder Freer turned to look at the two brothers and sneered. Suddenly, a burst of star power shot out, and the two brothers were instantly turned into ashes. They didn't even have time to scream before they turned into nothingness. This was the ability of heavenly body tier elites. "Thank you, Senior," Fang Chun said. "Fang Chun, I've just regained my freedom, and there are some things I need to take care of. We'll part here. If you need anything, just crush the jade pendant," Thunder Freer said. Fang Chun nodded, and the two of them separated. Chapter 977. A few days later, Fang Chun returned to the Sky Sword Mansion. From the time Fang Chun accepted the mission to his successful return, it had taken him 1.5 years. It had already exceeded the 3 hell-level missions that Butler Lee said he could complete in 1 year. When Fang Chun returned to the First Army, Hu Ming came immediately. "Fang Chun, you're back." After not hearing from him for more than a year, Hu Ming thought that Vice Captain Fang Chun had died. Who would have thought that Fang Chun would return? After careful observation, Hu Ming was overjoyed to find that Fang Chun was fine. "I didn't expect you to come out of the broken sky abyss alive." Hu Ming laughed. Fang Chun nodded his head when he saw Hu Ming. "By the way, have you completed your mission?" Hu Ming suddenly asked. "Yes." As he spoke, Fang Chun took out the bolong vine. "This is the bolong vine." Hu Ming stared at the bolong vine with burning eyes. His face was filled with excitement. It was his first time seeing the bolong vine. Legend had it that the bolong vine was a very precious treasure. It was very tempting even to Heaven Star Border Realm experts. On the contrary, it was much less tempting to Mysterious King Realm experts. "Let's go and submit the mission," Hu Ming said. Then, Fang Chun and Hu Ming quickly went to the mission hall to submit the mission. The reward for completing the hell-level mission was very generous. Just the purple crystal alone was 1,000,000 pieces. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. The bolong vine was too valuable. City Lord Mansion in the garden. The City Lord sat cross-legged, as if he was sensing the power of the stars. However, right at this moment, a servant suddenly rushed into the garden. "City Lord." The servant cupped his hands and greeted. Hearing this, the City Lord slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of displeasure between his brows. The servant noticed the City Lord's displeasure and hurriedly said, "City Lord, Vice Captain Fang Chun of the First Army's 3rd Guardian Team has completed the mission to find the bolong vine." "Completed? Quickly bring the bolong vine to me." The City Lord's eyes lit up, and he said directly. Not long after, the servant brought the bolong vine and handed it to the City Lord. The bolong vine had shrunk to the size of a palm. Holding it in his hand, the City Lord smiled. "I really didn't expect that this brat actually came out of Duan Heaven Abyss alive, and even brought out the bolong dragon vine," City Lord His Excellency said with a grin. "City Lord, Housekeeper Lee received news that Fang Chun had returned and went to the First Army," the servant said cautiously. When the City Lord heard this, he nodded and said, "I understand. The 1st troop, the 3rd troop." Fang Chun's return also caused a sensation. All the martialists walked out of the courtyard and surrounded Fang Chun. "Vice Captain, I knew you would come back. Hu Yanlong laughed. Ever since he had experienced that mission with Fang Chun, Hu Yanlong's attitude towards Fang Chun had changed greatly. This time, he was also very excited to see Fang Chun return. Jin Yi Dao, Fairy Chi Yu, and the others also nodded slightly. Everyone, Fang Chun has just returned and is a little tired. Let him rest, Hu Ming said. However, at that instant, a strong aura suddenly spread across the place. Then, everyone felt a burst of pressure. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone kept retreating, but Fang Chun stood still on the ground. Hu Ming's expression changed drastically. Not good. Hu Ming knew that Housekeeper Li had come. Brat, you're finally back? For more than a year, Housekeeper Li thought that Fang Chun did not dare to come back and escaped. But he still said that he was back. As long as he was still in Sky Sword Mansion, he would definitely die, and no one could stop him. Whoosh! The vital essence of heaven and earth around Housekeeper Li rotated, and Fang Chun felt great pressure. Housekeeper Li had always wanted to kill him, and now that the 1-year deadline had passed, Housekeeper Li would not let go of this opportunity. Housekeeper Li, stop. The 2 commanders of the First Army appeared. They scolded loudly. They also knew that Fang Chun had completed the mission and brought back the news of the Bull and Dragon Vine. A Mystic King realm martial artist could safely return from the sky-breaking abyss and bring back the Bull and Dragon Vine. It was enough to show that Fang Chun's strength was outstanding. They would not allow Fang Chun to be killed by Housekeeper Li. He did not fulfill the original agreement, and you still want to stop him. As he spoke, the aura around Housekeeper Li surged again. Seeing this, the 2 commanders' expressions changed drastically. Whoosh! Housekeeper Li attacked, and the vital essence of heaven and earth gathered on his palm, and suddenly blasted towards the 2 commanders. Bang! 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 The battle between Heaven Star realm martial artists was terrifying. Every move of the 3 Heaven Dipper realm masters would suffocate the many martial artists below. Is this the power of a Heaven Star realm martial artist? It's too powerful. Even a 9th level Mystic King realm martial artist would not be able to resist it. Heaven and earth vital essence at his fingertips. Many martial artists were shocked. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes, and his heart was filled with hatred for Housekeeper Li. Crash. Unknowingly, a jade pendant appeared in his palm, and he used a little strength to crush it. Senior Tianlei, I've encountered danger in the Sky Sword Mansion. The moment the jade pendant was crushed, this sentence was transmitted out. Then, Fang Chun's eyes flickered, and he looked at the sky. At this moment, the 3 Heaven Star realm martial artists were fighting fiercely in the sky. Fortunately, the 3 of them had used a secret technique to conceal their strength. Otherwise, the aura that leaked out would be enough to destroy the entire First Army. Bang! After fighting for about 15 minutes, Housekeeper Li finally revealed his trump card. When Housekeeper Li stretched out his palm, a blood-red maple leaf suddenly appeared. This maple leaf shot towards one of the commanders at lightning speed. Then, the majestic vital essence exploded. The commander could not dodge in time, and his body was directly overturned and sent flying. The other commander could not withstand Housekeeper Li's attack alone, and was suppressed by Housekeeper Li. You! The commander who was sent flying landed on the ground, and his face was solemn as he shouted in a hoarse voice. Are you all right? Another commander hurried to his side and asked worriedly. They had originally thought that the 2 of them would be able to block Housekeeper Li's attack, but now it seemed that the 2 of them had failed. Housekeeper Li, you've really put in a lot of effort, said one of the commanders. Humph. As long as I can kill this brat, a mere scarlet maple leaf is nothing, sneered Housekeeper Li. The scarlet maple leaf was a spatial container that could store energy. Of course, if it were a simple container, the 2 commanders wouldn't be so shocked. That was because this scarlet maple leaf could store vital essence. When a martial artist cultivated to the Heaven Star realm, they would be able to condense vital essence and absorb vital essence. But some martial artists would store their vital essence within the scarlet maple leaf. When the battle reached the most critical moment, they would directly detonate the scarlet maple leaf. That kind of destructive power was extremely great. The reason Housekeeper Lee was able to defeat the two commanders was because of the scarlet maple leaf. Crash! Housekeeper Lee walked step by step towards Fong Chun. His pitch-black eyes looked down on Fong Chun, as if he was looking at a dead man. "You kill my son. Today I'll definitely kill you," said Housekeeper Lee whoosh. Housekeeper Lee waved his hand, and a stream of vital essence instantly shot towards Fong Chun. Seeing this, Fong Chun's expression changed. He used the space-time true meaning and hid his body in the void. Insignificant skill. In the eyes of a Heaven Star Realm expert, Fong Chun's action was too stupid. Sure enough, when this stream of vital essence approached Fong Chun, it instantly turned into countless vital essence and blasted towards this space. Puff! Puff! The dense bombardment made it impossible for Fong Chun to dodge. With a bang, Fong Chun's body was hit by one of the vital essence. He spat out a mouthful of blood and revealed his true body. Landing on the ground, Fong Chun's expression was grave. He held the hidden star sword in his hand, ready to fight at any time. "Too strong. I can't resist at all. I hope Senior Thunder Freer can come soon," said Fong Chun to himself. Right now, he needed to stall for time. As long as Thunder Freer came, he would be safe. But would Housekeeper Lee give him time? Just as Housekeeper Lee was about to attack a second time, Fong Chun spoke. Chapter 978. Steward Lee's hand froze in the air as he stared at Fong Chun. "Your son, young Master Jian Hen, was killed by Dai Hongxian. I saw it with my own eyes," said Fong Chun. This was the only way to stall for time. "Do you think I'll believe you?" sneered Steward Lee. He was laughing at Fong Chun's stupidity for trying to use such a method to deceive him. How laughable. "No matter what, you'll definitely die," said Steward Lee. In the next moment, Steward Lee attacked. The vital energy of heaven and earth raged in the void as the faces of the two commanders turned gloomy. They had finally found such a good seedling, but Steward Lee had killed him. Enough. However, just when everyone thought that Fong Chun was dead for sure, suddenly, a deep voice rang out from the City Lord's mansion. "City Lord." Then the air rippled, and an illusory figure appeared. This was the City Lord's will. "This matter ends here," said the City Lord. "City Lord, this person killed my son. I want revenge," roared Steward Lee. He had fallen into madness. The City Lord had appeared at this critical juncture and even sided with Fong Chun. He was unwilling to accept this. "Your son wasn't killed by Fong Chun," said the City Lord. The City Lord was the strongest and most authoritative figure in the Sky Sword Mansion. No one dared to go against the words of the City Lord. But now, the City Lord was saying that his son wasn't killed by Fong Chun. The City Lord's illusory figure looked thoughtfully at Steward Lee and then dissipated. The crowd below was silent. The angriest one was Steward Lee. He had thought that he could kill Fong Chun, but the City Lord had interfered. "Damn it, not only did I not kill him, but I also wasted a scarlet maple leaf." Steward Lee was furious. However, this was the City Lord's order, and he didn't dare to go against it. "Steward Lee, the City Lord said that Fong Chun isn't the murderer," said one of the captains. "Umph." Steward Lee coldly snorted and left. After Butler Lee left, everyone cheered. Hu Yanlong and the others were especially excited. "Fong Chun, you're really something. Even the City Lord has personally stepped forward for you. You sure have a lot of face." The entire 3rd Protector Squad cheered, and Hu Ming was also very excited. And in the City Lord's mansion, after the City Lord's consciousness returned, he immediately announced that he would go into seclusion. With the Bolong Vine, he might be able to take that step. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Only Housekeeper Lee knew that the City Lord was in seclusion. That day, Steward Lee's heart was once again filled with killing intent towards Fong Chun. The City Lord is in closed-door training and will not come out for a while. This is the best opportunity to kill Fong Chun, Butler Lee said to himself. However, he could not openly kill Fong Chun. In the end, Butler Lee thought of a way to disguise himself. Crash dark clouds covered the sky above the First Army, and the astral essence of heaven and earth was in chaos. The majestic power instantly swept down and engulfed the entire 3rd Guardian Squad. Boom! A figure appeared in the sky. With a wave of his hand, a fierce and domineering astral essence shot towards the third Guardian squad. The terrifying, explosive power instantly overturned the third Guardian squad. Miserable screams came from the third Guardian squad's courtyard. The astral essence explosion injured countless people. All the martial artists hurriedly left their rooms and appeared in the courtyard. Hu Ming was the first to rush over. When he saw the terrifying figure in the sky, his face turned pale. What's going on? Besides Hu Ming, the two captains also appeared. Thief, you dare to cause trouble in my sky, sword mansion. The two captains joined hands, preparing to capture this person. However, when they saw a scarlet maple leaf appear in this person's hand, they instantly stopped. I only came here to kill one person. It has nothing to do with you, the person said coldly. What do we do? One of the captain's face was gloomy. This is the Sky Sword Mansion. If you kill the innocent, the city lord will definitely not let you off. The two captains were intimidated by the scarlet maple leaf and did not dare to act rashly. However, this person found Fong Chun in the crowd, and a fierce astral essence instantly swooped down. Not good, run. When the crowd saw this, they all shouted and scattered in all directions. However, when Fong Chun wanted to escape, he suddenly found that he was locked on by this expert and could not escape. Why'd he lock onto me? Could it be? In an instant, Fong Chun guessed the identity of this person. Steward Lee. Since he came to the Sky Sword Mansion, only Steward Lee had the intention to kill him. This person must be Steward Lee. Could it be that he even dared to go against the City Lord's words? Activating the divine level sword body, Fong Chun swung the hidden star sword in his hand. The strongest attack, Void Meteor Annihilation, and the Secret Eye Sword were all used. Crack! However, in front of the Heaven Star Border expert, it was not worth mentioning. After coming into contact with the astral essence, the Secret Eye Sword and Void Meteor Annihilation were instantly shattered. Then, the astral essence locked on to Fong Chun and swooped down. Not good, his target is Fong Chun. Seeing this, the two commanders' faces changed, and they immediately attacked. Steward Lee had already thought of a countermeasure. In order to kill Fong Chun, he did not hesitate to waste another scarlet maple leaf. Crash! The scarlet maple leaf exploded and forced the two commanders to retreat. At the same time, the two commanders were injured. Die! Steward Lee stared at Fong Chun and laughed eerily. The terrifying astral essence had already touched Fong Chun's body. As long as the astral essence hit Fong Chun, he would die without a doubt. At this time in the sky outside the prefecture city, a figure was flying rapidly. Damn it, I'm so unlucky to meet that old monster. Thunder Freer's face was full of helplessness. After Fong Chun crushed the jade pendant to ask for help, he rushed here at full speed. He did not expect to meet that old monster on the way and fight with him for a long time before letting him go. I hope I'm not too late. As he spoke, Thunder Freer entered the prefecture city. He spread out his soul and instantly discovered what was happening above the First Army. Seeing that Fong Chun was in danger, Thunder Freer was instantly enraged. You're courting death. Crash! In the next moment, Thunder Freer appeared above Fong Chun out of thin air. At this time, the terrifying astral essence had already touched Fong Chun. Am I going to die? Fong Chun's eyes were full of unwillingness. Break! While everyone was still in shock, the vital spirit of heaven and earth that came into contact with Fong Chun's body shattered and disappeared into the void without even causing a ripple. How is this possible? Steward Lee was shocked and cried out. How dare you attack my brother? Do you want to die? Thunder Freer landed beside Fong Chun. After confirming that Fong Chun was fine, he turned to stare at Steward Lee and said coldly, Buzz! Around Thunder Freer, the power of the stars surged. The wild aura enveloped the First Army, making it hard for everyone to breathe. The two commanders were the most shocked. That's a heavenly body tier elite. How does Fong Chun know a heavenly body tier elite? The appearance of a mysterious heavenly body tier elite made Steward Lee's heart tremble. Heavenly body tier. Steward Lee's heart was filled with fear. A single look from a heavenly body tier elite was enough to make him extremely terrified. He also didn't expect that there would be a heavenly body tier elite behind Fong Chun. "Senior, this is my fault. I'm willing to bear all the consequences," Steward Lee said hurriedly. What a joke. Heaven Dipper tier elites were like ants in front of heavenly body tier elites. "Bear all the consequences," Thunder Freer said with a sneer. If he had come a little later, Fong Chun would probably have died at his hands. Without Fong Chun, he wouldn't have been able to escape. "I'm willing to give Fong Chun a scarlet maple leaf as an apology," Steward Lee said. "1. Thunder Freer glared at Steward Lee. "No, 10. This is all the wealth I've accumulated over these years. I'll give it all to Fong Chun. I hope this matter will end here," Steward Lee begged in fear. "Give it to me." Thunder Freer waved his hand, and 10 scarlet maple leaves flew out from Steward Lee's body. Then, Thunder Freer handed them to Fong Chun and said, "Keep these." Steward Lee was overjoyed, thinking that Thunder Freer would let him go. However, Thunder Freer's next words made him despair. Chapter 979. These aren't enough to exchange for your life. Thunder Freer's words made Steward Lee's face turn ashen. 10 scarlet maple leaves. These were all the wealth he had accumulated as a steward of the Heavenly Sword Mansion. However, 10 scarlet maple leaves were still not enough to satisfy a heavenly body tier elite. His body was trembling. A heavenly body tier elite could kill him with a flip of the hand. In front of Thunder Freer, he didn't dare to act rashly. The hearts of the two commanders were also filled with astonishment. Heavenly body tier. That was a heavenly body tier elite. Even the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master was not worth mentioning in front of a heavenly body tier elite. I didn't expect Fong Chun to have the support of a heavenly body tier elite. Yes, looks like this steward will be skinned alive, even if he doesn't die this time. The two commanders sighed. The other cultivators were even more stunned. This was the first time they had seen a heavenly body tier elite. "Killing you will dirty my hands. I'll leave your worthless life to my brother." As he spoke, Thunder Freer stretched out his hand and directly pressed down. "No!" Steward Lee screamed in horror. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Thunder Freer's suppression. "Gotcha!" Thunder Freer's hand pressed down, and Steward Lee instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his body fell to the ground. His aura was weak, as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. Everyone was shocked. Housekeeper Lee's aura was rapidly diminishing. In the blink of an eye, the heaven and earth around Steward Lee gradually dissipated. In the end, the heaven and earth in Steward Lee's chi were all shattered. "I'll spare your life and let my brother kill you personally. However, you're not allowed to attack my brother for 3 years. Otherwise, who couldn't deal with the threat of a heavenly body tier elite?" Steward Lee's body trembled. Although his heart was filled with hatred, he didn't dare to speak. A heavenly body tier elite was too powerful. Just a casual strike had shattered the heaven and earth in his chi, causing his cultivation to fall to the early stage of the Heaven Dipper tier. It was extremely difficult for Heaven Dipper tier elites to condense even one strand of heaven and earth. After suffering such a setback, he probably wouldn't be able to condense another strand of vital essence for the next 3 to 5 years. In other words, within 3 to 5 years, his cultivation base will stay in the Heavenly Dipper realm initial stage. "Thank you for your mercy, Senior," Butler Lee said in a deep voice. Thunder Freer snorted coldly. He then turned to Fong Chun and said, "I will leave him to you. You better train hard." After that, Thunder Freer took Fong Chun and left the residence of the First Army. In a certain restaurant in the Sky Sword Prefecture's capital city, Thunder Freer restrained his aura and sat down with Fong Chun in the restaurant, drinking. "Senior Tianlei, thank you so much." Fong Chun cupped his hands in thanks. If it were not for Thunder Freer showing up in time, he would not have been able to make it out alive. If it weren't for you, I would still be trapped in the heavenly lightning space. Moreover, I wouldn't have been able to advance to the heavenly body tier. Compared to stepping into the heavenly body tier, this was nothing. Moreover, the more he interacted with Fong Chun, The more Thunder Freer realized that Fong Chen's personality was very suitable for him. "If you don't mind, call me Big Brother." Thunder Freer laughed loudly. Fong Chen was stunned. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Big Brother." How could he not hug such a thick thigh? A heavenly body tier elite was considered an elite on Scar Island. Even a master of a province on Scar Island would not be able to compete with him. After drinking for a while, Fong Chen asked, "Big Brother Thunder Freer, where did you go before?" "To tell you the truth, I am the Lord of the Sky Thunder Prefecture. I returned this time to deal with the matters of the Sky Thunder Prefecture," Thunder Freer said. Hearing this, Fong Chen was shocked. He did not expect Thunder Freer to be the Lord of the Sky Thunder Prefecture. The Lord of a prefecture, that was the master of a prefecture. He had great power. The Sky Thunder Prefecture was adjacent to the Demon Cloud Prefecture. Fong Chen did not know how big the Demon Cloud Prefecture was. The Sky Sword Prefecture was so vast, and there were 8 prefectures in the Demon Cloud Prefecture. The Sky Thunder Prefecture was almost the same as the Demon Cloud Prefecture. The master of a province had a lot of authority on Scar Island. "So Big Brother is the Lord of the Sky Thunder Prefecture," Fong Chen said with a smile. Thunder Freer waved his hand and said, "That was a long time ago. I disappeared for 10,000 years, and the Sky Thunder Prefecture has changed hands. However, the current Lord of the Sky Thunder Prefecture is my disciple." "What do you plan to do next?" Thunder Freer asked. Fong Chen pondered for a moment, and then said, "I plan to continue cultivating in the Sky Sword Prefecture. When my cultivation increases, I will go to other places." The Outerverse was too big, and there were many elites. With Fong Chen's strength, he could only be cannon fodder if he went other places. It was better to cultivate in the Sky Sword Prefecture. After joining the First Army, there would be no danger for the time being, and other cultivators would not dare to act against him. This was a good time to cultivate. Your potential is very high. Within 3 years, you will definitely be able to rival Heaven Dipper tier elites, Thunder Freer said. "Big Brother, what are you going to do next?" Fong Chen asked. "I've already stepped into the Heavenly Body tier. This small Sky Thunder Prefecture has no more attachments. I plan to go to the center of Scar Island to temper myself," Thunder Freer said. After stepping into the Heavenly Body tier, it was too difficult to increase one's cultivation level. "Brat, if you have time, go to the Sky Thunder Prefecture and mention my name," Thunder Freer said. In the end, Thunder Freer chatted with Fong Chen for a long time and then quietly disappeared. When Fong Chen returned to the First Army, the whole place was in an uproar. All the cultivators looked at Fong Chen with eyes full of fear. If it was only Fong Chen, they would not be afraid at all. However, there was a Heavenly Body tier elite behind him. Captain Fong. On the square, cultivators greeted Fong Chen wherever he went. Fong Chen nodded and then returned to his room. After the appearance of the Heavenly Body tier Thunder Freer, the storm of Housekeeper Li gradually died down. Now, Fong Chen had become famous in the First Army. All the cultivators would unconsciously think of that Heavenly Body tier elite when they mentioned Fong Chen. And time also slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half a year, Fong Chen had been cultivating in seclusion. Although there were occasional missions, most of them were simple. One day, Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His body was surrounded by aura. The spiritual chi was very dense, and there were ripples in the air. 5th level of the Mysterious King tier. In half a year, Fong Chen had broken through from the 3rd level of the Mysterious King tier to the 5th level of the Mysterious King tier. This kind of cultivation speed made people despair. I've already cultivated the Void Meteor Annihilation to the transformation level. It's time to go to the Heaven Connecting Peak. Fong Chen mumbled to himself. Then his figure flashed and instantly entered the Heaven Connecting Peak. "Master!" Seeing Fong Chen, the Tool Spirit and Half-Beast clasped their hands and called out. "I've already cultivated the Void Meteor Annihilation to the peak. I want to cultivate the Heavenly Star technique." Fong Chen directly stated his purpose. "Congratulations, Master." The Tool Spirit and Half-Beast grinned. Fong Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived at this mysterious place. Then he suddenly stretched out his hand and instantly grabbed a ball of light, and then took it away. Voila! All the information of the heavenly star technique entered Feng Chen's mind. Feng Chen sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the heavenly star technique. However, after about 3 minutes, Feng Chen opened his eyes, and there was a bit of displeasure on his face. What's going on? Feng Chen was very confused. Master, it's very difficult to cultivate the heavenly star technique. Your current cultivation is only at the mysterious king tier. If you reach the heaven dipper tier, it'll be much easier to cultivate, the tool spirit said. Hearing this, Feng Chen instantly understood. No wonder he felt that the heavenly star technique was very obscure and difficult to understand. So it was because his cultivation level was too low. After pondering for a while, Feng Chen stopped cultivating. He said a few words to the tool spirit and half-beast, and then turned to leave. When he left, Feng Chen's soul scanned and found that his disciple, Tian Xen, was still wandering in the heaven-connecting peak. Now, his cultivation had reached the spiritual whirlpool realm. Not bad. Feng Chen was very satisfied with his disciple. Tian Xen had the sky-desolate sword body, which was stronger than his sword body. He was born to be a sword cultivation genius. Chapter 980. At Feng Chen's level, his understanding of the sword principle had reached a level that ordinary people could not reach. When the time was right, he had to guide his disciple. After doing all this, Feng Chen's figure flashed, and he left the heaven-piercing peak. Although the heaven-piercing peak world was very small, it was a world of its own. There were many martial artists living here. Some were the disciples of the heaven-piercing island lord, and some were from the heaven-piercing island. They lived carefree lives in the heaven-piercing peak world. On a mountain peak that reached the clouds, Tian Xen sat cross-legged and was cultivating. Suddenly, the void tore and a light flashed. Seeing this, Tian Xen's face turned serious as he stared at the light. Whoosh! Tian Xen was actually unable to block this beam of light, and it instantly entered his body. Immediately, Tian Xen's mind was filled with the aura of the sword principle. Tian Xen was shocked. In the blink of an eye, his understanding of the sword principle had increased greatly. Master's guidance. Instantly, Tian Xen understood that the light just now must have been left by his master. Back then, after the ancient sword continent was unified, Tian Xen chose to enter the heaven-piercing peak to cultivate. Now, his cultivation was too weak, and he could not go out to explore. Once his cultivation reached the mystic king realm, he would go out to explore. As soon as Feng Chen appeared in the heaven-piercing peak, Hu Ming came looking for him. Feng Chen, you broke through. Seeing Feng Chen's aura, Hu Ming grinned and said, Captain Hu, why are you looking for me? Feng Chen knew that Hu Ming must be looking for him for something. Feng Chen, in 7 days, the First Army's 4 Guardian teams will hold a competition that is held once every 3 years, said Hu Ming. Competition? Feng Chen was a little confused. Actually, it's just a competition between the Guardian teams. Of course, there's also a competition between the Guardian captains, said Hu Ming. After listening to Hu Ming's explanation, Feng Chen understood. Feng Chen, this is the information of the other 6 Guardian captains. Take a look carefully. Hu Ming put down the information and left. Feng Chen casually flipped through the list. The 6 captains of the other 3 escort groups were basically martial artists at the 9th level of the Mystic King realm. Among them, the captain of the 1st Guard team was at the peak of the 9th level of the Profound King realm. He was only 1 step away from the half-step Heaven Dipper realm. He was also the champion of the 1st Army's Chief Guard captain in the previous captain competition. If I don't use the Secret Soul technique, it shouldn't be hard for me to deal with an early 9th level martial artist. If I use the Secret Eye Sword, I should be able to fight a late 9th level Profound King realm martial artist. Feng Chen thought to himself. With his current strength, he was still at a disadvantage against the head guard captain. However, he did not care about this. What he cared about was the improvement of his cultivation base. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Today, the residence of the first troop was extremely lively. The members of the 4 great guardian teams were all gathered in the square. Captain Fong, you've come. In the 3rd guardian team area, many members nodded and greeted Fong Chun when they saw him arrive. Fong Chun nodded in response and sat in the front row of the 3rd guardian team area. The 4 great guardian teams were in 4 different directions. At the front, there was a rostrum where 2 commanders sat side by side. Everyone, today, is the triennial competition of the First Army. The 2 commanders stood up and introduced the rules of the competition in detail. Then, the competition officially began. First, the members of the 4 great guardian teams took turns to compete. I am Hu Yanlong of the 3rd guardian team. Who want to fight with me? At a certain moment, Hu Yanlong stepped onto the martial stage. His aura surged as he looked around and shouted, "Let me!" A voice came from the 1st guardian team. A person leaped onto the martial stage and fought with Hu Yanlong. Bang, bang, bang. The battle between the 2 was very intense. However, Hu Yanlong had been suppressing his opponent from the start. Finally, after fighting for more than 30 rounds, Hu Yanlong found an opportunity to send his opponent flying with a punch. Hu Yanlong won. In the following battle, Hu Yanlong defeated dozens of martial artists with lightning speed. After that, no one from the 4 great guardian teams dared to challenge Hu Yanlong. Seeing this, Hu Yanlong felt bored and walked off the martial stage. After Hu Yanlong left, the other members all went onto the stage. In the blink of an eye, it was already late. For the entire day, the 4 great guardian teams competed with each other. Generally speaking, the members of the 3rd guardian team were on the weaker side. The strongest was the 1st guardian team. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of fierce battles, a victor was finally decided between the 2 people on the martial stage. This also indicated that this year's competition had come to an end. One of the commanders stood up and looked around. Then he grinned and laughed. This year's competition has come to an end. Everyone's performance was very good. I hope everyone will continue to work hard. The 3rd guardian team's Hu Yanlong has obtained 1st place in this year's competition. He is rewarded with 3 astral essence pills. Hearing that Hu Yanlong had been rewarded with 3 astral essence pills, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. In the 3rd guardian team area, everyone cupped their hands and congratulated him. Hu Yanlong, congratulations. Ah, Hu Yanlong, you brought honor to our 3rd guardian team. The reward is too generous. It's actually 3 astral essence pills at once. What a generous reward. Fong Chun, who was sitting in the front row, revealed a smile on his face. The astral essence pill was a fatal temptation to 9th level Mystic King realm martial artists. Ordinary 9th level Mystic King realm martial artists couldn't absorb the astral essence of heaven and earth. However, after consuming the astral essence pill, they could absorb the astral essence of heaven and earth. This way, it would be beneficial for martial artists to enter the Heaven Star realm. Thank you, commanders. Hu Yanlong cupped his hands and thanked them. The 1st guardian team's overall strength is ranked 1st. He is rewarded with 5 astral essence pills and a special pardon for a hell level mission. Crash! The square was in an uproar. The 1st guardian team was excited. The 5 astral essence pills were already shocking enough. They didn't expect to be rewarded with a special pardon for a hell level mission. As everyone knew, hell level missions were extremely dangerous and had a high mortality rate. Every time the guardian team was forcefully assigned to a hell level mission, everyone would be terrified. As for the special amnesty reward, he would be able to reject a hell rank mission at a critical moment without any punishment. Congratulations, Captain Nyehu. Several captains congratulated him. Nyehu was the 1st guardian team's captain and also the 1st guardian team's captain. Nyehu's face was full of smiles. After the rewards were distributed, one of the commanders said, "It's already late today. The competition between the captains will continue tomorrow." After speaking, everyone dispersed. Fong Chun bid farewell to Hu Ming and returned to the 3rd guardian team. Late at night, an unexpected martial artist appeared in Fong Chen's room. "Captain Fong Chun, you're still awake." "Yes, Captain Nyehu. Why are you here?" Although Fong Chun had met Nyehu before, he wasn't familiar with him. He didn't understand why Nyehu would look for him so late at night. Captain Fong Chun, I have indeed come to find you because I have a favor to ask of you, Niehu said with a smile. Please speak, Captain Niehu, Fong Chun said. Captain Fong Chun, I also know that there's a heavenly body tier elite behind you. Niehu paused, and then said, if Captain Fong Chun can introduce him to me, I'm willing to give up the position of head captain to you tomorrow, Captain Fong Chun. Fong Chun frowned slightly and didn't say anything. Captain Fong Chun, Niehu said, the rewards for becoming head captain in every competition are very generous. Your cultivation level is too low now, and you need a large amount of resources. This position of head captain is very important to you. Captain Niehu, I'm afraid I can't help you. Fong Chun spread his hands. How could he not know that Niehu wanted him to act as a go-between, get to know a heavenly body tier elite, and then become his disciple? Not to mention that Big Brother Tianlei had already left. Even if he was here, Fong Chun wouldn't do this. This Niehu is very scheming. In order to get to know a heavenly body tier elite, he didn't hesitate to give up the position of head captain. Captain Fong Chun, such a small matter shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Niehu looked a little displeased. He thought that Fong Chun was deliberately declining. It's not that I don't want to, but that heavenly body tier elite has already left, Fong Chun said. Captain Fong Chun, are you really not going to help? Captain Niehu asked, unwilling to give up. Chapter 981. Fong Chun shrugged and stood up. It was obvious that he was going to send him off. However, Fong Chun's actions angered Niehu. It seems that Captain Fong is unwilling to help, Niehu said, trying hard to hold back his laughter. Fong Chun did not say anything else and turned to look out of the window. Seeing this, Niehu nodded and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Goodbye, Captain Fong. Niehu turned and left in a huff. This Niehu actually wants me to build a bridge for him, Fong Chun muttered to himself with a smirk. The next day, the captain competition was the highlight of the day. In the entire square, all the team members had arrived early and were waiting for the exciting battle. Not long after, the 2 commanders arrived. The 4 escort teams and 8 captains had all arrived. Today, there will be a competition between captains. First, there will be a competition between captains, and then there will be a competition between vice captains, said the commander. The 8 captains were eager to have a go. After the announcement of the rules, the 2 commanders sat on the rostrum. The battle between the captains had begun. The first to go up was the captain of the first escort team, Niehu, and the captain of the second escort team. Damn it! The captain of the second escort team was a little helpless when he saw Niehu. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could not give up directly, so he could only bite the bullet. Bang, bang, bang. Before the second captain could make a move, Niehu had already made his move. Go! Niehu growled and clenched his fists. Spiritual energy surrounded his body. The majestic aura made Niehu's fists full of lethality. As everyone expected, Niehu's fist landed on the captain of the second escort team. Immediately, the captain of the second escort team was sent flying. Niehu wins, the commander announced. A smile appeared on Niehu's face. When he left the martial arts arena, he looked at Fong Chun thoughtfully. Fong Chun, I'll go first. Hu Ming patted Fong Chun's shoulder and said. On the martial arts arena, Hu Ming and the captain of the fourth escort team were fighting. The 2 of them were evenly matched, so it was impossible to determine the winner in a short time. Fong Chun's eyes flickered as he watched the fierce battle on the martial arts stage. Captain Fong, do you think Captain Hu Ming can win? Asked Tu Yanlong. Fong Chun pondered for a moment, then said, the 4th guard captain's fist strength is very fierce, but he can't maintain it for too long. Captain Hu Ming's palm technique is very tricky. If nothing goes wrong, Captain Hu Ming will win. After listening to Fong Chun's words, Hu Yanlong laughed heartily and no longer spoke. On the martial arts stage, Hu Ming suddenly stretched out his palm. Suddenly, a huge handprint appeared in the sky. It contained an extremely majestic aura. So strong. Everyone in the square was shocked. Even the 4th guard captain's expression changed greatly. He let out a low roar and punched out with all his might. Bung, a deafening sound rang out as palm techniques clashed against fist techniques. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena began to shake. When the chaotic spiritual energy dissipated, two figures stood facing each other on the martial arts stage. There was a smile on Hu Ming's face. Opposite him, the fourth guard captain's expression was extremely gloomy. In the end, after his expression changed several times, he clasped his hands and said, "I admit defeat." Since the fourth guard captain had said this, it meant that Hu Ming had defeated him. In the battle of the four captains, Hu Ming and Nye who had won. Next was the battle of vice captains. The battle between the first and second vice captains was within everyone's expectations. After a fierce battle, the first vice captains defeated the second vice captains. "Fang Chun, it's your turn. I have high hopes for you," Hu Ming said excitedly. Fang Chun leaped onto the martial arts stage. "Fang Chun, I've heard of your great name long ago. Although you have a great elite of the heavenly body tier behind you, we're competing in personal battle prowess, not background," the fourth vice captain said in a low voice. In his opinion, Fang Chun's strength was only SOSO. "Then let's battle," Fang Chun said. Voila! Extremely majestic spiritual energy surged out of the fourth vice captain's body. Then, spiritual energy surged in his chi si. A battle saber appeared in the fourth vice captain's hand. Sky extinguishing saber. The fourth vice captain shouted in a low voice, and the battle saber in his hand spun violently. In an instant, saber chi filled the martial arts stage. It could be seen that the fourth vice captain was an expert of the saber Dao. His saber techniques were superb. Xiao, the true intent of saber, swept across the entire martial arts stage and instantly enveloped Fang Chun. Fifth grade. Seeing this, Fang Chun smiled. The fourth vice captain's saber intent had reached the fifth grade. In the eyes of outsiders, it was already very terrifying. On the rostrum, one of the captains said, "Fifth grade saber intent. He can be considered a genius of the saber Dao. Yes, this person needs to be nurtured well." The two captains were curious about how Fang Chun would deal with his fifth grade saber intent. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chun stood quietly, not saying a word. Some people even thought that Fang Chun was scared silly. Boom! The majestic saber intent all gathered in front of Fang Chun, squeezing Fang Chun. "Get lost," Fang Chun reprimanded softly. In the next moment, the sword will of the seventh grade realm instantly spread out. Hiss! Visible to the naked eye, the saber intent was swallowed by the sword intent. In the square below, there were exclamations. Fang Chun's sword intent actually swallowed the saber intent. How was it possible? Is his sword intent stronger than the fourth vice captain's saber intent? What a tyrannical sword intent! Not only the crowd exclaimed, but even the two captains were slightly shocked. Seventh grade. At such a young age, his sword intent has reached the seventh grade. It's really rare. Yes, this kind of sword Dao talent, in the entire Demon Cloud state, I'm afraid no one can match him. The more they came into contact with Fang Chun, the more shocked the two captains were. Fang Chun's sword Dao talent was too heaven-defying. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the menacing saber intent was completely swallowed by the sword intent. Now, on the martial arts stage, the sword intent permeated and shrouded the fourth vice captain. How is it possible? The fourth vice captain's face changed drastically, and he cried out involuntarily. Then, the saber in his hand suddenly slashed out. The strength to pick up mountains and the spirit to conquer the world. The fourth vice captain's saber slashed out, and its power was tyrannical to the extreme. Third Revolution Radiant Sword Technique. Fang Chun took out the star-concealing sword and displayed the Third Revolution Radiant Sword Technique. Whoosh! The radiant sword light suddenly suspended above his head and then collided with the fourth vice captain's saber. Bang! A deafening sound spread out in an instant. With a bang, the two men separated in an instant after a brief contact. "No, I must defeat you." The fourth vice captain was aware of Fang Chun's strength, and he fell into a frenzy. The Sky Extinction Saber was urged to the extreme, constantly slashing out a powerful saber light. However, No matter how the fourth vice-captain attacked, Fang Chun could easily deal with it. In the end, Fang Chun defeated the fourth vice-captain with the space-time meteorite strike. Fang Chun wins. When the commander announced the result, there was a burst of cheers in the third guard group area. "Congratulations, Captain Fang." Everyone laughed. "You're getting stronger and stronger," Hu Ming said. Fang Chun just smiled and said nothing. The two commanders looked at Fang Chun thoughtfully, then stood up and said, "The battle continues." First, the first vice-captain and Fang Chun's battle. Fist shaking heaven and earth. The first vice-captain displayed his most powerful attack as soon as he came up. However, Fang Chun was still able to face it calmly. The first vice-captain's cultivation was at the middle stage 9th level Profound King realm. Fang Chun could easily crush him with the space-time meteorite strike. Boom! Fang Chun defeated the first vice-captain. Suddenly, Fang Chun became the most dazzling existence in the entire square. In the first guard group area, a trace of killing intent flashed in Niehu's eyes. He was very unhappy. The two commanders were also very happy. A peerless genius. This was the two commanders' evaluation of Fang Chun. To be able to defeat a 9th-level Profound King Realm Martial Artist as a 5th-level Profound King Realm Martial Artist, it was enough to show how heaven-defying Fang Chun's strength was. "Big brother, I've heard that in the vast universe, there are some heaven-defying geniuses who are strong enough to fight across a realm," the second commander said. Hearing this, the first commander nodded solemnly and said, "Although fighting across a realm sounds shocking, there really are such existences. There were all kinds of strange things in the vast universe. However, there were very few geniuses who could fight across a realm. At least, there were none in the Sky Soar Mansion." Chapter 982. The last battle of the captains was between Niehu and Hu Ming. Although both of them were at the peak of LV9 Profound King Realm, the gap between them was obvious. Many people did not think that Hu Ming would win. Even the members of the third team did not think that Hu Ming would be Niehu's opponent. On the martial arts practice platform, Niehu's eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Hu Ming. "Niehu, I've been wanting to fight with you for a long time. Today, I finally get my wish." Hu Ming smiled. "You'll regret it," Niehu said eerily. The aura around him was terrifying. Hu Ming was full of fighting spirit, and his aura increased. "Then let's fight." Hu Ming shouted and struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the sky changed color. The wild spiritual energy turned into a terrifying palm print in the sky and rushed towards Niehu. Insignificant skill. Niehu sneered and suddenly punched out. Crack! Niehu's fist looked simple, but it shattered Hu Ming's palm print attack. Seeing this, Hu Ming's fighting spirit became stronger. Heaven and earth in the palm. Hu Ming used his unique skill, heaven and earth in the palm. Hu Ming was famous in the First Army because of his unique skill, heaven and earth in the palm. Hu Ming did not use it in the battle with the fourth team leader. Now, he was fully aware of Niehu's strength, so he did not hesitate to use the heaven and earth in the palm. Woo! Hu Ming's palm suddenly enlarged countless times. Then it shrunk rapidly. After 10 breaths, Hu Ming's palm expanded to its maximum size. His palm was as big as the martial arts stage. His palm was like a small world. There was a vast amount of spiritual energy and the extremely sharp power of heaven and earth. Is this the heaven and earth in the palm that you're so proud of? Niehu sneered. "Let's see what you're going to do after I break your heaven and earth." As soon as Niehu finished speaking, he clenched his fist. The aura around him gathered on his fist, and he punched out. This punch had reached the limit of the Profound King realm and was comparable to the strength of a half-step to the Heaven Star Border realm. Dong! Niehu's fist heavily hit the heaven and earth in the palm. Crack! A crack appeared in the heaven and earth in the palm. However, after a short confrontation, Niehu's fist radiance dissipated and he was forced to retreat. However, Hu Ming was in an even more sorry state. Cracks appeared in the world within his palm, and it was difficult for him to maintain it. He kept retreating and stabilized himself with great difficulty. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely pale. Not yet. Seeing this, Nyehu's expression turned completely gloomy. He was the first army's chief guard captain, yet he was unable to shatter Hu Ming's heaven and earth in the palm in front of so many people. To him, this was intolerable. Since that's the case, I'll make sure that you'll never be able to use the heaven and earth within a palm again. Nyehu roared crazily. In the next moment, his figure appeared in front of Hu Ming. Before Han Ming could react, a scarlet maple leaf appeared in Nyehu's hand. Then, he placed it into Han Ming's world in the palm. Boom! A violent aura instantly spread out, and the vital spirit within the scarlet maple leaf exploded. Poochie, the heaven and earth in the palm, was smashed into pieces without any resistance. Then, a figure instantly flew out from the chaotic spiritual chi. When the crowd looked over, they were shocked. At this moment, Hu Ming was in a sorry state. His clothes were stained with blood, and his palm was torn apart. Captain Hu! The members of the third Guardian team roared as they rushed to the bottom of the stage and surrounded Hu Ming. Fong Chen hurried over with an ugly expression. He tapped a few times on Hu Ming's body and sealed his acupuncture points. Send the captain back, Fong Chen said. Hu Yanlong and the others hurriedly sent Hu Ming away. Nyehu, you're too ruthless. Nyehu, you bastard. How dare you use the scarlet maple leaf? You crippled our captain. I'm going to kill you. Nyehu's actions angered the entire Third Army. There's no rule in the competition that forbids me from using the scarlet maple leaf, Nyehu sneered. If it weren't for Fong Chen stopping them, the members of the Third Army would have rushed to the martial arts arena and fought Nyehu. On the main stage, the first commander said with a gloomy expression, Nyehu, you've gone too far. First commander, Hu Ming is no match for me, but he refuses to admit defeat. I can't do anything about it, Nyehu said as he shrugged. Since you used the scarlet maple leaf, Hu Ming is half crippled, the second commander said. Although they were unhappy with Nyehu's actions, they couldn't say anything since he didn't violate the rules. However, it was a pity for Hu Ming. All right, the competition ends here, the two commanders said with a gloomy expression. The crowd was about to leave. However, at this moment, Nyehu suddenly said, Commanders, I've long heard of Captain Fong's extraordinary talent. I've always admired him for being able to fight a 9th-level Mystic King martial artist when he's only at the 5th-level Mystic King stage. I wonder if you can give me a chance to fight with Captain Fong, and let me see what a genius is like. The crowd that was about to leave suddenly stopped when they heard this. Even Fong Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Nyehu. This, the two commanders pondered and seemed to be discussing. Commanders, I would also like to seek advice from Captain Nyehu. Fong Chen took the initiative to speak. Originally, the two commanders wanted to refuse, but since Fong Chen himself agreed, they directly nodded. All right, the two of you fight. Be careful and don't overdo it. Fong Chen stepped onto the martial arts practice stage and stared at Nyehu. Captain Fong, I won't hold back in the battle later, Nyehu said with a smile. Captain Nyehu, please don't be angry if I'm too heavy-handed, Fong Chen said calmly. Why would I? Killing intent flashed through Nyehu's eyes. With the two commanders present, he couldn't kill Fong Chen in front of everyone, but he could use this opportunity to cripple Fong Chen. Captain Fong, take this. Nyehu shouted in a low voice as the aura around him surged. Specks of light flickered on his body and moved continuously before finally converging on his fist. Starburst Fist. Nyehu performed the Starburst Fist, and the void shook as he punched out. Ignorant. Fong Chen stood motionless on the martial arts practice stage. Looking at Nyehu's attack, he felt that the latter was an idiot. Nyehu was thoroughly enraged by Fong Chen's actions. With a roar, the Starburst Fist increased the speed of his attack. Just as Nyehu's attack was about to reach Fong Chen, two scarlet maple leaves suddenly appeared in the latter's hand. Are you the only one who knows how to use it? Fong Chen didn't give Nyehu any chance and threw out the two scarlet maple leaves. Rumble. A deafening explosion resounded through the sky. The martial arts practice stage was shaking. The vital essence contained in the two scarlet maple leaves was too fierce. Even a half-step heaven realm martial artist couldn't resist it, let alone Nyehu. Niehu screamed miserably in the horrifying vital essence. When he rushed out, he was in a sorry state. One of his arms was directly blown off. The wound on his back was horrifying. His flesh was gone, and only his bones were left. "Commander, please help me." Niehu was in pain all over, but his body was still dazzled by the vital essence. He begged the commander to save him. The two commanders didn't expect things to turn out like this. In fact, they had forgotten that Fong Chun had obtained 10 scarlet maple leaves from Stewardly. The two commanders looked at each other and then took action together, suppressing the horrifying vital essence in an instant. Pucci, the invading vital essence, was forced out of his body. At this time, Niehu was no longer popular. It wasn't easy to keep his life. The huge square was dead silent. A moment ago, he was so glorious. The next moment, he was in such a miserable state. At the same time, everyone looked at Fong Chun with horror in their eyes. Fong Chun was too crazy. He actually used 2 scarlet maple leaves at once. "Take him down a heel." Seeing that Niehu was no longer popular, the commander said in a deep voice, "Okay, let's disperse." The two captains glanced at Fong Chun, but did not say anything in the end. The members of the 3rd Guard team were extremely excited. Hu Ming was seriously injured by Niehu, and now Fong Chun seriously injured Niehu. It was also a sign-up. No one would have thought that such a thing would happen in this year's competition for captains. Chapter 983. In the competition between captains, Fong Chun unexpectedly won the position of Chief Guard Captain. This was an unparalleled honor that represented strength and power, although it pained him to waste 2 scarlet maple leaves and cripple Niehu. However, Fong Chun didn't care too much about it. After this battle, all the marshalists in the First Army looked at Fong Chun with eyes full of reverence. Fong Chun's scarlet maple leaves were intimidating, but he was also very strong. As for the two commanders, they looked at Fong Chun in a new light. Fong Chun's potential was very strong in the entire Sky Sword Mansion. Niehu couldn't compare to Fong Chun at all. After the competition ended, the two commanders decided to give Fong Chun a reward as the head guard captain. The first reward was a generous 1,000,000 purple crystals. The second reward was amnesty for a hell-level mission. The third reward was an advanced-level Sword Truth Scroll. When Fong Chun saw the advanced-level Sword Truth Scroll, his eyes lit up. As a sword cultivator, he naturally knew how powerful the Sword Truth Scroll was. When he was in the ancient Sword Continent, he was lucky enough to obtain the advanced-level Sword Truth Scroll. After that, he successfully took the 5 steps and condensed the Sword Heart. After condensing the Sword Heart, his sword cultivation speed became faster. And now, the two commanders actually rewarded him with the advanced-level Sword Truth Scroll. Fong Chun held the advanced-level Sword Truth Scroll with a smile on his face. "Fong Chun, you have great potential in the Sword Truth Scroll. Cultivate well and strive to step into the Heaven Star Border Realm one day," the commander said. Fong Chun nodded heavily and said, "Thank you, commanders." Compared to the Hell-level mission and the 1,000,000 purple crystals, Fong Chun liked the advanced-level Sword Truth Scroll the most. After returning to the 3rd troop, Fong Chun immediately took out the advanced-level Sword Truth Scroll and read it. The advanced-level Sword Truth Scroll included the 5 steps of the Sword Truth: Sword Momentum, Sword Intent, Sword Soul, and Sword Heart. Each of these 5 steps was incomparably profound. On the other hand, the Advanced Sword Quintessence Scroll also had 5 steps. As for the 5 steps, they were divided according to their titles. They were Sword Hero, Sword King, Sword Emperor, Sword Spirit, and Sword God. Sword Hero, a hero of the sword. Sword King, the king of swords. Sword Emperor, the emperor of swords. Sword Spirit. Sword Tao was connected to the spirit. The Sword God's Sword Tao had reached divinity. Although these 5 steps seemed to be a title, they were actually the last 5 steps of Sword Tao. If he could successfully cultivate it, his Sword Tao would reach divinity and reach the true pinnacle of Sword Tao. As expected of Sword Quintessence, Fong Chun's eyes glowed as he couldn't help but sigh. The first step was Sword Hero. If one wanted to succeed in cultivating Sword Hero, one had to have a perfect sword heart. Then, One had to use the power of heaven and earth to fuse the sword heart into one's comprehension of sword Tao. At this moment, he could be considered to have reached the initial stage of the sword grandmaster realm. After reaching the sword hero realm, one's comprehension of the sword Tao would be even deeper. Practicing swordsmanship would yield twice the result with half the effort. After careful observation, Fang Chun prepared to start cultivating the advanced sword truth comprehension scroll. His sword chi circled around his body, and the 7th grade sword quintessence instantly spread out. In Fang Chen's body, the sword heart floated up and constantly wandered around in Fang Chen's limbs and bones. Waves of sword Tao aura ran through his entire body. Fang Chun continued to comprehend the contents of the advanced sword truth comprehension scroll. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month, Fang Chun had been working hard to cultivate repeatedly. However, it was very difficult to take the step to become a sword hero. He was still a little lacking in maturity, and he couldn't integrate the sword heart into his comprehension of sword Tao. However, Fang Chun didn't give up. After trying for half a month, he finally found a trick. Today, he continued to break through to the sword hero realm. At a certain moment, in the territory of Sky Sword Mansion, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. Immediately after, in a certain part of the sky, the void was torn apart and spatial turbulence appeared. It was very terrifying. Then, a void stone gate suddenly appeared, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Around this void stone gate, there was an extremely powerful spatial turbulence. Even if a Heaven Star Realm expert got close, he or she would be torn to pieces. On this day, the entire Demon Cloud state was shaken. In Sky Sword Mansion, what happened? Why is there such a big commotion? The Sky Sword Mansion master had just come out of seclusion. He instantly felt the majestic aura and asked directly, "Mansion Master, in our Sky Sword Mansion, the space was torn apart and spatial turbulence appeared. It seems that a relic has appeared." A relic has appeared. The Mansion Master's face changed slightly. Immediately, the Mansion Master's figure flashed and disappeared from the mansion. At the same time, the other 7 mansions were also alarmed. The Mansion Masters of the 7 mansions rushed to the spatial turbulence. Even the Demon Cloud family in the prefecture city was alarmed. In a dangerous place in Sky Sword Mansion. In the sky, there was a star-like void stone gate exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Wisps of star power shot out from the void stone gate and sprinkled on the ground. Around the void stone gate, there was extremely terrifying spatial turbulence. These spatial turbulence were forcefully brought out by the void stone gate. It was extremely terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh. After some time, the Sky Sword Mansion Master was the first to arrive. He stood in the air and looked at the void stone gate from afar. What a powerful spatial turbulence. The Sky Sword Mansion Master's face was extremely solemn. He did not dare to get close to the void stone gate. The spatial turbulence was very chaotic, and the surrounding air was shattered. Could it really be a relic? The Sky Sword Mansion Master muttered to himself. In the vast universe, there were countless ancient relics hidden. These ancient relics were hidden in every corner of the universe. In the universe, some inexplicable relics would appear from time to time. The relic's appearance this time was too big, and it alarmed the 8 mansions of the Demon Cloud state. Crash! After a while, the martial artists of the other 7 mansions also arrived. Sky Sword, you were the first to arrive. Did you find anything? A mansion master asked. The Sky Sword Mansion Master shook his head and said, "The spatial turbulence is too strong. I can't get close. This is clearly an ancient relic. I just don't know what's inside." Another Mansion Master said. The 8 Mansion Masters stood side by side and discussed with each other. Just as the 8 Mansion Masters were discussing, the Grand Elder of the Demon Cloud family arrived. Grand Elder. The 8 Mansion Masters cupped their hands and called out. The Grand Elder of the Demon Cloud family was second only to the Patriarch of the Demon Cloud state. So even the 8 Mansion Masters were very respectful when they saw him. Grand Elder, do you know what kind of relic this is? The Sky Sword Mansion Master asked. If my guess is correct, this should be the seclusion place of the Demon Cloud State's Sky Devil Sword Emperor. The Grand Elder of the Demon Cloud family said slowly with a solemn expression. Hearing this, the 8 Mansion Masters cried out at the same time. No one was more shocked than the Sky Sword Mansion Master. Among the 8, he was the one who knew the Sky Devil Sword Emperor the most, because the Sky Devil Sword Emperor came from the Sky Sword Mansion. In the historical records of the Sky Sword Mansion, the Sky Sword Mansion Master had once read about the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. The Sky Devil Sword Emperor rose 100,000 years ago. At that time, he was very famous. The Sky Devil Sword art shocked everyone. But later, the Sky Devil Sword Emperor mysteriously disappeared. Everyone guessed that he should have died. But now, the seclusion place of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor appeared in the Sky Sword Mansion. Could it be that this was the blessing of fate? As long as we have the inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor, our Sky Sword Mansion will definitely stand out among the 8 Mansion Masters. The Sky Sword Mansion Master was very excited. The other 7 Mansion Masters' eyes were shining. Grand Elder, there is a strong spatial turbulence at the Voidstone Gate. How we going? A Mansion Master asked hurriedly. The Grand Elder of the Demon Cloud family said, I just checked. Heavenstar Border Realm powerhouses can't enter the seclusion place of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. Hearing this, the 8 Mansion Masters' faces changed slightly. Heavenstar Border Realm powerhouses couldn't enter. Didn't that mean they were going to miss the inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor? This matter needs to be discussed at length. Go back immediately and block the news and wait for the Patriarch's news. The Grand Elder of the Demon Cloud family said in a deep voice. This time, the appearance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor's seclusion place caused a huge commotion. The other Mansion Masters that were adjacent to the Demon Cloud Mansion might also be alarmed. Therefore, they must block the news. The Sky Devil Sword Emperor came from the Demon Cloud Mansion. The inheritance he left behind should be inherited by the Demon Cloud Mansion. Okay, we will go back and make arrangements. The 8 Mansion Masters nodded at the same time and quickly returned. Chapter 984. The 8 prefectures of the Demon Cloud State jointly blocked the news. Except for the people of the 8 prefectures, no one else knew about this news. The official explanation was that there was a Heaven Dipper realm powerhouse fighting in the Sky Sword Prefecture. Many people didn't believe it, but they couldn't go to the source of the movement, so the matter was left unsettled. In the Sky Sword Prefecture, Fong Chun was still cultivating. He didn't know that the Sky Devil Sword Emperor's place of seclusion had appeared in the Sky Sword Prefecture. Many people went crazy over it. How can I integrate the Sword Heart into the comprehension of Sword Dao? Fong Chun was still troubled by this question, and his head was about to explode. However, he couldn't figure it out at all. Sword Dao, Sword Dao. Fong Chun comprehended the advanced Sword Dao Truth Scroll over and over again, demonstrating his comprehension of Sword Dao over and over again. Finally, after another half a month, there was finally a little progress. At a certain moment, the 7th grade sword intent instantly spread out around Fong Chen's body and swept through the room. Then, the sword chi on Fong Chen's body was changing a little bit. In his body, the sword heart was no longer rotating and stayed in a certain part of his body, waiting to merge. Decompose. Suddenly, Fong Chen shouted in a low voice, and the sword intent crazily gathered together, and then directly wrapped the sword heart, trying to decompose it. This was also the method that Fong Chun thought of. Decompose it first, and then try to integrate it into the comprehension of Sword Dao. Crack! There was a crack in the sword heart, and the decomposition seemed to have taken a successful step. It works! Fong Chun was overjoyed, and then continued to decompose the sword heart. Half an hour later, the sword heart was decomposed to the last moment, but it suddenly got stuck. No matter how Fong Chun decomposed it, the sword heart remained motionless. It seemed to be competing with Fong Chun, which made Fong Chun speechless. Crash. After some attempts, it still ended in failure. I failed. A touch of helplessness flashed across Fong Chen's face as he said. However, after thinking for a moment, he calmed down. Although the fusion had failed this time, he had found the right direction. I'll definitely succeed, Feng Chen thought to himself. Just as Feng Chen was deep in thought, someone suddenly called his name. Feng Chen walked out to take a look and was surprised to find that it was Captain Hu Ming. "Captain Hu, what's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" Feng Chen asked. "Feng Chen, the mansion master has come out of seclusion. He wants you to go over." Hu Ming had a worried look on his face. While the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master was in seclusion, the Heavenly Body Tier elite behind Feng Chen had crippled Butler Li's cultivation. After that, Feng Chen used 2 scarlet maple leaves to cripple Niehu, the captain of guards. Hu Ming was worried that the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master would punish Feng Chen. "The Sky Sword Prefecture Master is looking for me?" Feng Chen asked. "Feng Chen, you," Hu Ming said. Feng Chen waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. I'll go take a look." Hu Ming accompanied Feng Chen to the gate of the City Lord's mansion, and then watched as Feng Chen entered. In the meeting hall of the City Lord's mansion, apart from the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master, who was sitting on the throne, there was no one else. "Mansion Master, Feng Chen requests an audience," Feng Chen said outside the door. "Come in." The Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master's voice was light. After entering the meeting hall, Feng Chen realized that there was only him and the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master. He raised his head to look at the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master, and then asked, "Mansion Master, why have you called me here?" Feng Chen couldn't guess why the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master had called him here. "You've broken through?" the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master asked instead of answering. Feng Chen nodded. The Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master smiled in satisfaction. "Feng Chen, I already know what happened after I went into seclusion," the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master said. "I truly didn't think that there would actually be a Heavenly Body Tier elite behind you," the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master said. "Mansion Master." The Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master waved his hand to stop Feng Chen from speaking. Then he said the fault of the whole matter lies with Butler Li, and he has also been punished. "As for Niehu, you two can fight normally, and I won't interfere." Hearing the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master's words, Feng Chen was secretly delighted. It seemed that the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master had called him here not to condemn him, but for something else. Sure enough, the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master spoke slowly. "Feng Chen, the reason I called you here is because there's something I need you to do," the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master said. "Mansion Master, please speak," Feng Chen said. The Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master was very satisfied with Feng Chen's attitude. "Now, there's a great opportunity in front of you. It depends on whether you cherish it or not," the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master said with a slightly serious expression. "Great opportunity?" Feng Chen was slightly puzzled. "Mansion Master, please enlighten me. Half a month ago, the void in my Heavenly Sword Prefecture tore apart, and spatial turbulence appeared. Along with the spatial turbulence, an ancient ruin appeared," the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master said. Hearing this, Feng Chen's heart trembled. "This ancient ruin belonged to an elite of my Heavenly Sword Prefecture 100,000 years ago, the Heavenly Devil Sword Emperor." "Heavenly Devil Sword Emperor!" Feng Chen cried out involuntarily. He had also read the history books of the Heavenly Sword Prefecture and knew about the Heavenly Devil Sword Emperor. He didn't expect that the Heavenly Devil Sword Emperor's place of seclusion would appear in the Heavenly Sword Prefecture. Feng Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. Previously, the 8 Mansion Masters went to investigate, but the spatial turbulence was too strong, and we couldn't get close. Just 3 days ago, the Demon Cloud Clan sent news that after the Demon Cloud Clan's investigation, that ancient ruin could only be entered by martial artists below the Heaven Dipper tier, the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master said. In the past 3 days, the 8 Mansion Masters have been gathering martial artists, preparing to let them enter the ancient ruin. "Mansion Master, you mean to let me in?" Feng Chen asked. The Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master nodded and said, "Feng Chen, this time, 400 people from our Heavenly Sword Prefecture will enter, and you will be their leader." "Mansion Master, since this ancient ruin will affect the entire Demon Cloud state, the other 7 Mansion Masters will definitely send their elites in," Fong Chen said. The other 7 mansion masters are nothing to be afraid of, but the Demon Cloud clan is the most dangerous. There will definitely be half-step Heaven Dipper tier martial artists in their team, the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master said. Fong Chen fell into silence. Opportunities were often accompanied by danger. After thinking for a long time, Fong Chen nodded heavily and said, Mansion Master, I'm willing to enter. Hearing this, the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master smiled. The choice of Fong Chen as the leader was made after careful consideration. Moreover, there was another purpose, which was to train Fong Chen. The Sky Devil Sword Emperor's unique skill is the Sky Devil Sword Technique. This time, your first task is to get the Sky Devil Sword Technique and bring it out. As for the other inherited treasures, they are yours if you get them, the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master said. The Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master's meaning was obvious. The Heavenly Sword Prefecture only wanted the Sky Devil Sword Technique and nothing else. This was also a reward for Fong Chen. Fong Chen nodded heavily. Well, go back and rest. We will go to the ruins tomorrow, the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master said. In the territory of the Demon Cloud State, the 8 prefectures were nervously screening the martial artists to enter the ruins. Since the Heaven Dipper tier martial artists couldn't enter, the half-step Heaven Dipper tier martial artists were the strongest. They were trying to find half-step Heaven Dipper tier martial artists. The Demon Cloud clan was the least anxious. They were the overlord force of the Demon Cloud State and controlled the entire Demon Cloud State. Countless geniuses had joined the Devil Cloud family. There were many half-step Heaven Dipper tier martial artists in the Demon Cloud clan. In the capital of the Demon Cloud State, inside the Demon Cloud clan. Patriarch, everything is ready. There are a total of 200 people entering the ruins, including 50 half-step Heaven Dipper tier martial artists, the Great Elder said in a low voice. Hearing this, the Demon Cloud clan master nodded with satisfaction. This was the foundation of the Demon Cloud clan. The other 8 prefectures couldn't compare at all. We must get the Sky Devil Sword Technique that made the Sky Devil Sword Emperor famous, the Demon Cloud clan master said. I've already told them that the other 8 prefectures can't compete with our Demon Cloud clan at all, the Great Elder said. After speaking, the Great Elder suddenly thought of something and said, Patriarch, today Lien Hung came out of seclusion. He wants to enter the ancient ruins, the Demon Cloud clan master said. The Great Elder nodded and waited for the Demon Cloud clan master's reply. This time, our Demon Cloud clan's team is huge. It's good to let Lien Hung temper himself. Maybe he can break through to the Heaven Dipper tier, the Demon Cloud clan master said. Demon Cloud Lien Hung was the leader of the younger generation of the Demon Cloud clan's direct bloodline. Chapter 985. 3 days later, the Sky Sword Mansion Master personally led 400 martial artists to the Voidstone Gate. Not long after, the group arrived at the Voidstone Gate. Is that the Sky Devil Sword Emperor's place of seclusion? Looking from afar, they could still feel the shocking aura. There was a terrifying spatial turbulence at the Voidstone Gate. Many martial artists were talking about it. Beside Fong Chen stood Hu Ming. Hu Ming was also one of the martial artists who entered the relic. What a terrifying spatial turbulence. Hu Ming was shocked and muttered to himself. Even a Heaven Star Border Realm expert will be torn to shreds if he gets close to such spatial turbulence. Fong Chen nodded. Wait. The Sky Sword Mansion Master waved his hand and said loudly. 400 warriors stood quietly on the wasteland, waiting. Time trickled by, and the practitioners from the other 7 prefectures also arrived one after another. The last to arrive were the martial artists from the Demon Cloud family. As expected of the Demon Cloud family, there are already 50 half-Heaven Star Border Realm martial artists. Everyone discussed secretly. The faces of the 8 mansion masters changed slightly, but they quickly regained their composure. Grand Elder. The 8 mansion masters greeted the Grand Elder. After the martial artists from the Demon Cloud family arrived, the Grand Elder gathered the 8 mansion masters to discuss opening the relic. Grand Elder, how can we open the relic? The Sky Sword Mansion Master asked. The upper echelons of the Demon Cloud family had been here before. They had carefully explored the ancient relic and should know that it was opened by Feng Chun. To open the ancient relic, we need a vast amount of spiritual qi. Let's try it together. The Grand Elder said. The 8 mansion masters nodded, and the 9 of them stood side by side. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 experts instantly released a powerful aura. Heaven and earth vital essence constantly surrounded them. Following the Grand Elder's shout, the 9 of them gathered their heaven and earth vital essence together and blasted it out. In the sky, the 9 terrifying vital essences quickly merged together and formed an even more terrifying vital essence ball. Under the control of the 9 people, this vital essence ball suddenly bombarded the Void Stone Gate in the distance. Dong! A terrifying explosive force spread out from the center of the Void Stone Gate, causing the entire ground to tremble. A terrifying vortex appeared in the spatial turbulence around the Void Stone Gate. The appearance of this vortex caused the entire land to be filled with a terrifying aura. A strong suction force suddenly appeared and absorbed all of the terrifying explosive force at lightning speed. While in front of everyone's eyes, the explosive force of the astral essence sphere didn't even cause a single spark. Instead, it was absorbed by the turbulent space flows. The faces of the 8 lords were filled with astonishment as they turned their heads toward the first elder. Great Elder, this spatial turbulence is too terrifying. Even with your method, it's impossible to open it, the Sky Sword Mansion Master said in a deep voice. If I want to open the Void Stone door, I have to deal with the spatial turbulence first. But with our strength, how are we supposed to resolve the spatial turbulence? For a time, everyone fell into a helpless state. The people waiting in the wasteland below were also shocked. 9 big Heavenly Dipper Realm powerhouses joined forces, unable to blast the space turbulence. The spatial turbulence was too terrifying. It seems like it's a little difficult to enter the ancient ruin, Hu Ming muttered to himself. Feng Chun shook his head slightly as he looked at the Void Stone door and said slowly, I think the first elder of the Demon Cloud clan should have a way. As expected, just as Feng Chun finished speaking, the eyes of the first elder of the Demon Cloud clan flickered. Then, he said in a deep voice, I originally thought that the 9 of us would be able to open the ancient ruin. I underestimated the power of the spatial turbulence. After the first elder finished speaking, he looked around at the 8 lords and said in a deep voice, Everyone, the Demon Cloud clan has a way to blast the spatial turbulence, but I need the cooperation of the 8 of you. Please, first elder. The ancient ruin was right in front of them, but they couldn't open it. The 8 lords were very anxious. As he said those words, the first elder took out a black ball in his hand. This black ball was filled with a violent aura. This is the demon-killing pearl. The Sky Sword Mansion Master recognized the pearl and exclaimed in surprise. The other 7 patriarchs were dumbfounded too. They didn't expect the first elder of the Demon Cloud clan to even bring the demon-killing pearl with him. The demon-killing pearl was a divine item that contained a destructive aura. Once it was opened, any kind of energy could be dispelled. However, if the martial artist controlling the pearl wasn't strong enough, the demon-killing pearl wouldn't be able to be maintained for long. I'll open the demon-killing pearl and blast the spatial turbulence away. You guys will support the operation of the demon-killing pearl, the first elder said. All right, everyone nodded. Then, without another word, the first elder activated the demon-killing pearl. Instantly, a terrifying black aura spread out. The demon-killing pearl flew out of his hand and shot into the spatial turbulence. Splash! The demon-killing pearl exuded a terrifying aura as it exploded in the spatial turbulence. Then, under everyone's gaze, the spatial turbulence actually started to spread. It's working! When the 8 prefecture lords saw this, they shouted out in unison. They then used all their strength to support the demon-killing pearls. In the blink of an eye, the demon-killing pearl completely dispersed the spatial turbulence. At this moment, the first elder shouted, Go in! Following the great elder's roar, the 200 people of the Demon Cloud family soared into the sky like a swarm of bees and entered the Void Stone Gate. Splash! One by one, the martial artists all entered the spatial door. The lords of the 8 prefectures were full of smiles. 3 minutes later, the martial artists from the other 7 prefectures also entered the spatial door. However, just as the Sky Sword Mansion martial artists were about to enter, the demon-killing pearl suddenly shook. This slight movement caused the dispersing spatial turbulence to converge in an instant. Pitiful cries could be heard from the spatial turbulence. The Sky Sword Mansion lord's eyes were bloodshot, and his heart was filled with rage. The demon-killing pearl shook a little, causing the spatial turbulence to gather again. Many of the Sky Sword Mansion martial artists who were entering the spatial door died. Boom! Seeing this, the 8 prefecture lords increased their strength. The demon-killing pearl gradually stabilized. Continue, the Sky Sword Mansion lord shouted. Fong Chun and company took a deep breath and entered the spatial door. After everyone had entered, the demon-killing pearl shook even more violently. In the end, it directly shattered. The terrifying spatial turbulence once again enveloped the spatial door at a speed not visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! The 9 Heaven Dipper realm martial artists retracted their strength and heaved a sigh of relief. First Elder, are you sure they can come out after obtaining the Sky Devil Sword Sovereign's inheritance? A prefecture lord asked. The first elder nodded and said, the relic appeared to find a suitable successor. As long as they obtain the Sky Devil Sword Sovereign's inheritance, they will definitely be able to come out. After the first elder finished speaking, he turned and left. As for the 8 prefecture lords, they looked at each other. The Sky Sword Mansion lord's face was extremely dark, and his heart was filled with rage. Sky Sword, your Sky Sword Mansion is really unlucky. One of the prefecture lords grinned. That's right. So many people died before even entering the relic. What a pity. The Sky Sword Mansion sent 400 people into the relic this time. Only 100 people died. It's not a big deal. Among the 7 prefecture lords, only a few who were on good terms with the Sky Sword Mansion lord remained silent. The other prefecture lords immediately added insult to injury and mocked the Sky Sword Mansion lord. Wait and see. The Sky Sword Mansion lord snorted and glared at them. Then, he turned and left angrily. The appearance of the Sky Devil Sword Sovereign's relic had alarmed the Demon Cloud continent. However, only the upper echelons of the Demon Cloud continent knew about it. Ordinary martial artists continued to live peacefully. The 8 prefecture lords were all looking forward to obtaining the Sky Devil Sword Sovereign's inheritance. The Sky Devil Sword Sovereign was a peerless martial artist from 100,000 years ago. With a single Sky Devil Sword art, countless martial artists were terrified. 100,000 years had passed, but the Sky Devil Sword Sovereign's name was still terrifying. No one knew what the Sky Devil Sword Sovereign had left behind. Perhaps there was a shocking secret. The Demon Cloud clan was very ambitious. They wanted to obtain all of the Sky Devil Sword Sovereign's inheritance. They even wanted the Sky Devil Sword that the Sky Devil Sword Sovereign had used in the past. Chapter 986. Inside the relic. A strong wind blew on Fong Chen's face, causing him great pain. At this moment, Fong Chun was in a wasteland. Beside him were all Sky Sword Mansion's martial artists. Fong Chun, what should we do now? Asked Hu Ming. Before entering, the Sky Sword Mansion Master had said that Fong Chun was the overall commander and that everyone had to listen to Fong Chun. That was why Hu Ming asked. Let's figure out the situation of the relic first before we act, said Fong Chun. Everyone nodded. Fong Chun led everyone towards the end of the wasteland while secretly sending Little Mouse to scout the situation inside the relic. Half a month later, Little Mouse returned. Little Mouse was sent to scout because Little Mouse was extremely fast. Normal dangers would not be able to do anything to Little Mouse. After the Little Mouse came back, it quietly went into the special spatial ring. Boss, Little Mouse communicated with Fong Chun mentally. How is it? Did you scout it out? Asked Fong Chun. Boss, the space inside the relic is not big. If I travel at full speed, I can go around it in about 10 days, said Little Mouse. Fong Chun nodded slowly. He had a preliminary understanding of the size of the relic. Little Mouse continued. Boss, there are a total of 5 special places in the relic. I think the inheritance of the Sky Demon's Sword Emperor should be in these 5 places. 5 places. A smile appeared on Fong Chen's face when he heard that. If he wanted to be one step ahead, he had to have enough information. Obviously, Little Mouse's information was enough to let Fong Chun and the others take the lead. After spending half a month, Fong Chun felt that it was worth it. Everyone discussed as they walked. At this moment, Fong Chun spoke. "Southeast. Let's move forward," ordered Fong Chun. All of a sudden, the group of people headed towards the southeast. The special place that Little Mouse mentioned was about 5,000 miles away from Fong Chun and the others. The ruins were very quiet, and they didn't encounter any demonic beasts along the way. Fong Chun and the others easily arrived at this special place. "This is the place." Fong Chun asked Little Mouse. "Boss, there's a terrifying sword formation in this canyon," the Little Mouse said. Fong Chun nodded and led the group into the canyon. Sure enough, he saw the terrifying sword formation that Little Mouse had mentioned. In the middle of the canyon, there was a huge sword array. Within the array, there was a terrifying sword chi. What a powerful sword chi! Fong Chun could not help but sigh. Even a Heaven Dipper realm powerhouse could not arrange such a formation. Could it be that the celestial devil Sword Emperor personally arranged this? Fong Chun muttered to himself. Suddenly, Hu Ming said, "Fong Chun, there seems to be a huge sword in the array." Fong Chun was stunned and immediately looked over. He saw that there were 9 huge swords in the terrifying sword array. These huge swords were suspended in the sword array in the form of a ladder. The huge sword at the top was surrounded by black sword chi. It was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Just as everyone was exclaiming, a stone tablet broke out of the ground outside the sword array. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. There were some small words on the stone tablet. "This sword array was created by me. It's specially used to select sword geniuses. Whoever can step on the 9th huge sword will receive a token." After reading the words on the stone tablet, everyone was overjoyed. The celestial devil Sword Emperor personally arranged this sword array to select sword geniuses. Aha! The celestial devil Sword Emperor's test. Everyone in the crowd laughed. However, just as everyone was ecstatic, a group of people suddenly walked into the canyon. "They're from the Raven Wind Mansion," said Hu Ming. Hei Kong was the leader of the Raven Wind Mansion. "Isn't this the Heavenly Sword Mansion?" Hei Kong sneered as he led them into the canyon. He looked at Fong Chen's group and sneered. The Raven Wind Mansion's people had discovered the stone tablet. Then their eyes began to burn. Hei Kong's eyes kept changing. In the end, he fixed his gaze on Fong Chun. "You're the leader of the Heavenly Sword Mansion?" asked Hei Kong. "That's right," said Fong Chun. "I'll give you 1 minute. Take your people and scram out of the canyon," said Hei Kong coldly. "Starting in a few days, this canyon will be my Raven Wind Mansion's territory." Hei Kong's words were filled with threat. He didn't give the Heavenly Sword Mansion any face. Hearing this, the Heavenly Sword Mansion's disciples were all infuriated and wanted to attack. However, they were stopped by Fong Chun. "The Raven Wind Mansion's people are so overbearing," said Fong Chun calmly. "If you know what's good for you, scram. Otherwise, you'll die," said Hei Kong coldly. Hei Kong's expression was incomparably gloomy. His aura revolved around him as he prepared to attack. However, when he saw the 8 scarlet maple leaves in Fong Chen's hand, his voice came to a sudden stop. "Why aren't you saying anything?" asked Fong Chun. "You, 8 scarlet maple leaves. With Hei Kong's strength, how could he possibly possess them?" Fong Chen's scarlet maple leaves had successfully intimidated Hei Kong and the others. After a long time, Hei Kong licked his dry lips and withdrew his killing intent. He revealed a trace of a smile and said, "Brother, the things within the ruins don't belong to anyone. Since we've both arrived here, it can be considered as fate. Why don't we explore together?" Hearing this, Fong Chun put away the scarlet maple leaf, turned his head, and stopped talking. As for expelling the Raven Wind Mansion's disciples, Fong Chun hadn't even thought about it. That was because the Heavenly Sword Mansion's overall strength was inferior to the Raven Wind Mansion's. Once an all-out battle broke out, the Heavenly Sword Mansion would definitely lose. "Let's go in and try," said Hu Ming. The Heavenly Sword Mansion's disciples all entered the sword formation. However, when they stepped onto the first sword, they were instantly sent flying. Their bodies were covered in blood as they let out miserable cries. "What's going on?" Fang Chen was puzzled. To the side, He Kong sneered. "They can't even get close to the first sword. Trash like them actually wants to get a share of the celestial devil sword emperor's inheritance," said He Kong. This sudden change made the Heavenly Sword Mansion's disciples not dare to rashly try. At this time, the Raven Wind Mansion's disciples entered the sword formation and began their attempts. Bang! Bang! Just like the Heavenly Sword Mansion's disciples, the Raven Wind Mansion's disciples were also sent flying. However, there was still a small portion of them that remained within the sword formation. The Raven Wind Mansion's disciples were delighted. Crash! The remaining dozen or so martial artists stepped onto the first giant sword. Immediately, a blinding light shot out from the first sword and enveloped them. Could it be that only geniuses of the sword Tao can step onto a sword? Fang Chun pondered to himself as he looked at them. Everyone else had been sent flying. Only these 10 or so disciples were standing on the first sword. And through Fang Chen's careful observation, they were all sword cultivators. "Cultivators of the way of the sword can try," Fang Chen ordered. Immediately, some of the Heavenly Sword Mansion's sword cultivators entered the sword formation and began attempting to climb the sword. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. The Heavenly Sword Mansion's sword cultivators stepped onto the fifth sword and then stopped. What a powerful pressure! The pressure was too great. The Heavenly Sword Mansion's sword cultivators were no longer able to advance. As for the Raven Wind Mansion's sword cultivators, they had also stepped onto the fifth sword. "The Heavenly Sword Mansion's disciples are only SOSO, sneered He Kong. At this time, a black-clothed Raven Wind Mansion's disciple stood out from the crowd and stepped onto the sixth sword. "Good job, He Kong." He Kong was very happy to see He Kong step onto the sixth sword. He Kong wanted to try climbing the sword as well, but he wasn't a sword cultivator. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on He Kong. He Kong was the strongest sword cultivator in the Raven Wind Mansion's ruins. His cultivation was also at the peak of the 9th level Mystic King realm. He Kong was the sword cultivator with the highest chance of stepping onto the 9th sword. At this time, a fierce battle broke out on the 5th sword. "Scram, trash from the Sky Sword Mansion," the Raven Wind Mansion's disciple said disdainfully. "Raven Wind Mansion, you've gone too far." Immediately, the martial artists of the two mansions began fighting on the 5th giant sword. Poochie, the Raven Wind Mansion had many disciples. After a fierce battle, they killed several Sky Sword Mansion's disciples. Retreat. The other Sky Sword Mansion's disciples fled in panic and retreated from the sword formation. "Raven Wind Mansion, you've gone too far." Hu Ming's expression changed drastically. He wanted to attack. Chapter 987. He Kong's face was full of mockery. "Black Wind Mansion, you've gone too far." Hu Ming roared angrily. Hearing this, Fang Chun turned to look at He Kong. That's right. In the sword formation, the strong are respected. After speaking, Fang Chun stepped into the sword formation. The hidden star sword in his hand shone brightly. Buzz! The golden heart was beating rapidly, and circles of ripples surrounded Fang Chun. Fang Chun himself was a genius in the sword Tao. All these years, the golden heart had been constantly changing Fang Chun's sword principle potential. Splash! The god-level sword body was activated, and a vast sword aura instantly spread out. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chun stepped onto the first giant sword easily. A test of sword principle potential. Fang Chun was slightly moved. Standing on the giant sword, he could feel the endless sword principle aura. Continue. Fang Chun's sword principle potential was unbelievably strong. He stepped onto the second giant sword. At this moment, the sword aura around him was extremely dense. The sword will of the 7th grade realm also spread out. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun stepped onto the 4th giant sword. At this moment, He Kong, who was outside the sword formation, looked solemn, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. When Fang Chun stood on the fifth giant sword, his killing intent was overwhelming. He turned to look at He Kong outside the sword formation, and then said calmly, "In the sword formation, the strong are respected." As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, a vast aura burst out from the hidden star sword. The power of a second-level divine weapon was undoubtedly exposed at this moment. The third revolution radiant sword technique, combined with the second-level divine weapon, the hidden star sword, made it impossible for an early ninth-level profound king realm martial artist to resist. Pucci. Every time a sword light flashed, a Black Wind Mansion martial artist would be killed. After more than 10 sword lights flashed, all the Black Wind Mansion martial artists on the fifth giant sword died. Damn it! He Kong was furious, but there was nothing he could do. "Black Sword, kill him for me," He Kong said coldly. At this moment, Black Sword had already stepped onto the seventh giant sword. "Kid, I hope you can step onto the seventh giant sword," Black Sword said sinisterly. "I will. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes," Fang Chun said calmly. After a short pause on the fifth giant sword, Fang Chun withdrew the sword chi around him and continued to step forward. With a crash, Fang Chun stepped onto the sixth giant sword. Arriving at the sixth giant sword, Fang Chun felt a bit of pressure. As expected, the closer I get to the end, the greater the pressure. However, a mere 6 greatsword is not enough to stop me, Fang Chun thought to himself. His current attainments in the sword principle were extremely high. The potential of Sword Dao was so strong that even some Heaven Dipper realm experts couldn't compare to it. Dong the Golden Heart was beating very fast, and ripples surrounded Fang Chun's body. Instantly, the pressure on him decreased. Under Black Sword's gaze, Fang Chun stepped onto the seventh greatsword. "Brat, the seventh giant sword is where you will die." Black Sword grinned. A long sword appeared in his hand. A cold light flashed, and killing intent filled the air. "You stole my lines." Fang Chun was startled. Soon after, he said. He stepped into the sword array himself. Aside from passing the test of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor, he also wanted to kill the people of the Black Wind Mansion. Now, he could finally start a massacre. "You're courting death." Black Sword roared furiously. Shortly after, the long sword in his hand changed constantly, and a tyrannical sword chi spread out. The sword intent of the fourth grade realm was integrated into the longsword. "You dare to embarrass yourself with just a fourth grade true meaning." Seeing this, Fang Chun sneered. Seventh grade sword, true meaning engulfed the entire seventh giant sword. Seventh grade. Seeing the sword intent around Fang Chun, Black Sword's heart was filled with shock. A Mystic King realm martial artist was actually able to cultivate the sword intent to the seventh grade realm. After a moment of shock, Black Sword regained his composure and sneered. "So what if you're at the seventh grade realm? In the end, you'll still die." As soon as Black Sword finished speaking, he suddenly displayed an exquisite sword technique. Third Revolution Radiance Sword Technique. Fang Chun displayed the Third Revolution Radiance Sword Technique, attacking with all his strength. Bang! 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 The Radiant Sword Chi was blocked by Black Sword's attack, and then scattered in the air. Insignificant skill. Black Sword laughed sinisterly, and his attacks became even fiercer. Void Meteor Annihilation. Fang Chun displayed the Void Meteor Annihilation. The surrounding space was instantly torn apart, and a tyrannical light shot out. Dong! The Void Meteor Annihilation caused quite a bit of trouble for Black Sword. Black Sword used all his strength, but in the end, he was still able to block the Void Meteor Annihilation. "What other skills do you have? Show them," Black Sword said. With a thought, Fang Chun's peak cyan rank soul instantly spread out, and he displayed the Secret Eye Sword. Whoosh! The Secret Eye Sword was a soul attack secret technique, specifically targeting a martial artist's soul. "You're courting death." Seeing this, Black Sword roared and placed his long sword in front of his chest to block the Secret Eye Sword. However, what Black Sword did not expect was that the Secret Eye Sword was too powerful, and its speed was too fast. He could not block it at all. When the Secret Ice Sword entered his mind, Black Sword let out a miserable cry. His soul was severely injured. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chun displayed the Void Meteor Annihilation and heavily struck Black Sword's forehead. Crack! Black Sword's jaw shattered, and blood splattered all over the sky. His body softly fell onto the seventh giant sword. In the blink of an eye, it was corroded by the sword chi and finally disappeared. Black Sword. Heikong's heart was filled with rage as he watched Black Sword get killed. "Kid, I'm going to kill you." Black Sky roared in anger. Standing on the seventh giant sword, Fang Chun calmly looked at Black Sky and said, "The great Black Wind Mansion doesn't even have the slightest bit of credibility." Hearing this, Black Sky became even more furious, because he was the one who said those words. And at this moment, Fang Chun was using his words to slaughter the geniuses of the Black Wind Mansion. "Kid, I'll definitely make you die without a burial ground." Black Sky did his best to suppress the rage in his heart as he coldly said. Fang Chun no longer paid attention to Black Sky and stepped onto the eighth giant sword. Wong. Circulating his sword Dao aura, Fang Chun sat down cross-legged to comprehend the sword Dao. The pressure on the eighth giant sword was very great. Even Fang Chun was troubled for a long time. Outside the sword array, Hu Ming and the others were filled with excitement. Captain Fang is truly extraordinary. He actually stepped onto the eighth giant sword. He's only one step away from stepping onto the ninth giant sword. I wonder if Captain Fang will succeed. He'll definitely succeed. The Sky Sword Mansion's martial artists were all very excited. On the other hand, the Black Wind Mansion's martial artists were ashen-faced. All the sword cultivators had died within the sword array. "Damn it," Black Sky said. "Big Brother Black Sky, what should we do now?" Someone asked. "Big Brother Black Sky, should we start a war with the Sky Sword Mansion?" Black Sky frowned and shook his head. "We can't start a war with the Sky Sword Mansion for now. Once they started a war, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. And their Black Wind Mansion still hadn't obtained the Celestial Devil Sword Emperor's inheritance. At that time, the other six manners would covetously eye them and hit them when they were down." Then, before this person could speak, Black Sky waved his hand to stop him. "Perhaps this kid will be able to step onto the ninth giant sword and obtain the token." Black Sky sinisterly said, "When he comes out, we'll kill him and take the token." Big Brother Black Sky is wise. The Black Wind Mansion's people grinned. Within the sword array, after staying on the eighth giant sword for 6 hours, Fang Chun finally comprehended something. Boom! A deafening sound came from Fang Chun's body. In the next instant, Fang Chun felt his sword heart suddenly crumble. Then, under his gaze, the crumbling sword heart actually fused into his comprehension of the sword Dao. This, Fang Chun's heart was filled with excitement. The problem that had troubled him for such a long time was actually solved here. The sword heart is everywhere. Fang Chun's face was filled with joy. Although the 9 giant swords were called a test, it was actually a form of tempering. It was a form of tempering one sword Dao. Stepping onto the 8th giant sword, Fang Chun felt a lot of pressure. After comprehending for a while, he understood. The crumbling sword heart fused into his comprehension of the sword Dao. Buzz, the first step of the advanced sword Dao quintessence, the path of a sword hero, had been taken. The sword chi around Fang Chun's body gradually changed. In an instant, the sword chi was filled with a lofty aura. Chapter 988. Fang Chun stood up. Sword hero's chi revolved around him. The sword Dao is truly wondrous, Fang Chun said, softly before stepping onto the 9th sword. Boom! When Fang Chun stepped onto the 9th sword, the terrifying sword formation instantly dissipated. The 9 swords were directly exposed in front of everyone. Crash! When the sword formation dissipated, the other 8 swords gradually floated up and revolved around Fang Chun. Buzz! Sword chi swooped down from the sky and enveloped Fang Chun's body. At this time, Fang Chun's comprehension was incomparably wondrous. He was immersed in the joy of comprehending the sword Dao. In an instant, the 9 giant swords fused together to form a single giant sword. This huge sword contained an extremely majestic sword chi. In the end, it kept shrinking and entered Fong Chen's mind. Dong! Fong Chen's entire appearance seemed to change. He suddenly opened his eyes. The instant he opened his eyes, the world changed color. The sword chi swooped down from the sky and condensed into a palm-sized token that fell into Fong Chen's hand. Is this the token that the celestial devil sword emperor spoke of? Fong Chen thought to himself. When Fong Chen held the token in his hand, he immediately understood the situation of the token. He also knew that this token was a part of the celestial devil sword emperor's inheritance. I've passed this trial. Fong Chen was overjoyed. He put away the token and walked over to the Heavenly Sword Mansion's people. Congratulations, Captain Fong. You've passed the trial. The Heavenly Sword Mansion's people all cupped their hands in congratulations. Fong Chen only smiled faintly. Just at this moment, the Black Wind Mansion's cultivators walked over in an aggressive manner. Hei Kong was dressed in black. His face was filled with a sinister aura. Brat, hand over the token and I can spare your life, said Hei Kong coldly. Seeing Fong Chen's token, Hei Kong's heart was incomparably tempted. No matter what, he had to obtain the token. Dream on. Captain Fong worked so hard to obtain this medallion. How could he possibly hand it over to someone else? Shouted the Heavenly Sword Mansion's martial artist. Fong Chen was communicating with Little Mouse. Boss, attack with all your might. With Scarlet Maple Leaf and me, we should be able to deal with this person, Little Mouse said after some calculations. After receiving the Little Mouse's reply, Fong Chen was no longer afraid. Looking at Hei Kong, Fong Chen coldly said, Are you sure you want to start a war with my Sky Sword Mansion? Hei Kong grinned when he heard that. There's no need to start a war. We're both leaders, so why don't we have a battle? If I lose, I'll turn around and leave. If I win, you'll give me the command medallion. How about it? All right, Fong Chen said. Hei Kong was a little surprised that Fong Chen agreed so easily. I'd like to see what kind of tricks you can come up with. Hei Kong sneered. Void Black Star Kick. Hei Kong took the lead and directly used his ultimate skill, Void Black Star Kick. Suddenly, an afterimage swept across the sky. Countless tyrannical leg shadows swooped down, trying to suppress Fong Chen. Void Meteorite Annihilation. Fong Chen didn't hesitate to use the Void Meteorite Annihilation. Child's play. Hei Kong growled, and the sky full of leg shadows heavily bombarded the Void Meteorite Annihilation, instantly shattering Fong Chen's attack. Then, Hei Kong rushed towards Fong Chen with a powerful attack. Scarlet Maple Leaf. Fong Chen took out 3 Scarlet Maple Leaves at once and threw them out. Hei Kong had long been on guard against Fong Chen's Scarlet Maple Leaves. Sure enough, the latter's trump card was the Scarlet Maple Leaf. You're courting death. Hei Kong growled, and the sky full of leg shadows swooped down, hitting the Scarlet Maple Leaf. The vital essence within the maple leaf instantly erupted. The terrifying vital essence wreaked havoc on the earth. Many warriors in the canyon quickly retreated, afraid of being touched by the vital essence. Although Hei Kong used the Void Black Star Kick to trigger the vital essence within the Scarlet Maple Leaf to detonate, he was still affected by the terrifying vital essence. Bang! His body flew out in an instant, and with the help of the recoil, he used the Void Black Star Kick again. Boy, this time you're dead for sure, Hei Kong said coldly. However, it was at this moment. Little Mouse appeared beside Fong Chen. Roar! A terrifying beast roar resounded through the sky. The next moment, the wild purple halo turned into a shadow of a purple mouse that was dozens of feet tall. It was the innate ability of the godly mouse of heaven devouring. Crash! A terrifying, attractive force shrouded Hei Kong. What's this? Hei Kong struggled and roared loudly. However, he couldn't break free. Everyone in the canyon was completely shocked. This terrifying, attractive force made their hearts tremble, as if a Heaven Star Realm expert was attacking. Hiss! Little Mouse's innate super ability was getting stronger. With Fong Chen's cooperation, Hei Kong was swallowed by Little Mouse without any resistance. Crack! Even a half-step Heaven Star Realm expert was still bitten by Little Mouse. Little Mouse consumed a lot of energy to use its innate super ability this time, and its face was a little pale. However, after swallowing Hey Kong, its complexion eased a lot. Silence. In the canyon, there was a dead silence. The half-step Heaven Star realm expert, Hey Kong, was dead in the blink of an eye, and not even his bones were left. All the warriors in the Black Wind Mansion looked at Fang Chun in fear. Demon, he's a demon. No one knew who shouted, but the numerous martial practitioners of the Black Wind Mansion all retreated and fled hastily. Fang Chun, do you want to chase? Hu Ming asked. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Fang Chun put away the hidden star sword and said slowly. Everyone in the Sky Soar Mansion was in awe of Fang Chun. The news of Hey Kong's death spread out in an instant. Hey Kong was the pillar of the Black Wind Mansion, and after his death, the Black Wind Mansion became a pile of loose sand. After the other 6 manners heard the news, they were all thinking about their own plans. Although Fang Chun had a mysterious token in his hand, his strength was very strong, and even the half-step Heaven Star realm Hey Kong was not his opponent. If these people wanted to rob him, they had to weigh their own strength. On a mountain peak in the Relic, this was one of the 5 special places that Little Mouse found. There were many warriors standing on a mountain peak. There was a sword formation on the mountain peak. Buzz. Inside the sword formation, there was a wild sword chi. After a long time, a figure walked out of the sword formation. Lian Hung, how was it? A half-step Heaven Star realm expert asked. With a smile on his face, Mo Yun Lian Hung raised his hand. It was a token. Congratulations, young Master Lian Hung, for getting a token. The warriors of the Demon Cloud family congratulated him. Did anything happen in the relic recently? Mo Yun Lian Hung kept the token and asked. Young Master Lian Hung, something happened recently. One of the half-step Heaven Star realm warriors said slowly. Black Wind Mansion and Sky Sword Mansion met, and Hey Kong wanted to fight for the Sky Sword Mansion's token, but he was killed by a warrior from the Sky Sword Mansion called Fang Chun. Yes, Hey Kong was killed. Mo Yun Lian Hung was a little surprised. Do you know Fang Chun's cultivation? Mo Yun Lian Hung continued to ask. It is said that Fang Chun is a 1 in a million sword genius. His cultivation is only at the 5th level of the Profound King realm, but he can fight against a 9th level Profound King. However, he is not the only one who killed the half-step Heaven Star realm Hey Kong. According to the people of the Black Wind Mansion, Fang Chun has a spiritual pet, which is from the rat race. It has a very powerful innate ability, and it can swallow Hey Kong. 5th level Profound King realm, fighting against a 9th level Profound King, and he has such a powerful spiritual pet. Mo Yun Lian Hung's eyes flickered when he heard about Fang Chun. Young Master Lian Hung, although Fang Chun is powerful, he has no chance of winning against our Demon Cloud family. Do you want to get his token? Mo Yun Lian Hung shook his head and said, no need. Since he is a sword genius, he will definitely go to other places. I will make my move after he gets a few more tokens. Great. Young Master Lian Hung is using Fang Chun to collect tokens for our Demon Cloud family. Mo Yun Lian Hung did not say anything else. However, his eyes were brimming with fighting spirit, and he was slightly interested in Fang Chun. I hope you can fight with me. Mo Yun Lian Hung thought in his heart. In the Relic, the people of the 8 mansions and the Demon Cloud family were all looking for the Sky Devil Sword Emperor's inheritance. Chapter 989. Fang Chun, it's too obvious if we move together, Hu Ming suddenly said. Fang Chun turned to look at Hu Ming. The latter continued, you go and collect tokens. I'll lead the others to find other opportunities. This way, we can attract the attention of the other mansions. Hearing this, Fang Chun thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, be careful, Fang Chun reminded them. Then, everyone separated. With the cultivation of the Sky Sword Mansion's people, unless they were fighting with other mansions, they were not afraid of anyone. As for Fang Chun, he took advantage of this opportunity to search for other tokens. Boss, the second closest special place is 3,000 miles away from us. Little Mouse jumped on Fang Chun's shoulder and said. Under the guidance of Little Mouse, Fang Chun moved forward quickly. It did not take long for Fang Chun to arrive. However, to Fang Chun's surprise, there was actually someone who had arrived before them. "It's the Bloodmark Mansion," Fong Chun said. The Bloodmark Mansion's people were best at the blood escape technique. In terms of escaping, no one in the 8 mansions of the Demon Cloud State could compare to the Bloodmark Mansion. It was said that the Bloodmark Mansion's martial artists all cultivated a very advanced blood escape technique. Therefore, in the ruins, the other mansions were not willing to fight the Bloodmark Mansion head-on. This was because once they used the blood escape technique, there was no way to stop them from escaping. Whoosh! Using the true meaning of space and time, Fong Chun hid in the void and kept approaching the Bloodmark Mansion's martial artists. Fong Chun did not act rashly. He had been waiting for an opportunity in the dark. This was a wasteland. In the middle of the wasteland, there was a palace. Beside the palace, there was a stone tablet that broke out of the ground. The words on the stone tablet were exactly the same as what they had seen in the canyon. "Pass the palace's test, and you'll be able to obtain token." "I wonder what the palace's test is," Fong Chun said to himself. At this moment, the people of the Bloodmark Mansion had surrounded the palace in the wasteland. "Open your eyes for me. Those who dare to approach the palace will be killed without mercy," a half-step Heaven Realm martial artist said coldly. The other warriors nodded in agreement. Then, they released their auras and surrounded the palace. Fong Chun had been secretly waiting for an opportunity. However, there were several half-step Heaven Realm martial artists in the Bloodmark Mansion. If it was a one-on-one fight, he could still handle it. However, with so many people, even if he and the little mouse worked together, there was nothing they could do. Bang! While Fong Chun was immersed in his thoughts, a figure suddenly dashed out from the palace. His face was pale, and there was a trace of blood on his body. He was in a very sorry state. "Shuoyan, how is it?" A half-step Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artist, seeing Snow Lotus appear, hurriedly asked. The warrior called Shuoyan was the only sword cultivator with heaven-defying potential who had entered the Bloodmark Mansion. Only sword cultivators could participate in the palace's test. Therefore, Shuoyan was the hope of the Bloodmark Mansion. Hearing this, Shuoyan shook his head slightly. His face was filled with pain. Seeing this, the other half-step Heaven Realm martial artist turned pale. "What is in this palace that even Shuoyan can't pass? What should we do now? If Shuoyan can't pass, it's even more impossible for the rest of our Bloodmark Mansion. There's another way." Hearing this, everyone looked at the half-step Heaven Realm martial artist. "This place was discovered by our Bloodmark Mansion. We can't give it to other manors. However, we can find some sword Dao geniuses from other manors to work for our Bloodmark Mansion." The man smiled sinisterly. "You mean," hearing this, the others instantly understood. The man nodded and said, "It's time for our Bloodmark Mansion's secret technique to be put to use. People from other manors might not have more potential than Shuoyan." Someone raised a question. The man chuckled and said, "Recently, Fong Chun from the Sky Sword Mansion has been the talk of the town. It's said that his cultivation isn't high and he's the best target." Hearing the 2 words Fong Chun, the other half-step Heaven Realm martial artists were moved. They had also heard of Fong Chun's deeds. With 3 scarlet maple leaves and his spirit pet, he killed He Kong, a half-step Heaven Realm martial artist. "Shuoyan will wait here. We half-step Heaven Realm martial artists will attack together. No matter how powerful that Fong Chun is, he won't be afraid." The man continued. After a while, everyone from the Bloodmark Mansion reached an agreement. Then, the half-step Heaven Realm martial artists left one after another. Fong Chun, who had been hiding in the dark, clearly heard the Bloodmark Mansion's plan. Looking at the half-step Heaven Realm martial artists leaving, Fong Chun snorted coldly. The people from the Bloodmark Mansion were too vicious. They actually tried to soul control him. Fortunately, he had the space-time true meaning and was hiding in the surroundings. He heard their conversation. Half-step Heaven Realm martial artists left. "Here's my chance." Fong Chun was delighted and began to think of countermeasures. After a while, Fong Chun came up with a countermeasure. Immediately, Fong Chun used the space-time true meaning to distance himself from the Bloodmark Mansion. Then, his figure suddenly appeared, and the star-hidden sword was suddenly brandished. Suddenly, the radiant sword light shot out. Dong caught off guard. The radiant sword light instantly bombarded the Bloodmark Mansion's crowd. Damn it! How dare you sneak attack our Bloodmark Mansion? Shuai Yin was the first to discover it and was furious. At this moment, Fang Chen's figure quickly retreated and pretended to escape. Kill him for me. Fang Chen's body was shrouded in sword hero chi. Shuai Yin and the others did not see Fang Chen's face clearly. Seeing Fang Chen escape, they continued to pursue. Fang Chen pretended to escape. When he saw everyone chasing him, he used the space-time true meaning and instantly hid in the void. The Bloodmark Mansion's people were still chasing Fang Chen. Only a small number of cultivators were left behind to guard the palace. Fang Chen, who was hiding in the void, quickly returned and came to the front of the palace. Then, he entered the palace without anyone noticing. Without a half-step Heaven Realm cultivator guarding, these ordinary cultivators could not discover Fang Chen at all. While after entering the palace, Fang Chen found out the content of the test. Withstand the impact of a Heaven Realm sword chi to pass the test. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen could not help but be speechless. A Heaven Realm sword chi impact. No wonder Shuai Yin was in a sorry state when he escaped. At this time, outside the palace, led by Shuai Yin, many Bloodmark Mansion's cultivators hurried back. Is the palace okay? Shuai Yin asked. They had chased for a long time and did not find any trace of the enemy. Suddenly, they realized that something was wrong and hurried back. It's fine. Hearing this, Shuai Yin breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was very surprised. Why did that cultivator escape after attacking? In the end, Shuai Yin thought that the person must be afraid of the Bloodmark Mansion's people, so he escaped. Inside the palace, the test began. First, it was a first-level profound King Realm sword chi. Fang Chen stood in the middle of the palace, and suddenly, a tyrannical sword chi emerged from the walls around him. Puchi, these sword chi contained majestic power and blasted towards Fang Chen from all directions. The god-level sword body was directly activated, and sword intent surrounded him. Bang, 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 the first-level profound King Realm sword chi was easily blocked by Fang Chen. Next, the sword chi level increased. Second level, profound King Realm. Third level, fourth level Fang Chen could easily block the sword chi until it reached the ninth level profound King Realm. Dong, there was a tremor in the palace. Immediately, the sword chi level increased to the half-step Heaven Realm. At this time, the sword chi was like a rainbow, and its momentum shook the sky. Fang Chen could feel the tyrannical pressure. Is this the half-step Heaven Realm sword chi? This sword chi completely overpowered his own sword chi. Bang! The tyrannical sword chi shot towards Fang Chen in an instant. The sword will of the 7th level collapsed after a slight resistance. The rest of the sword chi bombarded Fang Chen's body. Puchi Fang Chen's clothes were tattered, and his physical defense was completely activated. In the end, he still managed to block the sword chi. However, Fang Chen's body was a little battered. The half-step Heaven Realm sword chi is already so powerful. Won't the Heaven Realm sword chi be even stronger? Fang Chen was a little unconfident and thought to himself. In an instant, the sword chi level increased. The walls of the palace were visibly changing. On the walls, small holes appeared one after another. There were many small holes, and each hole was only the size of a thumb. Buzz. Chapter 990. The palace was filled with Sword Dao aura. Fang Chen's Sword Hero aura was activated and automatically surrounded his body to protect him. It was also at this time the Heavenly Dipper Realm level sword chi shot out from many small holes. Swoosh! Every sword chi was extremely fierce and domineering. So strong. The first sword chi made Fang Chen feel a little helpless. Crack! When the Heaven Star Border Realm sword chi hit Fang Chen's body, it instantly shattered his defense. The Sword Hero aura also decreased a lot. Bang! The sword chi shattered the defense of the sword body, and its power weakened a little. Finally, it hit him heavily. The sword chi left a bloody mark on his body. Damn it! Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. The Heaven Star Border Realm Sword Chi was too powerful. Rumble. However, after the first Sword Chi dissipated, the following Sword Chi made Fong Chen's scalp tingle. Dense and terrifying Sword Chi shot out from the numerous small holes. Every Sword Chi carried a vast amount of power and rushed towards Fong Chen. Buzz. Fong Chen couldn't care less. He activated the Sword Hero Aura to the extreme to protect his body. Dong. At this moment, the Golden Heart also had a slight change. In an instant, the dense Sword Chi stabbed towards Fong Chen. Originally, Fong Chen was ready to fight a bloody battle. However, when the Sword Chi rushed towards him, the Golden Heart had a strange change. Crash! Golden ripples appeared around the Golden Heart. These golden ripples quickly spread to Fong Chen's body and appeared on the surface of his skin. When the Heaven Star Border Realm Sword Chi stabbed Fong Chen's skin, it was instantly wrapped by these golden ripples and then absorbed into the Golden Heart. Hiss! After the Golden Heart absorbed the Sword Chi, it became more active. At the same time, Fong Chen felt that the sword intent in his mind seemed to be strengthening. His understanding of the Sword Dao was also improving. The Golden Heart is transforming. The Golden Heart was slowly changing Fong Chen's body. Every metamorphosis would bring benefits to Fong Chen. And now, at such a critical moment, the Golden Heart was actually transforming. Fong Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. He immediately withdrew the Sword Hero's Chi and took the initiative to welcome the Heaven Gang Realm Sword Chi that shot out from the numerous small holes. Bang, 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 tens of thousands of Sword Chi pierced towards Fong Chen before being absorbed by the Golden Heart. Time passed by slowly. After about an hour, the small holes in the walls of the palace finally closed. This also meant that Fong Chen had succeeded in his test. At this moment, the Golden Heart had absorbed enough Sword Chi and was constantly emitting a terrifying power. While above the palace, a streak of Sword Chi that looked like starlight condensed into a token and fell into Fong Chen's hand. The word 3 was written on the badge. It should be the third token, said Fong Chen. The token he obtained in the canyon was the 5th token. I didn't expect to get the token so easily. Fong Chen grinned. Putting away the token, Fong Chen prepared to leave. Outside the palace, Shuel Yin and the others had been guarding. The half-step Heaven Realm cultivators of the Bloodmark Mansion had also returned. How is it? Asked Shuel Yin. We didn't find Fong Chen, but we did control a few good Sword Dao geniuses. Hearing this, Shuel Yin looked over. The half-step Heaven Realm cultivators brought back a total of 5 Sword Dao geniuses. Let them try, Shuel Yin asked. The half-step Heaven Realm cultivators nodded and then controlled the 5 Sword Dao geniuses to enter the palace. However, just as the palace door opened, a stream of light suddenly shot out. Immediately afterward, the stream of light merged into the void. The others did not react, but the half-step Heaven Realm cultivators' faces changed drastically. Shuel Yin, did anyone come here while we were away? A cultivator attacked us and then escaped, Shuel Yin said. Damn it! He entered the palace. The half-step Heaven Realm cultivators were furious. Immediately, they joined forces and immediately forced Fong Chen to reveal his true body. It's you. Seeing Fong Chen, the Bloodmark Mansion cultivators were furious. Escape. Fong Chen's first reaction was to escape. The Bloodmark Mansion was very strong, and he could not fight against them alone. So he used the space-time true intent and quickly fled. Chase! The Bloodmark Mansion cultivators shouted. Several half-step Heaven Dipper realm martial artists chased after Fong Chen. The Bloodmark Mansion cultivators cultivated the blood escape technique, so they were very sensitive to space-type true intents. Although they could not determine Fong Chen's exact location, they could determine his approximate location. Bang! Several experts attacked the void from time to time, forcing Fong Chen to constantly change Fong Chen to prevent Fong Chen from escaping. As expected of the Bloodmark Mansion's experts, Fong Chen could not help but sigh. The Bloodmark Mansion's cultivators were really good at tracking. If they were cultivators from other mansions, they would have been shaken off by him. As time passed, The half-step Heaven Realm cultivators from the Bloodmark Mansion continued to chase after Fang Chun. Whoosh! Seeing that they were about to catch up, Fang Chun suddenly waved his hand, and a scarlet maple leaf shot out and exploded. Rumble! The scarlet maple leaf exploded, and the power was very strong. The Bloodmark Mansion cultivators also hurriedly dodged. Fang Chun, you can't escape, someone shouted. They dodged in time, and the scarlet maple leaf did not affect them too much. They continued to chase. Boss, let me do it. When Fang Chun used the second scarlet maple leaf, they hurriedly dodged. The little mouse instantly appeared and used its innate ability. Roar! A terrifying beast roar resounded through the sky. Those who were hurriedly dodging the scarlet maple leaf suddenly felt a terrifying suction force. Spread out. The 5 of them were experienced and instantly spread out. However, a certain half-step Heaven Realm cultivator dodged a little too late. First, he was hit by the scarlet maple leaf's terrifying vital essence, and then he was enveloped by the suction force. Crash! The little mouse's innate ability was too heaven-defying. This person was injured and could not resist at all. No! With a miserable scream, he was instantly sucked into the little mouse's mouth and died. Run! After doing all this, the little mouse jumped onto Fang Chun's shoulder and shouted. Fang Chun did not care too much. He pushed the space-time true intent to the extreme, and his figure instantly disappeared. The explosive force of the scarlet maple leaf dissipated, and their faces turned pale as they looked in the direction Fang Chun escaped. Old 5 is dead. Avenge Old 5 at all costs. The other half-step Heaven Realm cultivators were completely in a state of madness. They did not even hesitate to use the blood escape technique to chase after Fang Chun. The blood escape technique of the Bloodmark Mansion was heaven-defying. In a short while, they caught up with Fang Chun. Fang Chun, I will let you die without a burial place. One of them roared. The others instantly blocked Fang Chun's path. Fang Chun's face was solemn. He did not have any confidence to escape being blocked by half-step Heaven Realm cultivators. Kill! The few cultivators did not give Fang Chun any chance and directly launched their fiercest attacks. Third Revolution Radiance Sword Art, Void Meteorite Annihilation, Ice Secret Sword. Fang Chun consecutively used 3 unique skills. The rank 2 Divine Weapon, Hidden Star Sword, was activated to the extreme. Bang! Bang! The attacks of the few cultivators were too powerful and instantly shattered Fang Chun's attack. Dong! The earth was trembling and the air was in disorder. Fang Chun's body flew out directly, spitting blood and looking pale. Fang Chun was no match for the half-step Heaven Realm cultivators when they joined forces. I can't fight them head-on. Fang Chun quickly thought of a way to escape. Kill! The half-step Heaven Realm cultivators' eyes were scarlet and full of killing intent. They once again launched a fierce attack towards Fang Chun. Die! The attacks of the few cultivators were rapidly approaching Fang Chun. Just as Fang Chun was feeling helpless, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a beast roar resounded through the sky. Then, a terrifying aura instantly swept across the earth. What's going on? The attacks of the half-step Heaven Realm cultivators were directly blocked by this terrifying aura and then collapsed. Chapter 991. A horrifying aura instantly filled the air. The few half-step Heaven Star Border Realm martial artists of the Bloodmark Mansion were shaken to the core. Their bodies were trembling and their hearts were palpitating. They stopped walking towards Fang Chun. Their eyes were filled with fear as they turned their heads to look. Behind them, there was a huge monster. Roar! A horrifying roar of a beast was heard again. Fang Chun's heart shuddered when he saw the enormous creature. Little mouse, the aura around the little mouse made Fang Chun's heart palpitate. What kind of power is this? Just as Fang Chun was screaming, the huge purple rat shadow behind the little mouse opened its bloody mouth. This time, the little mouse did not use its innate ability. Instead, it used another method. Whoosh! The purple rat shadow's bloody mouth suddenly shot out a few rays of horrifying purple light. After this ray of light shot out, it directly blasted several half-step Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Poochie. No matter how hard the Bloodmark Mansion's martial artists tried to resist, it was useless. This horrifying purple light was too horrifying. Even a Heaven Star Border realm martial artist would not be able to resist its penetrating power. The purple light penetrated the first half-step Heaven Star Border realm martial artist's body. The latter fell to the ground unwillingly, and his soul dissipated. From this point, it was enough to see how powerful this horrifying purple light was. Run. I don't know who screamed, and the other half-step Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists scattered and fled. However, this horrifying purple light directly locked onto them. Whoosh! The purple light was extremely fast. Even Fong Chun, who was far away, could feel his heart palpitating from the power contained within it. Poochie. The purple light penetrated another martial artist's body. Without any hesitation, the latter's soul dissipated. Next, there was no suspense. The purple light kept reaping the lives of the half-step Heaven Star Border realm martial artists. Finally, after penetrating the last half-step Heaven Star Border realm martial artist's body, the purple light exploded and instantly destroyed the martial artist's body. Then, the purple light dissipated into the void. The sudden change caused Fong Chen's heart to tremble. Fong Chun had always thought that the little mouse's innate ability was its strongest attack. However, at this moment, Fong Chen's understanding was completely overturned. Little Mouse's means could actually easily kill a half-step Heaven Realm martial artist. It was too terrifying. Fong Chen looked at Little Mouse with a burning gaze. However, at this moment, the purple rat shadow behind the little mouse suddenly shattered. The majestic purple halo completely merged into the little mouse's body. The latter's aura immediately weakened, and his face turned pale. Little Mouse, you... Fong Chen hurried to the little mouse's side and found that the latter was on the verge of death. What's the matter? Fong Chen asked hurriedly. Little Mouse's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. He looked at Fong Chen and said, Boss, it's good that you're fine. You used a forbidden technique? Fong Chen asked hurriedly. Little Mouse shook his head and then lay on the ground with difficulty. He said slowly, Boss, do you know what my innate ability is? Isn't it just devouring? Fong Chen asked. Devouring is just one of my innate abilities, Little Mouse said. Fong Chen's heart shuddered upon hearing this. Could it be that Little Mouse had two innate abilities? Fong Chen knew that Little Mouse often used this innate ability called devouring. This innate ability, when cultivated to the extreme, could devour all things. Now, Little Mouse actually said that devouring was just one of its innate abilities. What you just used was also your innate ability. Fong Chen asked. Little Mouse nodded. That's right. I have two innate abilities. The first is devouring, and the second is the one I just used. It's called extreme piercing. Fong Chen was filled with shock. Extreme piercing. No wonder that terrifying purple light was able to ignore the defenses of a half-step Heaven Realm martial artist and directly penetrate his body. My innate ability ignores all defenses. It can penetrate a martial artist's body and shatter their soul. But, Little Mouse said, But what? Fong Chen asked. But with my current strength, I can't use extreme piercing. When I saw that boss was in danger, I used it in a moment of desperation. At this point, Little Mouse's aura became even weaker. It was in danger of dying at any moment. Fong Chen hugged Little Mouse's body. He was incomparably anxious. In order to save him, Little Mouse had fallen into such a situation. No matter what, he had to save Little Mouse. I will definitely save you, Fong Chen said in a deep voice. He was very anxious. Little Mouse's eyes were rolling around as if it was about to close. Boss, I'm too injured. I'm going to fall into a deep sleep. The 9 turns life and death grass. This kind of spiritual herb can save me. After the little rat finished his last sentence, he directly fell into a coma. Fong Chen checked Little Mouse's injuries and found that it was only in a deep sleep. It wasn't dead. Fong Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He then muttered the 9 turns life and death grass in his heart. No matter what, I have to get the 9 turns life and death grass. However, Fang Chen didn't know where the 9 turns life and death grass was. I have to leave the ruins as soon as possible and think of a way. Fang Chen muttered to himself. After pondering the matter for a moment, Shun cleaned up the battlefield and took away the spatial rings of the other cultivators. After checking their interspatial rings, Fang Chen found that except for the purple crystal stones, the other things in their interspatial rings were not suitable for him. They are really poor. Half-step Heaven Realm martial artists only have so many purple crystal stones. Fang Chen looked at the 5 million purple crystal stones in the interspatial rings and curled his lips. Then, he put the purple crystal stones into his bag and continued to move forward. Before Little Mouse fell asleep, it had already transmitted the addresses of 5 special places into his mind. Now, he had only obtained 2 tokens. After Fang Chen confirmed his target, he rushed toward the 3rd special place. In front of the Wasteland Palace, everyone in the Bloodmark Mansion was waiting for the return of the half-step Heaven Realm martial artist who was chasing Fang Chen. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no sign of him. This made everyone in the Bloodmark Mansion very anxious. What's going on? Why isn't he back yet? Someone asked. Why don't we go look for him? Shuel Yin said. Then, Shuel Yin sent a martial artist to look for him. After a while, the martial artist returned and brought back a piece of news that shocked the Bloodmark Mansion. What did you say? They are all dead. Shuel Yin cried out. The martial artist nodded heavily and said carefully with a solemn face, Senior Brother Shuel Yin, they are all dead. Today was a very angry day for the Bloodmark Mansion. All the half-step Heaven Realm martial artists who entered the ruins were all dead. They were filled with hatred in their hearts. In the end, they vented all their anger on Fang Chen. Search with all your strength. As long as there are clues about Fang Chen, report back immediately. Shuel Yin's eyes were filled with killing intent as he ordered coldly. Yes, everyone in the Bloodmark Mansion had even forgotten the purpose of this trip and began to search for Fang Chen with all their strength. In their hearts, the only goal was revenge. The ancient ruins of the Demon Sword Emperor was not big. After such a long struggle, Mo Yun Lianheng finally obtained 3 tokens. At this time, everyone in the Mo Yun family gathered in a mountain range. The depths of the mountain range were filled with majestic sword chi. If one looked carefully, they would find that the sword chi contained traces of demonic chi. This was the unique sword chi of the Demon Sword Emperor. The inheritance of the Demon Sword Emperor must be here, but to open it, we must gather all 5 tokens. Mo Yun Lianheng stood in the mountain range and said faintly, Young Master Lianheng, it is said that Fang Chen of the Sky Sword Mansion obtained 2 tokens and asked me to snatch them back. A half-step Heaven Realm martial artist said. Mo Yun Lianheng nodded and said, Come back quickly after snatching the tokens. Young Master Lianheng, don't worry. The inheritance of the Demon Sword Emperor will definitely belong to our Mo Yun family. The 8 mansions will not be able to compete with us. After saying that, the martial artist's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. However, after a while, a martial artist reported back. Chapter 992. A few days later, Fang Chen came to the 3rd strange place. However, it was empty here, and the stone tablet on the ground was still there. However, the token was no longer there. Someone took it away. Fang Chen looked ahead, puzzled. After a careful inspection and confirming that the token was taken away, Fang Chen did not stay any longer and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a roar sounded, followed by the appearance of a figure. Half-step to Heaven's Star Border Realm. Fang Chen instantly discovered this person's cultivation. His entire body exuded a terrifying aura. He was dressed in black, and there was a white cloud on his collar. Someone from the Mo Yun family. Only someone from the Mo Yun family would have such a beautiful appearance. Boy, you have good taste, but I am from the Mo Yun family. If you know what's good for you, quickly hand over the token. Mo Yunfu sneered. Mo Yunfu was a genius martial artist recruited from the outside by the Mo Yun family and was given the surname Mo Yun. After a series of inquiries, he finally confirmed Fang Chen's whereabouts and directly chased after him. Token, Fang Chen said calmly. Boy, our young master Lian Heng found the place of inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor and needs 5 tokens to open it. So, take out the 2 tokens on you. Mo Yunfu sneered. In his opinion, Fang Chen was very weak. My brother risked his life to protect the token for me. You think you can take it away just because you want it? Fang Chen's eyes were cold, and spiritual energy surged around his body. So, you want the token, but not your life? Mo Yunfu asked. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, he suddenly took the initiative to attack. Although Fang Chen was no match for a half-step to Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist, he was not afraid. 3 revolutions radiant sword technique was displayed immediately. The majestic radiant sword light was suspended in the sky, and then under Fang Chen's control, it pierced towards Mo Yunfu. Insignificant skill, Mo Yunfu waved his hand, and countless large handprints appeared in the sky, and then these handprints directly wrapped around the radiant sword light. Crack 2 of the great palm imprints were shattered, while the holy sword radiance was directly shattered by the remaining great palm imprints. After shattering the radiant sword light, these giant handprints continued to charge towards Fang Chen. Pucci, the power of the level 2 divine weapon, the hidden star sword, completely erupted. Bang, 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 the hidden star sword chopped down on the great palm print and instantly shattered it. Seeing this scene, Mo Yunfu was also a little surprised. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at the star-concealing sword in Fang Chen's hand. A level 2 divine weapon, how interesting. Mo Yunfu's eyes shone with greed. A rank 2 divine weapon was nothing to the Devil Cloud clan. However, martial artists like him who had been bestowed with the surname did not have the opportunity to obtain a level 2 divine weapon. And this was an opportunity. A level 2 divine weapon, I like it. After saying that, Mo Yunfu waved his palm again. The aura around him was raised to the extreme as he suddenly launched his strongest attack. In the sky, giant handprints circled around continuously. Every single handprint contained a tremendous amount of power. Void Meteor Annihilation. Fang Chen displayed the Void Meteor Annihilation, bombarding the giant handprints that filled the sky. Crack! The void was torn apart and instantly swallowed many of the giant handprints. However, the remaining giant handprints avoided the Void Meteor Annihilation and directly charged towards Fang Chen. Kid, your attack is ineffective against me. Mo Yunfu laughed sinisterly. Rumble. The giant handprints swooped down with a powerful force. Fang Chen's divine sword body was activated to the extreme, and the true meaning of space and time was displayed. Crash! His body disappeared in an instant, cleverly avoiding the attack of the giant handprints. True meaning of space. Seeing that Fang Chen possessed the true meaning of space, the killing intent in Mo Yunfu's eyes intensified. Great void handprint. Mo Yunfu's killing intent surged as he roared loudly. The great void handprint was his unique skill. His wrist shook and the aura around him revolved. The giant handprints that filled the sky revolved around him and finally merged into his palm. Go to hell. Mo Yunfu growled and stretched out his hand. A majestic force emerged and directly suppressed him. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a lot of pressure. True meaning of space and time. Fang Chen gave up attacking and dodged with all his might. The true meaning of space and time was displayed, and his body constantly shuttled through the void. However, no matter how he shuttled, he could not escape from Mo Yunfu's giant handprint. Suppress. Mo Yunfu's face was full of smiles. After killing Fang Chen, the second stage divine weapon would be his. Crash. The giant handprint swooped over Fang Chen's head and directly locked onto Fang Chen. At this time, Fang Chen could not care so much. He exerted all his strength to resist desperately. The aura of a sword hero instantly spread out. 7th grade sword intent surrounded him, and the 3 revolutions radiant sword technique was activated to the extreme. Crack. It was useless. Mo Yunfu's great void handprint was too strong, and Fang Chun could not resist at all, seeing that the giant handprint was about to suppress Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun fell into an epiphany. Buzz. His mind was filled with the aura of a sword hero. Sword hero, a hero of the sword. At this moment, Fang Chen's mind was empty, and he truly understood the so-called sword hero. So, this is the real sword hero. Fang Chun was ecstatic. At the critical moment, he had an epiphany and understood the real sword hero. It was also at this time that Fang Chun underwent a transformation. The aura of Sword Dao surrounded his body, his energy sea rolled, and his cultivation suddenly rose. 6th level Mystic King Realm. After cultivating for so long, he still could not break through. However, the sudden epiphany allowed his cultivation to easily rise to the 6th level of the Mystic King Realm. So what if you break through? Mo Yunfu, who was suppressed by the giant handprint, sneered and looked at Fang Chun with disdain. After breaking through to the 6th level of the Mystic King Realm, Fang Chen's strength improved by leaps and bounds. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the void. Die. When the void meteorite strike was performed, the void was immediately torn apart, and the giant handprint that was suppressing him shattered instantly. Crash! Mo Yunfu's body was hit by the void meteorite strike and instantly flew out. Mo Yunfu, who fell to the ground, was shocked. How can he be so strong? At this time, Mo Yunfu was somewhat regretful. If he had known this, he would have killed this person before. The epiphany and breakthrough in the battle allowed Fang Chun to turn the tables and directly suppress Mo Yunfu. The current Fang Chen's combat strength had completely surpassed a half-step Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. In a one-on-one fight, he could completely destroy Mo Yunfu. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. He walked towards Mo Yunfu step by step. Boy, I am from the Mo Yun family. Let me go, and this matter will end here. How about it? Mo Yunfu said in a deep voice. He wanted to use the Mo Yun family to intimidate Fang Chun. Unfortunately, when he was in the ancient Sword Continent, Fang Chun had killed the younger generation of the Mo Yun family. Are you threatening me? Fang Chun asked. Fang Chun, my Mo Yun family is the overlord of the Mo Yun state. As a member of the Sky Sword Mansion, you should know that if you anger my Mo Yun family, even the Sky Sword Mansion can't protect you. Mo Yunfu said. If it was an ordinary person, they might really be frightened. However, he was facing Fang Chun. Your Mo Yun family has found the inheritance of the Sky Devil, Sword Emperor? Fang Chun suddenly asked. With your strength, you want to get the inheritance of the Sky Devil, Sword Emperor? Mo Yunfu said disdainfully. Pucci. The hidden star sword streaked across the void and cut off one of Mo Yunfu's arms. The latter screamed miserably. Where's the inheritance? Fang Chun asked in a deep voice. Mo Yunfu's heart palpitated, and he hurriedly said, It is in a mountain range in the center of the ruins. Mo Yunfu looked at Fang Chun bitterly. This person didn't even fear the Mo Yun family. If he really angered him, he definitely wouldn't have a good end. Fang Chun, I'll tell you everything. I only ask that you let me live. At this time, Mo Yunfu also softened and no longer used the Mo Yun family to threaten Fang Chun. Mo Yunfu told Fang Chun about the main members of the Mo Yun family who had entered the ruins, as well as the information about Mo Yun Lian Hung to Fang Chun. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Fang Chun. I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go? Even if you don't tell me, I will know, Fang Chun said. Fang Chun, do you really want to become enemies with the Mo Yun family? Mo Yunfu's face was gloomy. I'm afraid you still don't know one thing, Fang Chun said. What is it? Mo Yunfu asked. The Mo Yun Lianzhou was also killed by me. Therefore, I have long been enemies with your Mo Yun family. Fang Chun stared at Mo Yunfu. Chapter 993. The Inheritance of the Sky Devil, Sword Emperor. As a sword cultivator, Fang Chun was also very interested in the inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. If he could obtain the Sky Devil Sword Emperor, he might be able to use it to reach a higher level in Sword Dao. After knowing the location of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor's inheritance, Fang Chun rushed there at full speed. Sky Devil Mountain Range. The reason why it was called Sky Devil Mountain Range. First, it was because this was the location of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor's inheritance. Second, it was because there was a very magical beast in the Sky Devil Mountain Range. This kind of beast was rare in the universe. They were called Sky Devils by the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. This kind of beast called Sky Devil was very powerful. Their bodies were small, but they were extremely powerful. Moreover, when fighting, their bodies would emit a black aura. This aura could cause warriors to hallucinate for a short time. In short, these Sky Devil beasts were very cunning. At this time, the Sky Devil Mountain Range was crowded with people. After hearing the news, the people of the 8 prefectures all came to the Sky Devil Mountain Range. Although the people of the 8 prefectures did not dare to compete with the Demon Cloud family, they also wanted to take the opportunity to enter the ancient ruins. After all, the inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor was very tempting. In the depths of the Sky Devil Mountain Range, the people of the Demon Cloud family, led by Demon Cloud Lianheng, stood quietly. From time to time, they would attack and kill the Sky Devil beasts that attacked them. Not far away, the people of the 8 prefectures gathered together. They waited quietly, but did not dare to approach the Demon Cloud family. Whoosh! At a certain moment, the appearance of a Sky Devil beast instantly caused the people of the 8 prefectures to become restless. Kill! No one knew who shouted, but the people of the 8 prefectures immediately attacked. The overall strength of the people of the 8 prefectures was not as good as the Demon Cloud family, but they had more people. When everyone attacked together, the Sky Devil beast did not even have a chance to resist and was killed directly. However, when the Sky Devil beast died, it howled to the sky. Not good. A large number of Sky Devil beasts are approaching. Suddenly, the leader of one of the prefectures shouted with a serious face. Immediately, the warriors of the other prefectures also noticed the large number of Sky Devil beasts rushing over from the distance. Kill! The people of the 8 prefectures fought side by side, and instantly fought with a large number of Sky Devil beasts. Pucci, the heavenly devil demonic beast strength, was abnormally tyrannical. However, there were still many warriors who died. Every time a heavenly demonic beast died, 2 or 3 martial artists would be killed. In the blink of an eye, there were casualties everywhere. The 8 prefectures had suffered heavy losses, and the number of heavenly demonic beasts was constantly decreasing. In the depths of the mountain range, the Demon Cloud family had been watching from the sidelines. After fighting fiercely for 15 minutes, the people from 8 prefectures were finally unable to withstand the attacks of the heavenly devil demonic beasts and retreated one after another. And the direction they were retreating in was the direction of the Devil Cloud family. Damn it! Mo Yin Lianheng secretly cursed. Immediately, the people of the Demon Cloud family raised their vigilance and prepared for battle. All of you leave quickly. A half-step Heaven Dipper realm martial artist of the Demon Cloud family shouted. His words were filled with rage. Those damned martial artists from the 8 prefectures had actually lured the heavenly devil demonic beasts to their Demon Cloud family's territory. Normally, the people of the 8 prefectures would not dare to offend the Demon Cloud family. But now he was about to die, so why did he think so much? Under the frantic escape of the people of the 8 prefectures, they finally retreated to the Demon Cloud family's territory. The Demon Cloud family was forced to participate in the battle. Suddenly, the battle escalated once again. With the participation of the Demon Cloud family, the battle was gradually under the control of the human martial artists. Although the heavenly devil demonic beasts were tyrannical, their numbers were limited. After fighting fiercely for 2 hours, the heavenly devil demonic beasts suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining ones hurriedly fled. After the battle, the entire mountain range was in a mess. The Demon Cloud family had also lost many people. Mo Yun Lianheng was in a mess, and his face was extremely gloomy. Damn it! Mo Yun Lianheng was furious. When Fang Chun came to the entrance of the heavenly devil mountain range, he heard the sounds of battle. Someone is fighting, Fong Chen said faintly. Immediately, he went into the heavenly Devil Mountain range. Along the way, Fong Chen found many corpses of human martial artists and heavenly devil demonic beasts. When he came to the depths of the heavenly Devil Mountain range, he found that the Demon Cloud family and the martial artists from the 8 prefectures were in a mess. They're fighting the heavenly devil demonic beasts. Fong Chen instantly understood, and then looked at the Sky Sword Mansion's area. When the Sky Sword Mansion's martial artists entered the remnant, 100 of them had died, and only 300 remained. And now, after this great battle, there were actually less than 100 people left. War is the cruelest. Fong Chen. In the Sky Sword Mansion's area, Hu Ming saw Fong Chen and hurriedly shouted. Fong Chen nodded and came to Hu Ming's side. Fong Chen, are you all right? Hu Ming asked. Fong Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. The other 7 prefectures also noticed Fong Chen. Only the Demon Cloud family's people had killing intent in their eyes when they saw Fong Chen. Mo Yun Lianheng waved his hand, stopping the Demon Cloud family's people from acting rashly. Then, he walked step by step towards Fong Chen. You're the Sky Sword Mansion's Fong Chen? Mo Yun Lianheng asked. Fong Chen. He's the Demon Cloud family's Mo Yun Lianheng, Hu Ming introduced. Fong Chen carefully sized up Mo Yun Lianheng, not saying anything. Fong Chen was a bit worried that the mark on his body would be discovered by Mo Yun Lianheng, but he was worrying too much. Apart from the Demon Cloud family's patriarch, no one else could discover this mark. If my guess is correct, you've obtained 2 tokens, Mo Yun Lianheng suddenly said. So what? Fong Chen asked back. Staring at Fong Chen, Mo Yun Lianheng said, Mo Yun Fu really is a piece of trash. Mo Yun Lianheng thought that the Mo Yun Fu he sent out hadn't found Fong Chen. But he didn't know that Mo Yun Fu had already been killed by Fong Chen. The reason he dared to come here was because he didn't fear him. Hand over your 2 tokens, Mo Yun Lianheng said forcefully. In his view, the Sky Devil Sword Emperor's inheritance belonged to his Demon Cloud family, and the other 8 families didn't have the qualifications to touch it. Hearing this, the people of the 8 families looked at Fong Chen with burning eyes. Opening the inheritance required 5 tokens, and they didn't expect that Fong Chen would obtain 2 tokens. Everyone was worried that Fong Chen would hand over the tokens. Once Mo Yun Lianheng obtained 5 tokens, then the inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor would really have nothing to do with them. Fong Chen, Hu Ming called out in a low voice. The Demon Cloud family's appetite is really big. They actually want to monopolize the inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. Fong Chen said, Do you think the people of the 8 families are vegetarians? Fong Chen's words aroused a strong reaction from the people of the 8 families. The reason they didn't dare to compete with the Demon Cloud family was because they didn't have a leader. Now that Fong Chen was leading, they had nothing to fear. You're courting death. Seeing the resistance of the people of the 8 families, Mo Yun Lianheng's face changed, and he said coldly. He knew that he couldn't let Fong Chen continue. He had to make an example out of him. After I kill you, the tokens will still belong to me, Mo Yun Lianheng. Mo Yun Lianheng bellowed as a black long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Then he slashed out with the sword. It was an ordinary slash, but made Fong Chen feel great danger. Crash! Fong Chen easily dodged Mo Yun Lianheng's attack with the space-time true intent. Child's play. Mo Yun Lianheng was much stronger than Mo Yun Fu. When he saw Fong Chen's space-type true intent, he was disdainful. Then, the black longsword in Mo Yun Lianheng's hand kept changing, and a majestic sword aura instantly spread out. Whoosh! The powerful sword light shot towards Fong Chen. Buzz! The aura of a 6th profound king instantly exploded. Then, Fong Chen used the void meteor annihilation. Bang! When the two collided, there was a deafening sound and sparks flew everywhere. In the end, Mo Yun Lianheng's attack was shattered by Fong Chen's void meteor annihilation. Mo Yun Lianheng looked at Fong Chen in surprise. I didn't expect a sixth profound king to have such combat strength. I have underestimated you. Mo Yun Lianheng smiled eerily. You've disappointed me, Fong Chan said with a smile. After this short exchange, he knew that Mo Yun Lianheng was only SOSO. Is that so? Next, I will make you despair. Mo Yun Lianheng sneered. At the same time, his aura rose to the peak. Chapter 994. Vital Essence. Vital essence emerged from Mo Yun Lianheng's body. The crowd from the 8 prefectures was shocked. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. Under normal circumstances, only Heaven Realm martial artists could absorb the vital spirit between heaven and earth. But Mo Yun Lianheng, a half-step Heaven Realm martial artist, had vital essence. It was too terrifying. No wonder Mo Yun Lianheng was not afraid of anyone. It turned out that he was the undisputed strongest martial artist in the relic. At this time, everyone from the Sky Soar Mansion looked at Fong Chen worriedly. Vital essence was extremely powerful. An ordinary Mystic King Realm martial artist could not resist it. Even an ordinary half-step Heaven Realm martial artist would not dare to fight it head-on. When Mo Yun Lianheng exuded the power of vital essence, he was already in an invincible state. Crash! A weak vital essence circled around the pitch-black longsword. Mo Yun Lianheng held the longsword in his hand and looked at Fong Chen. He sneered, Fong Chen, what do you have to fight me? Indeed, vital essence had appeared. What could Fong Chen use to fight him? Even Fong Chen did not expect Mo Yun Lianheng to have vital essence. In the entire Demon Cloud state, there were almost no martial artists in the half-step Heaven Realm who could absorb vital essence. Vital essence, huh? Fong Chen's eyes were burning. He stared at the vital essence and was full of fighting spirit. I want to see how strong your vital essence is. Fong Chen shouted. At the same time, he used the true meaning of space and time and the void meteor annihilation. Crash! The void was torn apart. A thick ray of light hit Mo Yun Lianheng's vital essence. Crack! The terror of vital essence was exposed. The ray of light that hit Mo Yun Lianheng was instantly shattered. Seeing this, Fong Chen threw out the rest of the scarlet maple leaves and detonated them. Boom! The vital essence in the scarlet maple leaves was instantly detonated. The wild explosion resounded through the sky. The surrounding martial artists quickly retreated for fear of being affected by the explosion. Scarlet maple leaves. Everyone cried out in shock. The explosive power of the scarlet maple leaf instantly covered demonic cloud, Lianheng's vital spirit, and drowned it. Dong the earth trembled as the terrifying explosive force exhausted the vital spirit of demonic cloud, Lianheng, and it gradually dissipated. The gray aura quickly dissipated. In the center of the battlefield, Missouri Yun Lian stood there in a sorry state. His face was filled with rage. Damn it! Mo Yun Lianheng clenched his fists and wished he could kill Fong Chen with a single punch. However, reason told him not to be impulsive. The aftermath of the explosion of the scarlet maple leaf had completely dissipated. At this time, the embarrassed Mo Yun Lianheng stared at Fong Chen. If it weren't for his vital essence, he would have died in the explosion. Fong Chen, you surprised me. Mo Yun Lianheng said coldly. Fong Chen stared at Mo Yun and asked, do you still want to continue fighting? Mo Yun shook his head and said, there's no point in continuing the battle. How about we each take a step back? Mo Yun Lianheng was afraid of Fong Chen's scarlet maple leaf, and Fong Chen was also a little afraid of Mo Yun Lianheng's strength. Ow! Fong Chen asked, let's open the Sky Devil Sword Emperor's inheritance together and then enter together. Mo Yun Lianheng put away his long sword. When Fong Chen heard this, he pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. This was the only win-win solution for now. When the 5 title plates are gathered together, you will be able to open the inheritance. Take out your title plate. As Mo Yun Lianheng spoke, he took out the 3 title plates that he had obtained. Seeing this, Fong Chen took out 2 badges. Suddenly, the 5 tokens floated in the air and burst out with a scorching light. The people of the 8 prefectures did not expect the situation to change like this. However, the retreat of the demon cloud family gave the people of the 8 prefectures a last glimmer of hope. The people of the demon cloud family were the most furious. They secretly communicated with Mo Yun Lianheng and wanted to kill Fang Chun by force. However, they were stopped by Mo Yun Lianheng. Firstly, they were not sure if Fang Chun still had a large number of scarlet maple leaves. Since he could casually throw out scarlet maple leaves, he must have more on him. They could not take the risk. Secondly, Fang Chun's attitude was so tough. Once he was defeated, he would definitely destroy the tokens. This was what Mo Yun Lianheng was most worried about. After entering the inheritance, he would kill Fang Chun. This was what Mo Yun Lianheng thought. At that time, Fang Chun would definitely die. Buzz. In the air, the 5 tokens gradually merged together and emitted a dazzling light. Finally, they turned into a token and let out a deafening sound. It disappeared into the void in front of them. In the next moment, the people saw an illusory spirit boundary appear. "Let's go," Mo Yun Lianheng shouted, and the people of the demon cloud family entered the spirit boundary. Seeing this, the people of the other 8 prefectures also swarmed into the spirit boundary. Sky Demon Sword Chi. The moment Fang Chun entered the spirit boundary, he felt the vast sky demon sword Chi permeating the void. This spirit boundary was extremely huge. As expected of the sky demon sword emperor, Fang Chun could not help but exclaim. This spirit boundary could only be set up by an elite like the sky demon sword emperor. Previously, Fang Chun was still guessing what level the sky demon sword emperor was at. After entering the spirit boundary, he was finally sure. The Sky Demon Sword Emperor was at least at the heavenly body tier, or even stronger. The inside of the spirit boundary was extremely spacious. Just as the cultivators were looking left and right for the Sky Demon Sword Emperor's inheritance, all of a sudden, a furious roar was heard. On the plains in the distance, dust flew and black figures appeared one after another. Their appearance directly caused the Sky Demon Sword Chi in the spirit boundary to change continuously. "Those are sword puppets," an expert of the Demon Cloud family yelled. Suddenly, the people of the 8 prefectures were extremely nervous. So many sword puppets. Everyone was shocked. A sword puppet was a puppet refined by a sword principle expert using his sword principle cultivation. Their characteristics were much stronger than ordinary puppets. Looking at the sword puppets rushing from the distance, everyone's scalp went numb. "Go!" It was not known who shouted, but everyone immediately fled one after another. Whoosh! Whoosh! The only weakness of the sword puppets was their speed. Everyone fled, while the swarm of sword puppets chased after them. After a while, someone found a mountain in front of them. "Occupy the high ground." As soon as the voice fell, the cultivators rushed up the mountain like a tide. Then, Demon Cloud Lianheng said in a deep voice, "Half-step Heaven Dipper Realm Martial Artists, stand at the front and block the sword puppets." At this time, everyone had no choice but to work together. Although Demon Cloud Lianheng wanted to kill Fang Chun, now was not the time. The people of the 8 prefectures quickly reached a consensus. Then, the Half-Step Heaven Dipper Realm Martial Artist stood at the front, the 9th level Mystic King Realm Martial Artist stood at the back, and the weaker martial artist hid at the top of the mountain. Rumble! A deafening sound was heard, and the swarm of sword puppets rushed to the bottom of the mountain in a short while. Since the mountain was not big, the number of sword puppets was limited. The first batch of sword puppets was about 100. Attack! Seeing the sword puppets getting closer and closer to the crowd, Demon Cloud Lianheng shouted. Suddenly, many Half-Step Heaven Dipper Realm Martial Artists activated their strongest attacks. Crack! The sword puppets at the front were hit by the powerful attacks and instantly shattered. Behind them, countless sword puppets continued to attack. Fang Chun was also in the first row. He used the Void Meteorite Strike to kill the sword puppets. Bang! Bang! Under everyone's joint efforts, the first wave of sword puppets failed. More than 100 sword puppets were shattered and scattered on the mountainside. Before everyone could recover from a shock, the second wave of sword puppets had arrived. Kill! All the martial artists tried their best to kill the sword puppets. Under the intense attacks, the sword puppets were constantly being killed. However, as time went by, more and more sword puppets reached the mountainside. Finally, the crowd realized that something was wrong. We can't just sit here and wait for death. There are more and more sword puppets. We will definitely die when all of them reach the mountainside. Someone shouted. Then what should we do? Chapter 995. Hearing someone say this, everyone's heart shook. Indeed, this boundary was the inheritance ground of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. It was impossible for sword puppets to appear for no reason. It was also impossible for so many sword puppets to attack everyone at the same time. The only explanation was that these sword puppets were designed by the Sky Devil Sword Emperor as a test for everyone. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes lit up. There are too many sword puppets. The speed at which we kill them can't keep up with the speed at which they rush over, Mo Yunlin said. The others racked their brains as they killed the sword puppets. On the other side, Fang Chun performed the Void Meteorite Strike and killed a large number of sword puppets in an instant. Then, he performed the 3 Revolutions Radiance Sword Technique. Crack! The performance of the 3 Revolutions Radiance Sword Technique shocked Fang Chun. A large number of sword puppets died under the 3 Revolutions Radiance Sword Technique. How is this possible? The 3 Revolutions Radiance Sword Technique was obviously not as powerful as the Void Meteorite Strike. How could its lethality exceed the latter? Could it be? Some ideas appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Then, he continued to perform the 3 Revolutions Radiance Sword Technique. He suddenly realized that when the light sword light pierced the sword puppets, it would split into countless small sword lights and penetrate into every part of the sword puppets' bodies. Eventually, it would destroy the sword puppets from the inside. Thus, the lethality of the 3 Revolutions Radiance Sword Technique became extremely powerful. Sword cultivators are the most effective against sword puppets, Fang Chun said to himself. Thinking of this, Fang Chun roared. I got it. Sword cultivators can only unleash their greatest destructive power against sword puppets. Hearing Fang Chen's words, everyone was a little confused. However, he was only able to display a powerful swordsmanship. There were many sword cultivators among the people present. Among them, Fang Chun and Mo Yunlin Hung were the strongest. Mo Yunlin Hung slashed out with his black sword. Immediately, a large number of sword puppets were shattered. Seeing this, Mo Yunlin Hung was overjoyed. All sword cultivators attacked together. Mo Yunlin Hung was sure that Fang Chun was telling the truth. In an instant, all the sword cultivators present stood in the first row and began a new round of attacks. Rumble as expected. After the first row was swapped with sword cultivators, everyone's lethality was raised to the highest level. Crack after blocking several waves of attacks in succession, everyone discovered that the sword puppet's attack speed had become a little slow. Continue attacking. The sword puppet can't hold on any longer. Mo Yun Lien Hung roared. Rumble deafening noises reverberated through the sky as countless martialists started to kill the sword puppets. After persisting for close to 6 hours, the sword puppets were finally exterminated by the human martial artists. The remaining sword puppets all retreated. Seeing this scene, the crowd on the mountain peak heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there are many sword cultivators here. Otherwise, these sword puppets would be too difficult to kill, someone said. Mo Yun cast a sideways glance at Fang Chun, then led the crowd down the mountain. It was extremely dangerous inside the barrier. The people of the Demon Cloud family didn't move alone either. Instead, they moved with the people of the 8 prefectures. Mo Yun Lianheng was very clear in his heart. He would temporarily use the people of the 8 prefectures and kill them after he achieved his goal. The sword puppets have retreated. Let's go, Mo Yun Lianheng said. The group of people shuttled through the plains in a grandiose manner, advancing rapidly. Soon, they arrived at the center of the barrier. There was a huge array here. This array was faintly discernible. Illusory array. Only Fong Chun could tell that this was a powerful, illusory array. The inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor is in this array. Mo Yun Lian Hung was very excited. He took a step forward and prepared to enter the array. However, right at this moment, a resplendent sword light flashed on a blue stone in front of the formation. This scene attracted Mo Yun Lian Heng's attention. What's that? Everyone looked at the mark on the green stone with burning eyes as they discussed. Mo Yun Lian Heng's body stopped in front of the green stone. At this moment, a mark appeared on the green stone. This mark was in the shape of a sword. It contained a huge sword Dao aura. The inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. Mo Yun Lian Hung was overjoyed as he walked towards the green stone. "Stop him!" someone in the crowd yelled. Immediately, the cultivators of the 8 prefectures rushed towards the green stone. "You're courting death." The Demon Cloud family launched a counterattack and blocked the cultivators of the 8 prefectures for Mo Yun Lian. A chaotic battle broke out, and miserable screams could be heard. Although the Demon Cloud family's overall strength was strong, they still suffered heavy casualties under the joint attack of the 8 prefectures. "Join forces to stop the Demon Cloud family," Shuelian of the Bloodmark Mansion shouted. At this moment, the 8 prefectures abandoned their previous grudges and joined forces to besiege the Demon Cloud family. Fong Chun used the true meaning of time and space to arrive in front of the green stone. "Get lost!" Seeing that Fong Chun wanted to touch the sword mark, Mo Yun Lian Hung suddenly punched out. Bang! The 2 fists collided and both of them were pushed back. After stabilizing himself, Mo Yun Lian took a step forward and directly jumped onto the blue stone. His big hand reached out and grabbed the sword-shaped imprint. Void Meteorite Strike. At the critical moment, Fong Chun used Void Meteor Annihilation. With a bang, he blocked Mo Yun Lian Hung's giant hand. "Fong Chun, I'm going to kill you." Mo Yun Lian Hung roared in anger. He held the pitch-black longsword in his hand and slashed out streaks of terrifying sword light toward Fong Chun. The latter used the true meaning of time and space to dodge. Taking advantage of this time, Mo Yun Lian Heng's hand grabbed the sword mark. In an instant, the green stone was shattered into pieces. Then, the sword mark drilled into Mo Yun Lian Heng's hand. It went through Mo Yun Lian Heng's meridians and entered his head. Crash! On Mo Yun Lian Heng's forehead, the sword mark flashed and burst out with a bright light. Mo Yun Lian Hung let out a miserable scream. He held his head with both hands and squatted on the ground. A strange aura was emitted from his body. This sudden turn of events caused everyone who was in the midst of an intense battle to stop. Young Master Lian Hung. The people of the Demon Cloud family came to Mo Yun Lian Heng's side and called out worriedly. At this moment, Mo Yun Lian Hung was like a crazy demon. He held his head with both hands and screamed miserably. Complex veins flowed around his body, faintly discernible. Fong Chun felt extreme danger. "Retreat!" Fong Chun roared. Suddenly, the people of the 8 prefectures retreated quickly. "All of you have to die." At this moment, Demonic Cloud, Lian Zhou suddenly stood up. His eyes shot out a substantial light. It was extremely frightening. Young Master Lian Hung. Mo Yun Lian Heng's aura made the people of the Demon Cloud family tremble. "Die!" Mo Yun Lian Hung stretched out his finger. Suddenly, a terrifying finger light shot towards the people of the 8 prefectures. Pucci! Suddenly, a large number of martial artists turned into a blood mist. Mo Yun Lian Heng's strength was too tyrannical. "It must be the sword mark." Fong Chun, who was running away, said secretly, "Come back." After Mo Yun Lian Hung killed some of the people of the 8 prefectures, his eyes fell on Fong Chun. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. Then he pulled with force. Suddenly, the void was torn apart. Fong Chun's figure was forced to show up by Mo Yun Lian Hung. Bang! Suffering from the powerful impact, Fong Chun's body flew back and fell in front of the illusory array. Too strong. Fong Chun couldn't resist Mo Yun Lian Heng's power at all. "Go to hell." Mo Yun Lianheng launched a powerful attack on Fang Chun. Fang Chun felt despair. However, he didn't give up. He gritted his teeth and entered the illusory array. Boom! Mo Yun Lianheng's attack heavily bombarded the illusory array. The illusory array shook and finally stabilized. At this moment, the sword mark on Mo Yun Lianheng's forehead emitted a trace of black aura. Then, Mo Yun Lianheng's emotions gradually stabilized. After a while, Mo Yun Lianheng was completely awake. "Young Master Lianheng, are you all right?" The people of the Demon Cloud family asked. Mo Yun Lianheng shook his head, indicating that he was fine. "Sword Dao Curse Seal?" Mo Yun Lianheng looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. The sword mark was actually a type of Sword Dao Curse Seal. After fusing with the Sword Dao Curse Seal, one Sword Dao cultivation would skyrocket. At the same time, it would also become extremely manic. After fusing with the Sword Dao Curse Seal, Mo Yun Lianheng obtained a lot of information. This included the Sky Demon Sword Art, the strongest inheritance of the Sky Demon Sword Emperor. Chapter 996. The Swordway Incantation was a very powerful medium. In the vast universe, some powerful swordsmen would put a part of their power into the Swordway Incantation and leave it for the Fated One. The Swordway Incantation that Mo Yun Lianheng obtained came from the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. No one in the world knew that the Celestial Devil Sword Emperor practiced two extreme sword techniques. Other than the well-known Sky Devil Sword technique, there was another dark black demon sword technique. When this sword technique was cultivated to the extreme, its power was almost the same as the Sky Devil Sword technique. However, those who chose the Swordway Incantation would not be able to obtain the Sky Devil Sword technique. The Swordway Incantation was one of the two great inheritances of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. After obtaining the Swordway Incantation, Mo Yun Lianheng knew only by killing the cultivator of the Sky Devil Sword technique and absorbing his power could he cultivate the Black Demon Sword technique to the extreme. This was also the idea of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor when he left his inheritance. He wanted to choose one of the two great inheritors. This person would be his strongest inheritor. Although I am not fated to obtain the Sky Devil Sword technique, I will definitely kill the one who possesses it and become the strongest inheritor of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor, Mo Yun Lianheng said to himself. The Black Demon Sword technique was a dark extreme sword technique. Cultivating the sword technique could easily cause one to go berserk. If it was light, one would be severely injured. If it was heavy, one would die. Just now, Mo Yun Lianheng merged with the Swordway Incantation and fell into a berserk state. But now he had recovered. Looking at the illusory array, Mo Yun Lianheng licked his dry lips and said, "I hope you can obtain the Sky Devil Sword technique." The Sky Devil Sword technique and the Black Demon Sword technique were natural enemies. There could only be one in the world. "Young Master Lianheng, what do we do now?" someone asked. "Enter the illusory array and look for opportunities." "I will wait here," Mo Yun Lianheng said. All the members of the Mo Yun family entered the illusory array. Mo Yun Lianheng sat cross-legged outside the illusory array and digested the power of the Swordway Incantation. At this moment, the members of the 8 prefectures who had escaped were all terrified and did not dare to enter the illusory array. Inside the illusory array, Fang Chun stood quietly as his surroundings constantly changed. What a powerful illusory array! Fang Chun thought to himself. This illusion array still contained the aura of the illusory Sword Dao. Fang Chun released his illusory Sword Dao aura and felt that he could barely see the situation within a 1-meter radius. Inside the illusory array was a vast expanse of whiteness. His intuition told him that the Heavenly Demon Sword technique was inside the illusion array. Where? Fang Chun was looking for the center of the illusion array. The people of the Demon Cloud family were also searching. Once they entered the illusion array, no one would be able to discover each other. At a certain moment, Fang Chun met the people of the Demon Cloud family. Swoosh before the people of the Devil Cloud family could make a move, Fang Chun killed them with a clean slash of his sword. After that, Fang Chun continued forward. Finally, after advancing for 2 hours, Fang Chun discovered that the fog here was too dense. His illusory sword path aura could no longer be maintained. The visibility was less than 1 meter. Fang Chun couldn't move an inch. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Fang Chun was at his wit's end, the golden heart suddenly beat rapidly. Seeing this, Fang Chun's face was overjoyed. Buzz! The golden heart released a golden luster that enveloped Fang Chun's body. In an instant, the white fog near Fang Chun retreated. The white fog seemed to be very afraid of the golden luster on Fang Chun's body. Under the guidance of the golden heart, after about an hour, Fang Chun arrived at the center of the illusion array. In the center of the illusion array, there was a stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a book. There was a very strong seal around this book. This is, Fang Chun saw the words on the book. The Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. He was extremely excited. Crash! The void was chaotic, and an illusory figure appeared. Congratulations on coming here. The illusory figure grinned. Fang Chun was shocked. Could this illusory figure be the Heavenly Demon Sword Emperor? That's right. I am the Heavenly Demon Sword Emperor. Back then, I left behind an illusory figure to wait for the fated one to come. The illusory figure continued. You passed all the tests and came here. This means that you are fated with me. You can obtain the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. But the illusory figure's face was extremely solemn. Once you choose to cultivate the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique, the cultivator of the Black Demon Sword Technique will be your lifelong enemy until you kill him. The illusory figure said. Fang Chun was a little confused. He didn't know what the Black Demon Sword Technique was. He also didn't know who the cultivator of the Black Demon Sword Technique was. Crash! The Heavenly Demon Sword Technique floated into Fang Chun's hands. Then the illusory figure said, the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique is my lifelong secret. Only Heaven Star Border Realm elites can cultivate it. Remember, be careful of the cultivator of the Black Demon Sword Technique. With that, the illusory figure disappeared. Fang Chun was shocked. Although he was confused, he still couldn't resist the temptation of the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. He flipped open the book and saw the exquisite chants of the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. It took him 15 minutes to finish reading the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. Fang Chun felt that the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique was very difficult to understand. It's too profound. Fang Chun couldn't help but say, the Heavenly Demon Sword Emperor's achievements in the Sword Dao must be very high. Even with Fang Chun's heaven-defying potential in the Sword Dao, he still couldn't understand the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. Fang Chun put away the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique and prepared to leave. The Heavenly Demon Sword Technique and the Black Demon Sword Technique have both found their owners. I really want to know which one of them is stronger. A voice filled with vicissitudes of life came from the void. Fang Chun could tell that it was the voice of the Heavenly Demon Sword Emperor. From what the Heavenly Demon Sword Emperor said, it seems like he specially set up these two inheritances and made them compete with each other. Fang Chun thought to himself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Fang Chun's mind as he recalled the demonic cloud chain outside the illusion array. Could it be that Mo Yun Lianheng is the cultivator of the Black Demon Sword Technique? Mo Yun Lianheng just got the imprint and immediately went into a frenzy. Fang Chun thought of what the Heavenly Demon Sword Emperor said. The inheritor of the Black Demon Sword Technique and the inheritor of the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique would be mortal enemies. While Fang Chun was thinking, the ground suddenly trembled. The illusory formation shattered, and the people of the Mo Yun family appeared in front of him. However, before they could say anything, the void was torn apart. Everyone felt a flash of white light, and then they disappeared from the ruins. Fang Chun felt as if he had entered a spatial turbulence, and his whole body was filled with a terrifying aura. It was very oppressive. This feeling lasted for about 15 minutes before it finally disappeared. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fong Chun felt a dazzling light. Then he looked up and found that he had actually left the ancient ruins of the heavenly demon sword emperor. "I'm out," Fong Chun muttered to himself. After a long time, Fong Chun confirmed that he should be out. After thinking for a while, Fong Chun quickly left this place. Soon, the people of the 8 prefectures appeared here. The people of the Mo Yun family also appeared here. Mo Yun Lianheng looked around and didn't find any trace of Fong Chun. Could it be that he didn't receive the inheritance? Mo Yun Lianheng thought to himself. Then, Mo Yun Lianheng led the people of the Mo Yun family and left this place. The people of the 8 prefectures also bid farewell to each other. The heavenly demon sword emperor's ancient ruins came to an end. No one knew who had obtained the heavenly demon sword technique. They also didn't know that the heavenly demon sword emperor had actually set up 2 inheritances. Fong Chun purposely wasted some time on the way back. He waited for the Sky Sword Prefecture's martial artists to return before he went back unhurriedly. "Fong Chun, why did you come back so late?" Hu Ming and the others had already been back for 2 days. During this time, the Sky Sword Prefecture's master asked about the situation in the ancient ruins, but they didn't get any information. After the Sky Sword Prefecture's master learned about Mo Yun Lianheng's situation, he concluded that the heavenly demon sword emperor's inheritance should have been obtained by Mo Yun Lianheng. Regarding this, he felt a little helpless. "When I came out, you were already gone," Fong Chun said simply. "It's good that you're back." After the trip to the ancient ruins, everyone was even more convinced of Fong Chun's abilities. In fact, Hu Ming even gave up the position of 3rd Guard Captain to Fong Chun. When the Sky Sword Prefecture's master learned that Fong Chun had returned, he personally summoned Fong Chun. His cultivation has increased. The Sky Sword Prefecture's master looked at Fong Chun and smiled. "Prefecture Master, Mo Yun Lianheng obtained a mysterious imprint, and his strength increased dramatically. We were no match for him. We couldn't enter the final illusion array. So," Fong Chun said slowly with an apologetic expression. Chapter 997. It was a pity that the Sky Sword Mansion did not get the inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. However, the Sky Sword Mansion Master knew that the martial artists sent by the Demon Cloud family were definitely stronger than the other 8 mansions. Therefore, he could not blame Fong Chun. Furthermore, the Heavenly Sword Mansion's master had learned from others that Fong Chun's performance in the Remnant was extremely outstanding. The Sky Sword Mansion took the initiative to accept him as a disciple. Fong Chun's talent in Sword Principle was getting more and more unbelievable. The Sky Sword Mansion master even fantasized about whether Fong Chun could become someone like the Sky Devil Sword Emperor in the future. 100,000 years ago, the Sky Devil Sword Emperor appeared and shocked the entire Scar Island. The Sky Devil Sword Emperor came from the Sky Sword Mansion. At that time, the Sky Devil Sword Emperor was extremely glorious. Because of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor, the Sky Sword Mansion was extremely prosperous. The prosperity lasted for a long time. However, since the mysterious disappearance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor, the Sky Sword Mansion gradually declined. Until now, the Sky Sword Mansion had few talents. It was at the bottom of the 8 mansions in the Demon Cloud state. As the Sky Sword Mansion master, he naturally wanted to change the current environment of the Sky Sword Mansion. He wanted to lead the Sky Sword Mansion to rise again. The appearance of Fong Chun gave the Sky Sword Mansion master hope. The first time he paid attention to Fong Chun was because of the test of the 1st Army's 3rd Guardian team. At that time, he personally set up the 9-layer seal. Moreover, he even said that no one under the Heaven Star realm could climb the 9th mountain. However, the result surprised him. Fong Chun used his absolute strength to break through the 9 layers of seals and ascend the 9th mountain. He left all the cultivators in the same batch far behind him. At that time, the Sky Sword Mansion master personally announced that Fong Chun was first in the overall assessment. After that, the Sky Sword Mansion master continued to pay attention to Fong Chun. This trip to the relic made the Sky Sword Mansion master make a decision. The Sky Sword Mansion wanted to cultivate Fong Chun and provide him with all kinds of resources. "Fong Chun, "Are you willing to be my disciple?" the Sky Sword Mansion Master asked. Fong Chen was stunned and immediately looked up at the Sky Sword Mansion Master. Upon seeing Fong Chen's silence, the Sky Sword Mansion Master continued, "You can think about this matter carefully. Once you become my disciple, you must absolutely obey my orders." After pondering for a moment, Fong Chen asked, "Man or head, may I ask if my freedom will be restricted if I become your disciple? I am a mansion master of the Sky Sword Mansion. My disciple will naturally have to stay in the Sky Sword Mansion," the Sky Sword Mansion Master said. Hearing this, Fong Chen immediately gave up on this plan. Then, he tactfully said, "Lord Mansion Master, I don't have any plans in this regard for the time being. If I do, I will consider Lord Mansion Master immediately." When the Sky Sword Mansion Master heard this, he did not say much. He nodded and said, "All right, you can go back first. If you have thought it through, come and look for me." "Thank you, Lord Prefect." Fong Chen cupped his hands and turned to leave. However, just as Fong Chen walked to the door, he suddenly remembered something. Then, he turned around and looked at the Sky Sword Mansion Master. He asked, "Lord Mansion Master, I have a request." "Speak," the Sky Sword Mansion Master said calmly. "I would like to know where I can find the 9 turns life and death herb," Fong Chen asked. When the Sky Sword Mansion Master heard this, he was a little surprised. "Why do you want a 9 turns life and death herb?" The Sky Sword Mansion Master said slowly, "The 9 turns life and death herb is not considered precious. However, it is very rare to see it in the Sky Sword Mansion." Fong Chen looked at the Sky Sword Mansion Master anxiously. The latter pondered for a moment and said, "However, I know a place that should have this spiritual herb." "Where?" Fong Chen asked hurriedly. "The Divine Medicine Pavilion," the Sky Sword Mansion Master said. When Fong Chen heard this, he was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and thanked the Sky Sword Mansion Master. He knew about the Divine Medicine Pavilion. It was in the Sky Sword Mansion and was considered the largest elixir production force in the Sky Sword Mansion. The Divine Medicine Pavilion did not interfere in the Sky Sword Mansion's affairs. They only focused on developing elixir production. After returning to the third Guardian group, Fong Chen's face was filled with joy. He was ready to set off to the Divine Medicine Pavilion. The Divine Medicine Pavilion was located at the border of the Sky Sword Mansion. It was close to the Sky Thunder State. "I hope I can get the 9 turns life and death herb." Fong Chen packed up and set off to the Divine Medicine Pavilion. After a few days, Fong Chen arrived at the city where the Divine Medicine Pavilion was located. Although the city was remote, it was unusually prosperous. It was all because of the Divine Medicine Pavilion's existence. No wonder it's the largest elixir production force in the Sky Sword Mansion. Fong Chen sighed as he looked at the tall buildings in the city that reached into the clouds. The streets were filled with people. There were martial artists everywhere. After passing through a few streets, Fong Chen arrived at the Divine Medicine Pavilion. When the staff saw Fong Chen coming in, he hurried over and asked, "Mister, is there anything I can help you with?" "I want to buy the 9 turns life and death herb," Fong Chen said. When the staff heard this, he was a little surprised. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, "The 9 turns life and death herb is 10 million purple crystals per stock." 10 million. Fong Chen was shocked. A stock of 9 turns life and death herb actually cost 10 million purple crystals. This was comparable to the entire net worth of a martial artist who just entered the Heaven Star border realm. In the ruins, Fong Chen obtained the interspatial rings of a few half-step Heaven Star border realm martial artists from the Bloodscar Mansion. There were only 5 million purple crystals in total. In addition to the 1 million purple crystals that he originally had, he only had 6 million purple crystals in total. "I'm still short of 4 million purple crystals." Fong Chen was a little helpless. The 9 turns life and death herb was right in front of him, but he couldn't buy it. "Mister, do you need it?" When the staff saw Fong Chen hesitating, he asked. Fong Chen forced a smile and said, "I didn't bring enough purple crystals. Wait for me to go back and get them." After leaving the Divine Medicine Pavilion, Fong Chen's face was filled with helplessness. At this moment, a stooped old man smiled and walked to Fong Chen's side. "Little brat, Are you unable to buy the elixirs you need because you don't have enough purple crystals? When Fang Chun heard this, he turned his head and saw that the stooped old man's clothes were in tatters. He had a sneaky smile on his face. How do you know? Fang Chun asked in return. I've been here for many years and have seen many martial artists like you. The stooped old man smiled. Fang Chun didn't say anything and prepared to leave. However, he was stopped by the stooped old man. Little brat, I have a way to earn purple crystals quickly. Do you want to know? Fang Chun, who had already walked out, suddenly stopped and asked, what method? The stooped old man chuckled and said, help me hunt demonic beasts, and I'll pay you purple crystals. What demonic beast? How much is it? Fang Chun asked. Now that he urgently needed the 9 turns life and death herb, he couldn't care less. Cool breeze deer, 100,000 purple crystals each. The stooped old man smiled. Are you serious? Fang Chun asked. The stooped old man nodded heavily and said, this old man's reputation is not bad. Just as the stooped old man finished speaking, a middle-aged martial artist suddenly walked over and handed the stooped old man a spatial ring. He said, 5 cool breeze deer, 500,000 purple crystals. The stooped old man inspected it and then handed 500,000 purple crystals to the middle-aged martial artist. The middle-aged martial artist didn't say anything and turned to enter the divine medicine pavilion. Look, this person is also helping me hunt the cool breeze deer. The stooped old man grinned. Seeing this, Fang Chun didn't hesitate and nodded. All right, I can help you hunt the cool breeze deer, but how do I contact you when the time comes? It's at the entrance of the divine medicine pavilion. Where else can I get a large spatial ring? Fang Chun asked. A large spatial ring? The stooped old man was a bit surprised. Fang Chun was a bit embarrassed. His spatial ring was considered large in the ancient Sword Continent, but in the outer realm, this spatial ring was completely useless. This spatial ring is for you. 100,000 purple crystals. You just need to kill one more cool breeze deer. The stooped old man took out a spatial ring. Fang Chun received the spatial ring and was instantly shocked. This spatial ring seemed to have a space of its own. It was countless times larger than the spatial ring he used before. Thanks. Fang Chun urgently needed purple crystals, so he didn't have time to chat with the stooped old man. The stooped old man had already told Fang Chun where the cool breeze deer would appear. Soon, Fang Chun left the city and arrived at a mountain range. I wonder how strong this cool breeze deer is. This was the first time Fang Chun had heard of a demonic beast like the cool breeze deer, so he didn't understand the situation. After entering the mountain range, Fang Chun carefully searched. At a certain moment, a furious roar suddenly rang out. Immediately after, Fang Chun discovered that above his head, a majestic energy was diving down. Not good, Fang Chun exclaimed inwardly. Immediately, he executed the space-time true intent and disappeared. At the same time, Fang Chun executed the space-time meteorite annihilation. Bang! With a loud bang, the void was torn apart and the black shadow was sent flying. Fang Chun stabilized himself and looked over. He discovered that the demonic beast had a long neck and was very tall. It was the cool breeze deer that the stooped old man wanted him to kill. Half-step heaven star border realm. Fang Chun grinned. If it was only a half-step heaven star border realm, he wouldn't be afraid. Rumble. He fully activated the power of a 6th-level profound king. After a while, Fang Chun killed the cool breeze deer and stored it in his spatial ring. Next, he searched for the second cool breeze deer. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During this period, Fang Chun hunted 30 cool breeze deer. According to the price of 100,000 purple crystals per deer, it was only 3 million purple crystals. 1 million purple crystals. I'm still missing 11. Fang Chun thought to himself. However, what Fang Chun didn't know was that while he was hunting the cool breeze deer, a cool breeze deer emitting a terrifying aura rushed out from the depths of the mountain range. If the stooped old man was here, he would definitely be shocked. This demonic beast was the king of the cool breeze deer. Its strength was comparable to an early-stage Heaven Star border realm martial artist. Fong Chun didn't know that danger was approaching and continued to search for the cool breeze deer. Poochie. He pierced the cool breeze deer's head with his sword and stored it in his spatial ring. 10 left. As he got closer to completing the mission, Fong Chun felt carefree. He hummed a tune as he searched for the cool breeze deer. In a secluded place, two half-step heaven star border realm martial artists were whispering. Boss, this kid has several cool breeze deer. Should we kill him? Chapter 998. In the blink of an eye, the two half-step heaven star border realm martial artists finished their discussion and prepared to kill Fong Chun. At this moment, Fong Chun, who was searching for the cool breeze deer, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His expression was solemn as his golden heart beat rapidly. Such an oppressive aura. Fong Chun felt that the surrounding air was too oppressive. It even gave him an impulse to approach danger. His golden heart was beating abnormally, which made Fong Chun extremely vigilant. What's going on? Fong Chun was puzzled. However, just as Fong Chun was pondering, the two half-step heaven star border realm martial artists appeared. Brat, you're really unlucky to have met us brothers. Before Fong Chun could react, the two brothers launched a fierce and domineering attack on Fong Chun. Courting death. Fong Chun's eyes emitted a cold light as he held the hidden star sword and executed the 3-revolution radiant sword art. Bang, bang, bang. When the radiant sword light came into contact with the two brothers, it instantly exploded. Boss, he's a tough one. The second brother shouted. Kill him with all your might. The boss roared. Immediately, the two brothers used all their strength to attack Fong Chun. Gradually, Fong Chun gained the upper hand. Using the space-time true intent, Fong Chun could easily dodge the two brothers' attacks. It seemed like the two brothers were attacking Fong Chun, but in reality, Fong Chun was only receiving one attack each time. Space-type true intent. Seeing this, the two brothers were furious. Then, the boss took out a scarlet maple leaf. Go to hell. The boss threw out the scarlet maple leaf, and it instantly exploded. However, just as Fong Chun was about to escape, a furious beast roar suddenly sounded. Then, a huge cool breeze deer king rushed into the center of the explosion. The cool breeze deer king's body emitted a bright green light, forcibly blocking the explosive power of the scarlet maple leaf. It's the cool breeze deer king. Seeing the deer king appear, the two brothers were extremely excited. They immediately gave up on attacking Fong Chun. The two brothers had waited in the mountain range for so long just to kill the deer king of cool breeze. We've struck it rich. Second bro laughed loudly. At the same time, the two brothers unleashed their respective trump cards one after another. Boss threw out 3 scarlet maple leaves at once, and all of them exploded. The power of the explosion made Fong Chun, who was far away, feel a great pressure. Cool breeze deer king. To be honest, Fong Chun was also very interested in the breeze deer king. However, the deer king of breeze had reached the heaven star border realm. He had no chance of winning. Let them fight for a while. Fong Chun hid in the void, watching the two brothers fight deer king cool breeze. On the ground, the deer king of cool breeze's attack power was tyrannical and destructive. However, the two brothers did not prepare their trump card for nothing. After the 3 scarlet maple leaves exploded, the surface of the deer king's body was wounded. Roar the deer king of cool breeze was enraged. He opened his mouth and stretched out his head, wanting to bite the two brothers. Right at this moment, a black light appeared around the two brothers. What kind of attack is this? Fong Chun's heart palpitated. If the two brothers had used this trump card at the beginning, he would have died without a doubt. Fortunately, the deer king of cool breeze appeared. Bang! Bang! The deer king of cool breeze's attack was very sharp, but it was covered by the black light at this moment. Boss, kill him! At the same time, the two brothers rushed towards the deer king of cool breeze. Although they did not know what the black net was, it was enough to trap the deer king of cool breeze, a heaven star border realm cultivator. Poochie, the divine weapons of the two brothers pierced into the body of the deer king of breeze. Fresh blood flowed out continuously, and the deer king of cool breeze roared into the sky. However, The Deer King of Cool Breeze couldn't break free from the black net. Crack! At a certain moment, the divine weapons of the two brothers finally injured the Deer King's vitals, causing the latter to cry out in pain. At this moment, the Deer King of Cool Breeze underwent a huge change. It entered a berserk state. Roar! The Deer King of Cool Breeze let out a long roar and entered a berserk state. Crack! The black net-like aura was instantly shattered. Then, the Deer King of Cool Breeze bit off the second brother's head. Seeing this, the boss's heart was filled with fear. He panicked and tried to escape. Crack! The Deer King of Cool Breeze stuck its head out and bit down. The boss quickly dodged, but his arm was still bitten off by the Deer King of Cool Breeze. How can this be? The boss was disheartened and terrified. He didn't understand why the trump card that he had painstakingly prepared couldn't do anything to the Deer King of Cool Breeze. I can't accept this. The boss roared in anger. At the same time, he took out 2 scarlet maple leaves and threw them at the Deer King of Cool Breeze. Rumble! The scarlet maple leaves exploded, and a powerful force engulfed the Deer King of Cool Breeze. The Deer King of Cool Breeze, who had entered a berserk state, was heavily injured. After being engulfed by the explosion of the scarlet maple leaves, its injuries became even more serious. Bang! When the Deer King of Cool Breeze approached the boss, its body suddenly fell to the ground. The boss, who was already in despair, was suddenly overjoyed when he saw this scene. The Deer King of Cool Breeze was dead. Ha! I finally got it. The boss laughed heartily. Poochie! However, right at the moment when the boss was laughing wildly, a poochie sound was heard. An ice-cold sword ruthlessly pierced through his back and into his chest. Crash! Blood flowed out from the boss's mouth. The boss turned his head with difficulty, wanting to see who it was. However, a face that he didn't expect appeared. It's you. The boss endured the pain all over his body and said with difficulty, I can't accept this. The boss was filled with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would have directly killed this kid. Hateful. Fong Chun pulled out the hidden star sword, and the boss's body softly fell to the ground. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Fong Chun was that oriole. When the Deer King of Cool Breeze was fighting with the two brothers, he appeared and reaped the benefits. That black net-like aura was really powerful. Fortunately, it was like that. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to do anything to the Deer King of Cool Breeze. Fong Chun put away the corpse of the Deer King of Cool Breeze and couldn't help sighing. At this moment, Fong Chun finally understood. There were countless geniuses in the vast universe. One couldn't underestimate any martial artist. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to die in peace. He picked up the interspatial rings of the two brothers, but found that they were empty. It seems like they used up all their belongings to kill the Deer King of Cool Breeze. After that, Fong Chun quietly left the mountain range. Demon Cloud, State Capital, Demon Cloud Family Headquarters. What patriarch? You're going to personally kill the culprit? An elder asked in surprise. Letting the culprit escape again and again is the shame of our family. The patriarch said coldly. In order to take revenge for the Demon Cloud State, he didn't hesitate to go personally. Patriarch, can't you just send a Heaven Star Border Realm expert? The elder continued. The patriarch shook his head and said, Only I can sense the mark. The patriarch's eyes flashed with killing intent. The people that the Demon Cloud family wanted to kill had never been able to survive. After returning to the city, he went to the Divine Medicine Pavilion and immediately saw the hunchbacked old man. You're back so soon. The hunchbacked old man smiled when he saw Fong Chun. Old man, what's the price of the Deer King of Cool Breeze? Fong Chun asked. What Deer King of Cool Breeze? You killed the Deer King of Cool Breeze? The hunchbacked old man was astonished. He didn't believe it at all. The Deer King of Cool Breeze was so powerful that a profound king couldn't kill it. What's the price? Fong Chun was too lazy to explain. The price of the Deer King of Cool Breeze is very high. It's always been priceless on the market. The hunchbacked old man said, If you really have the Deer King of Cool Breeze, I can charge you more than the market price. 10 million. Fang Chun was stunned when he heard this. A half-step heaven-star border realm deer king of cool breeze was only worth 100,000 purple crystals. A heaven-star border realm deer king of cool breeze was actually worth 10 million purple crystals. The market price is 8 million. I'll give you 10 million. That's high enough, said the hunchbacked old man. Fang Chun thought for a moment and felt that the deer king of cool breeze was useless to him. So he nodded. There are 31 cool breeze deer and 1 deer king. Check it, said Fang Chun. The hunchbacked old man received the spatial ring and began to inspect it. When he found the deer king's corpse, he was wild with joy. It was simply unbelievable that a mystic king realm martial artist had actually killed a Clearwind deer king. Brat, did you kill this deer king? Asked the hunchbacked old man with a burning gaze. Fang Chun shook his head. I don't seem to have to answer this kind of question. The old man tactfully didn't ask any more questions. After the inspection, he returned the spatial ring to Fang Chun. Then he handed over 13,100,000 purple crystals to Fang Chun. Brat, if you have any good things next time, come find me. The hunchbacked old man grinned. Fang Chun nodded and then entered the Divine Medicine Pavilion. After paying 10 million purple crystals, he obtained the 9 Revolution Life Death Grass. Young master, this is your 9 Revolution Life Death Grass. When Fang Chun held the 9 Revolution Life Death Grass in his hand, he was incomparably excited. The 9 Revolution Life Death Grass's main body was only as thick as a thumb. There were 9 flowers growing on the main body, representing the 9 revolutions. It faintly emitted the aura of life and death. So this is the 9 Revolution Life Death Grass. Fang Chun muttered to himself. This 9 Revolution Life Death Grass was truly miraculous. Just by holding in his hand, he could feel 2 completely opposite auras entering his palm. After observing it for a moment, Fang Chun put the 9 Revolution Life Death Grass into his spatial ring and then left the Divine Medicine Pavilion. Brat, what kind of spirit pill did you buy? The hunchbacked old man was still at the entrance of the Divine Medicine Pavilion. When he saw Fang Chun come out, he asked, 9 Revolution Life Death Grass, said Fang Chun. However, at this moment, a shocking aura swept over. Then Fang Chun felt his heart palpitating. The mark on his forehead was flickering. Chapter 999. The mark on his forehead flickered, and a trace of a strange aura spread out. Thinking of this vast aura coming from the distance, Fang Chun's expression changed. Someone from the Devil Cloud family. Fang Chun's expression was extremely grave. The old man saw Fang Chun's strange expression and asked, Kid, what's wrong? Nothing. As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, he bade farewell to the hunchbacked old man, after which his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Whoosh! Not long after Fang Chun left, a powerful aura surrounded the place. A figure appeared in the sky above the Godly Herb Pavilion, staring down at the ground. The old man recognized this person. He was surrounded by terrifying astral yuan. He was the patriarch of the Devil Cloud family, as well as the master of the entire Devil Cloud prefecture. Just what did that kid do to offend the Devil Cloud family? The old man was a bit surprised. The Devil Cloud family's patriarch was so powerful that countless people looked up to him. His soul spread out and instantly surrounded the Divine Medicine Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, he found that Fang Chun was no longer there. At the same time, he sensed the mark rapidly moving. How dare you try to escape from under this old man's nose? The Devil Cloud family's patriarch snorted and chased after him. Although only a short time had passed, Fang Chun had already escaped from the city and rushed into the distance. Because of his space-time true intent, Fang Chun's speed was extremely fast within the profound king realm. However, the faster he fled, the more he could sense that the terrifying aura behind him was getting closer and closer. I definitely can't let him catch up, Fang Chun thought to himself. If the little mouse hadn't been asleep, perhaps it would have been able to help him. Right now, he could only rely on himself. Kid, you can't escape. The Devil Cloud family's patriarch quickly chased after him. Although they were separated by 50 miles, The Devil Cloud family's patriarch was very confident that he could catch up. Too strong. Could it be that he's the patriarch of the Devil Cloud family? Feng Chun wondered. The terrifying aura in the air made Feng Chun feel suffocated. Even the Sky Soar Mansion Master's aura was not so strong. The strength of this aura reminded Feng Chun of Thunder Freer. Before Thunder Freer made the breakthrough, his chi was at the same level as this man. But after he made the breakthrough, his chi was a lot stronger than this man. From this point, one could make the connection. This person's cultivation base must have reached the peak of Heaven Dipper Realm Level 9. In the entire Demon Cloud family, apart from the Patriarch, there was no one else who had such strength. To think that the Patriarch would personally come to kill me. Feng Chun thought to himself as he fled. It seemed that the status of the Demon Cloud Lien province in the Demon Cloud family was not low. Whoosh! Whoosh! Feng Chun pushed the true meaning of space and time to the extreme, directly changing direction and rushing out of the Demon Cloud state. His destination was the Sky Thunder Continent. As long as he could enter the Heavenly Thunder Continent, he would not be afraid of the Demon Cloud Patriarch. Die, brat! The Demon Cloud Patriarch's speed became faster and faster. In the end, he was only one step away from Feng Chun. At this time, the Demon Cloud Patriarch suddenly punched out. Crack! The speed of this punch was so fast that Feng Chun could not dodge it. Feng Chun was hit by this punch, and his body flew out directly. However, thanks to the insane defense of the God-level sword body, he was able to successfully block the punch of the Demon Cloud Patriarch. However, because of this, Feng Chun's speed slowed down. The Demon Cloud Patriarch chased after him. Die! The Demon Cloud Patriarch did not give Feng Chun any chance to speak and punched out again. This punch was so powerful that even a Heaven Dipper Realm expert would not be able to block it. Once hit by this punch, Feng Chun would definitely die. No! Feng Chun roared and desperately fled, seeing that the Demon Cloud Patriarch's punch was about to hit Feng Chun. Suddenly, in front of Feng Chun, a crack appeared in the void, and then a terrifying aura spread out, instantly swallowing the Demon Cloud Patriarch's terrifying fist light. Brat, run! A voice entered Feng Chun's ears. Feng Chun was stunned for a moment, then immediately used all his strength to display the true meaning of time and space, and rushed towards the Sky Thunder Continent. After Feng Chun left, the crack in the void closed, and the hunchbacked old man's figure slowly appeared. The dignified Demon Cloud Patriarch actually personally chased after a mysterious king realm brat. The hunchbacked old man was not afraid at all when he saw the Demon Cloud Patriarch, and he grinned. Humph, you, the dignified medicine saint, disguised as a hunchbacked old man and deceived those little guys in front of the Divine Medicine Pavilion. Why can't I chase after a mysterious king realm martial artist? The Demon Cloud Patriarch snorted and said coldly. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. The name of the medicine saint was quite famous in the Demon Cloud continent. If there was anyone in the Demon Cloud continent who was as famous as the Prefecture Lord, it would be the medicine saint. It was said that the medicine saint's achievements in alchemy were beyond the reach of the Prefecture Lord, and the medicine saint did not care about worldly power at all. He often appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and no one had ever seen the real medicine saint. However, the medicine saint had appeared here. I say, old man Demon Cloud, that brat has some fate with me. Why don't you give me some face and let him go? The medicine saint grinned. Medicine saint, it's best if you don't meddle in other people's business. That brat killed my clan's Demon Cloud continent. He will definitely die, said the Demon Cloud Patriarch. The Demon Cloud Patriarch's attitude was very clear. He had to kill Feng Chun no matter what. If the medicine saint tried to stop him, he would do his best to fight the medicine saint. Hearing this, the medicine saint's expression changed. He also hadn't expected that brat to have killed the Demon Cloud family's Demon Cloud continent. No wonder the Demon Cloud Patriarch was so furious that he personally attacked. The medicine saint shook his head and thought to himself, "It seems you're determined to kill that brat," said the medicine saint. The Demon Cloud Patriarch nodded and no longer said anything. He took a step and directly passed by the medicine saint, disappearing from his line of sight. The medicine saint looked at the departing figure of the demon cloud patriarch and sighed. Then he said softly, "Brat, I can only help you up to here." The world didn't know that the medicine saint often appeared in every corner of the demon cloud continent, disguised as all kinds of cultivators. In the few days that Feng Chun had been at the Divine Medicine Pavilion, the medicine saint had been at the entrance of the Divine Medicine Pavilion for almost a month. The reason he pretended to be a stooped old man was to test the younger generation of cultivators. He wanted to see if anyone could inherit his mantle. Feng Chen's performance made the stooped old man's eyes light up. However, he wasn't good at alchemy. The reason he came out to stop the Demon Cloud Patriarch was to buy time for Feng Chen. It was because he had a good impression of this brat. It was that simple. As for the Demon Cloud Patriarch being angry, that was impossible. What kind of person was the Demon Cloud Patriarch? How could he blame the Medicine Saint for a profound King Realm cultivator? After all, the Medicine Saint's strength was similar to the Demon Cloud Patriarch's. If he was forced into a corner, the Medicine Saint could wave the flag and shout, and who knew how many hidden powerhouses would come to help? Feng Chun, who was fleeing in a hurry, was very puzzled. Who had just saved him? Except for Thunder Freer, I don't seem to know any other powerhouses. Feng Chun said secretly. The person who dared to stop the Demon Cloud Patriarch just now must be at the peak of the Heavenly Dipper realm. Feng Chun really couldn't figure out who it was. At this time, Feng Chun was surrounded by bloodline aura. He had already activated the power of his bloodline. Feng Chen's bloodline was a special bloodline, which was inherited from his mother. The power of his bloodline was very tyrannical. High-intensity activation of the power of his bloodline would result in a backlash. However, he couldn't care so much at this moment. The power of his bloodline surrounded his body, and the true meaning of time and space was activated to the extreme. Feng Chen's speed skyrocketed. As he got closer and closer to the Sky Thunder Continent, Feng Chen's heart became more and more nervous. After about another 3 minutes, Feng Chun could already see the edge of the Sky Thunder Continent. The Sky Thunder Continent is about to arrive. Feng Chen's face was overjoyed, and then he sped up. However, at this time, a thunderbolt sounded out of the blue. Boy, the speed of a Heavenly Dipper Realm powerhouse was unimaginably fast. With a loud shout, a thick thunderbolt instantly fell from the sky and heavily bombarded Feng Chen's body. Crack! Feng Chen's defense was instantly shattered, and his body was directly blasted into the ground. Run! Feng Chen's consciousness was about to blur. The power of the thunderbolt just now was too terrifying. Feng Chun, who was smashed into the ground, subconsciously told himself that he couldn't stop and could only escape forward. Under the ground, Feng Chun used the star-hidden sword to quickly dig the soil and move forward. Above the ground, the Demon Cloud Patriarch sneered and punched out with both fists. Dong! The ground was trembling. Even through the thick layer of soil, Feng Chun almost fainted from the tremors. I can't die. Feng Chun was hanging on to his last breath, and he struggled to move forward. Crash! Finally, with Feng Chen's efforts, he crossed the border and came to the Sky Thunder Continent. Not dead yet. Sensing Feng Chen's aura, the Demon Cloud Patriarch was a little surprised. This boy's tenacity was beyond his expectation. However, he would definitely die soon. Buzz! The vital spirit around the clan leader of the Demon Cloud clan emerged and gathered on his fist. Then, he punched the ground where Feng Chun was. At this time, the Lord of the Sky Thunder Continent was in a city not far from Feng Chun. Lord, how do you have time to come here? Opposite the prefecture Lord sat an old man with a full beard. Uncle Fu, I came to find you because of a super soldier. The Lord of the Sky Thunder Continent grinned. Oh Lord, what's your plan? The old man called Uncle Fu asked. When the Lord of the Sky Thunder Continent was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a vast aura. There are Heavenly Dipper Realm powerhouses fighting at the border of the Sky Thunder Continent. As soon as the Lord of the Sky Thunder Continent finished his words, he waved his hand and tore the space apart. His figure instantly disappeared. Uncle Fu was also stunned, but he quickly followed behind. At the border of the Sky Thunder Continent, underground, Fong Chun was dying and was about to fall into a coma.